Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the third part of What If Deku Had Inheritance Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It took a few minutes for Izuku to stop shivering. He walked a little behind, and a little to the side of Endeavor for the warmth he emitted. But it was also a warm night and his skin was no longer feeling as if he was being bitten by fire ants all over his body. His teeth still chattered every few seconds and he was sure his lips were probably blue, but he was returning to a normal temperature. Besides, Endeavor was dragging Stain behind him by the back of the villain's shirt, and Izuku didn't want to be anywhere near that. Native and Anima supported Ada, whose arm and shoulder were injured, along with his leg, which had been stabbed at least once somewhere along the line. Shadow had a wrapped forearm on his right side, but he waved away Izuku's concern when asked about it. Torchlight had a slice across his chest, but it wasn't deep enough for stitches and had merely bled a lot. They had all been very, very lucky. There were a lot fewer people on the street than there had been, and Izuku wondered exactly how long they'd been in that alley from the time Izuku had dropped into now. There was still a lot going on around the town, as evidenced by the smoke rising up from place to place and the sirens from emergency vehicles. What H happened to Stain? Did we H hit him that H hard? Izuku asked Shadow, who was walking next to him. He was still conscious while we were in the ice. He's sedated, Shadow told him, glancing at the form being dragged. Native had a blow dart tranquilizer in his kit. I melted a hole to his leg and we knocked him out. Sorry it took so long. Izuku shrugged. He had honestly thought they were all done for. Being encapsulated in ice for a while seemed a small price to pay. Speaking of paying a price, Izuku turned and looked at Ada, who had been weeping quietly since everything was resolved. His face was a mottled red and tears and snot ran freely. He kept murmuring apologies and self-deprecating remarks to himself, his brother, and to Izuku and Shadow. Ada, what can we do for you? Izuku asked him, pausing to let the men supporting Ada catch up. You're in the worst shape of all of us. I don't deserve your pity or your help, Ada told him with a sniffle. I'm the one who should have been helping with the nomus or the evacuation, but I was blinded. He pulled his arms free of the two men with a wince of pain and stood on his own to bow at the waist in a stiff, perfect 90-degree angle. I beg you to forgive me for putting you in such grave danger. I have no excuse. Yeah, Shadow said evenly. That was pretty stupid. You shouldn't do that again. Izuku had an inappropriate urge to laugh at Shadow's calm remark, but what more could anyone really say at this moment? It was clear that Ida understood the gravity of everything that had just happened, and was busy punishing himself mentally. What would happen to him later when he had to face legal ramifications and his mentor were also probably going to be pretty harsh. Izuku understood what had driven Ida to behave the way he had, and couldn't judge him for something I might have also tried to do if he was put in a similar situation. Endeavor was barking into a phone that he had the hero killer in custody and needed transport for him immediately, and there was a paramedic truck visible about a block away that they seemed to be headed toward. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief as their group made their way to safety, and he hoped they would soon be heading back to the agency where Izuku intended to take a hot, hour-long shower and sleep for as long as they would allow. He paused then, remembering the message he'd sent to Sir and All Might. Endeavor had said they'd contacted him. He pulled out his phone to let them know he was safe, doubting that anyone else had thought to do it either. Everyone kept trudging on, though Shadow stopped when he noticed that Izuku wasn't keeping up. Izuku flicked his phone screen on and opened this message app. Then the world fell away from under him. It was a strange sensation to feel strong bands around his left arm as he watched his group get smaller and further away by the second. His brain couldn't parse what was happening, until he twisted enough to see that the winged Namu had a hold of him and was carrying him away, flapping its leathery wings. It was not a smooth ride, as spouts of flame rushed past that had the creature swerving and screeching in protest. Endeavor looked livid as he shot into the air after them, using his flames as jet fuel to give him lift. What was he thinking? Unless he had some serious precision, he could easily cook Izuku in his attempt to take down the monster. Was he banking on the fact that Izuku hadn't really been injured by his flash fire when they trained? That was a risky assumption at best. Izuku engaged his levitation to try to help alleviate the strain on his arm, which was burning from being jerked around with all of his weight hanging on it. The Namu flew even higher in his attempt to get away from the flames, and Izuku's levitation made that escape easier. The flame hero was unable to keep up, or realized the danger of further attacking while the monster was holding Izuku like that. Izuku gripped the talons holding him in their tight grip, and swung and kicked upward trying to make contact with the thing's legs, releasing his levitation quirk to make himself heavier. When that didn't work, he used One for All to increase his grip strength and peeled the toes from around his arm, probably breaking the bones and leaving Izuku dangling from the creature's ankles. Then he let go. The drop was terrifying, but Izuku knew it was his best chance. The Namu turned and dove toward him, but Izuku straightened his body to fall faster. The Namu did the same, and it didn't take long before Izuku was smacked to the side and pinned to the wall of a skyscraper by the talons he'd just freed himself from. He used as much strength as he could muster and punched the Namu in the chest, then slammed down his fists on its legs. It dropped Izuku then, and he had just enough time as he began to tumble downward to push himself off of the face of the building into free air. The Namu was flapping around, circling in his descent, trying to angle so it could grab its prey from behind with its hands, its legs now injured. Izuku kept an eye on the ground and let himself continue to fall. It wasn't until he could make out the features on the faces of the people below that he began to levitate. It took several meters before he slowed, and even more before he stopped and began to rise again. The Namu caught up with him, but before it could make a grab for him, a thin pillar of flame shot up from below and wrapped itself around one of the Namu's wings like a lasso. Was Flame Whip on the scene now? The Namu let out an ear-piercing screech that made Izuku cringe as it flapped in vain, unable to escape the flame that was now looping around in the air like a giant floating flame basket. In its struggle, the fire burned through one of its wings with a sickening smell and hissing sound, and the creature plummeted to the ground. Izuku was slower, letting himself drop, then levitate, then drop, then levitate until he got close enough to feel comfortable dropping the rest of the way. There was a team of heroes piling on top of the thrashing Namu, wrestling it into suppression bands. Endeavor seemed to be having some sort of fit shouting Shouto's name, and it was hard to make sense of it all. Had Shouto been injured? Was he okay? Izuku was surrounded by heroes, paramedics, and police as he got shakily to his feet. Today officially sucks, he grumbled, wrapping an arm around his now very sore ribs. Did you see that? Endeavor was shouting at Onuma with a manic-looking grin. Did you see what he just did? That was beyond all of my expectations. This changes everything. What did I do? Izuku asked Ada, who was looking very shaken. Not you, Ada said. Him. He pointed over to where Shouto was standing with his hands on his knees, looking winded and scowling in his father's direction. He's the one that used that fire rope to capture the Namu, Ada specified, sounding like his nerves were just barely hanging by a thread. We just got word that the third Namu was taken down on the other side of town, Onuma said, putting his phone in his pocket. It's all clean up from here. Only a few minutes later, Izuku found himself in the middle of a group of heroes and police all standing guard as the 3 UA interns got their wounds looked at by a paramedic. Damn, kid, the uniformed medic said as he looked at Izuku's unwrapped head. Your ear's just barely attached to your head. It's like a scalpel was used on it. What? Izuku asked, automatically reaching up to check the veracity of the statement. Don't touch it. I'm gonna carefully put it where it should go and wrap it up tight. Doctors can fix you up with some stitches, I'm sure. Izuku didn't like the way that the man's cheerful attitude didn't match the worried expression on his face. Still, he sat stiffly while his head was tightly wrapped. Shouto and Ida were nearby, also being treated for their injuries. It seemed like Ida had the worst out of all of them, with a knife wound that went straight through his shoulder and out the other side, an arm with several puncture wounds from where Stain had kicked him repeatedly with his spiked boots, and another through the back of his hand that had exited his palm through his glove from a dagger. Izuku wasn't sure if they'd given him some sort of sedative or painkiller, but he was certainly much calmer now than he had been earlier. Shouto had taken 2 throwing knives in his left forearm that he had pulled out himself during their fight with Stain. Izuku wondered if they had happened at the time Shouto had claimed that he'd been nicked after Izuku dodged. Izuku didn't know if he could have been that calm about having 2 knives buried in his arm, but Shouto's face was passive as they checked and rewrapped his arm. Izuku, besides his ear, had a few scratches and scrapes, and definitely a few bruises, but had come out of it miraculously in one piece. His ribs hurt from the Namu slamming him into the building, and his arm and shoulder hurt like hell, but it could have been so much worse. Endeavor was dealing with the authorities and the press, and Izuku wondered what happened next. They had taken the bullet train to get to Hasu. Would those who didn't need to go to the hospital get back the same way? As if in answer to his question, the beating sound of a helicopter drew nearer. Izuku assumed it was just a news station reporting on the situation in Hasu. This was bound to be news all over Japan. Instead, it landed on a patch of road intersection where traffic had been cleared for it. Of all the people that Izuku might expect to see emerging from it, the last one would have been Gran Torino. Yet there he was, Cape being buffeted around by the winds created by the propeller above. He made his way over, carrying his walking stick to where the students were being treated, and waved. Thank you for your services. He shouted loudly at the paramedics. I'll be taking the boys from here. Endeavor had made his way over by then, and Izuku expected him to intervene, but instead he nodded in greeting. All the arrangements are made. He asked Gran. Everything's in order, Todoroki, he said. The location's been sent to your phone. Then he turned and looked at Izuku and said, What are you waiting for, kid? Hurry and get in before someone dies around here. We'll be lucky if you get out of here without a new quirk or 3. Izuku didn't need a second prompt and scuttled to the helicopter, climbing inside and buckling into a seat near the window. He'd never flown in a helicopter before, so that was something, at least. It did send a sense of urgency through him that he probably should have been feeling all along though, and he waved to his classmates to join him. Shadow didn't hesitate, and grabbed Ida's uninjured arm to drag him along, even as he was bowing to the medics in thanks. Before long, they were airborne and heading away from the city into the night. "Where are we going?" Izuku shouted over the noise. Gran only hesitated a moment before saying, "Recovery Girl is waiting for you at Might Tower." "Why not the school?" Ida asked, raising his voice as well. "'Cause we know that Kurogiri and Shigaraki can find him there," Gran said, gesturing to Izuku. Those Namu seem to belong to Shigaraki, and if those two are around, Izuku shouldn't be. Everyone fell silent at that. Todoroki was staring at his left hand as if he'd never seen it before, and Ida looked like he might be praying, with his hands clasped together and his head bowed. Izuku leaned his head back and closed his eyes as they flew, letting the rhythmic white noise of the copter lull him into an uneasy sleep. Izuku was jarred by a cold hand tapping his cheek lightly, and blinked blearily awake. Out of the window was the roof of Might Tower, opposite the brightly lit, iconic globe that rested on top of it. Izuku had run laps around this roof enough times to know that there was plenty of room for a helicopter to land, and nodded to Todoroki, who had woken him. "All Might and Sir have sent the interns out on patrol," Gran told them all as the helicopter set down. "Those kids have no idea you're going to be here, and we're going to keep it that way." He hopped out of the aircraft when the door slid open and strode toward the elevator that would take them to the private elevator. Izuku lifted a hand to the ID pad, and nearly leaned in for the retinal scan when he realized that normal students wouldn't have access to a pro hero's private residence, or know how to use the security protocols. He stepped aside, hoping no one had noticed, and let Gran do the honors. They traveled down 4 floors before the doors slid open again, revealing a lobby area and doors that seemed to lead to different conference rooms. Toward the end of the corridor, there was a room with the double doors open and a faint haze of smoke drifting out into the hall. Izuku knew what that meant. "Crap, you called my dad," he said. Gran snorted, like there was a choice. Ida and Shadow said nothing as Izuku picked up his pace and hurried forward. If his dad was smoking that bad, he was imagining the worst possible scenario and getting worked up about it. Sure enough, the window on the far side of the room had a vent window open, and Izuku found his father smoking from his mouth and nose like a chimney, tapping his foot impatiently. Once he caught sight of his son, he lunged, pulling him into a tight hug that had Izuku patting his back comfortingly. The hero killer and Namu. At the same time, his father practically shouted, holding Izuku at arm's length to look at him, more like one right after the other. Izuku said sheepishly, "That man was supposed to keep you safe. That's the only reason we agreed to let you go there." "I'm safe, Dad," Izuku insisted, leading his father back toward the window so the smoke alarms didn't sound. "I had backup, and communicated and listened to directions. Look, I'm fine." His father raked his hands through his hair and blew out a stream of smoke, obviously trying to get a grip on his emotion. "Let her be the judge of that," he said finally, pointing to where Recovery Girl was gently extracting Ada from what was left of his upper armor. "I will," Izuku said. "Ada's injuries are more important right now. Let her do what she needs to do. I can wait a few minutes." "Izuku, your head is wrapped in bandages," his father pointed out slowly, as if Izuku was brain-addled. "Oh, yeah, that's just because my ear got sliced pretty bad," Izuku explained, trying to make it sound like it was no big deal. "You know how hard it is to get anything to stick on me. They had to use a lot of bandages, cause it kept sliding off." His father looked as if this was at least a reasonable explanation, and calmed a little. "You look like the Invisible Man." Izuku smiled at the joke, knowing that it was his father's way of coping. "Maybe I should try wrapping up Hagakure sometime. If Midoriya was a few centimeters taller, I'd swear you were twins from across the room," Shadow said, studying their interaction. Izuku nodded knowingly. Everyone said that. Izuku made the introductions between his father and his classmates. It was a good distraction as Recovery Girl prodded Ida into one of the 3 beds that was set up in the room, with a conference table and chairs pushed to the other side. She gave Ida multiple kisses on his forehead, and he was asleep almost instantly. She turned to Izuku, then. His dad helped him peel away his costume, and heard him hiss at the sight of whatever bruises he had. "What on earth have you been up to?" he asked. It was a good sign that his smoking had mostly stopped, though. "Some of that might be from training, too," Izuku said, meaning to sound reassuring. "They beat you up in training?" his father asked indignantly. Izuku couldn't help but laugh. "What do you think training is, Dad? We fight and try out new stuff and learn new moves. Of course we'll get banged up. There's no super awesome Recovery Girl there to heal us up, either." The woman in question was busily unwrapping Izuku's head, but she did nod in agreement. It was then that Izuku nearly panicked at what his dad would do if he saw the condition his ear was in. "You know, Dad, I'm dying of thirst. Is there any way you could see if there's a water cooler on this floor?" Gran made a sudden appearance at that point, holding bottles of water for everyone. Izuku sighed. "There was a healer at the agency," Shadow suddenly said, drawing their attention. "Then why does Izuku look like he was stuffed into a giant rock tumbler?" Izuku's dad said. "Because Doc can only heal burns," Shadow supplied, eyes flicking over to where Recovery Girl was inspecting Izuku's very sore ear. "And he does it with his own mucus." "Dear gods," Recovery Girl muttered as she quickly held Izuku's ear in place and kissed his temple. "His mucus," Izuku heard his father say in disbelief, as he bent down to let Recovery Girl clean up the dried blood in the shell of his reattached ear. "Gross, really gross," Shadow agreed. Izuku shot Shadow a grateful smile for helping keep his father from seeing just how bad the wound on his ear had been. "He blows his nose in a handkerchief, then gets it wet and smears it on," Izuku explained, wanting to keep his father from further freakouts. "They let him practice such an unsanitary quirk on other people?" Recovery Girl demanded, sounding outraged. "I don't know," Izuku said. "I didn't know what the treatment was when he did on me, but it sure did make my burn better." That seemed the wrong thing to say, because that set his father off on another rant. "You got burned, too. What is that man thinking? Letting people shoot fire at high school students? He's been shooting it at me since I was 4, Shadow said unhelpfully. Izuku wasn't sure whose side Shadow was on at this point, and sighed. He was beginning to feel tired, anyway. He didn't argue when Recovery Girl gave him some UA pajamas and shoved him toward the bed beside it. "That's even worse," Izuku heard his dad saying. That's when his dad's mumbling started. And Izuku took comfort in the fact that his father was past his worry and had moved on to righteous indignation for the time being. He tugged on the pajama bottoms and slid into bed shirtless, relaxing into the pillows with a sigh. That ear was cut with something incredibly sharp, which was very lucky. You might have a bit of a scar where your skin is knitted together, but the cut by your eye looks like it's going to leave a mark, Recovery Girl told him quietly. "Nothing too noticeable, but I do wish you'd be more careful with your face." She gently touched the faint scar from when he was in the train wreck the day his mother died. He hadn't really thought about that scar in years. It was just a part of face and nothing worth thinking about. He nodded his understanding and watched as she turned to Todoroki to treat his arm. Once he was also ensconced in a bed, she disposed of the bandages and gathered her bag. "Stay out of trouble for a few days, will you?" She told them all. Ada replied with a faint snuffle in his sleep, and Izuku and Todoroki merely looked at her as if to say, "Trouble finds us." After she left, Izuku's dad shuffled his feet and finally said, "I guess there's nothing for me to do here, unless you want me to stay." Izuku felt a little bad for telling him to go home when his father so clearly was looking for an excuse to hang around. But he did it. He was sure they would all be sleeping through the rest of the night, and probably well into the next day. Gran said he'd escort him out, and told Izuku and Todoroki to stay put. "There's a toilet down the hall, and one of the psychics will be wandering around in case of trouble. Don't try to go anywhere else." Izuku agreed around a huge yawn, and Shadow simply nodded. It had been a long day, and all Izuku wanted was to put it behind him. Once Gran left, pulling the doors closed behind him, the only light was from an exit sign above the door and city lights on the other side of the windows. Izuku closed his eyes, intending to sleep until he heard Shadow attempting to get comfortable. "Your dad has a fire quirk?" Shadow asked into the quiet. "He can breathe fire, but it gives him heartburn," Izuku answered. "Mostly it's just smoke that erupts when he gets upset." "You used your fire. It was pretty amazing." Was the answer. "You pretty much saved my life." "Thanks," Izuku told him. I'm still thinking about if I want to really use my fire," Todoroki confessed quietly. "But I'm glad I could help." After that, the room stayed quiet and everyone slept. In the morning, Bubble Girl came into their room with a cart that had trays of food for them. Izuku had just barely woken and returned from the bathroom, and Ada and Todoroki were still sleeping. "Hey there, Vanguard," Bubble Girl said with a grin as she brought him a tray for his lap. There was an American-style breakfast with fried eggs and toast and bacon, but there was still rice and a small container of natto as well. There was a large bottle of orange juice, tea and milk on the cart, but Izuku still had the water that Gran had brought him the night before. Hey, he answered slowly, wondering why she had stressed his hero name. "Kind of a busy night for you," she said, dragging a chair from the other side of the room over to sit in near his bed. "That pretty much sums it up," he agreed, picking up a piece of toast to nibble on. "I don't think you understand how huge this is," she insisted. Todoroki suddenly sat straight up in bed, threw off his blanket and left the room, presumably to visit the bathroom. Bubble Girl hopped up and went to the door, watching where Todoroki was going, then shrugged and returned to her chair. "The media is going absolutely nuts over everything. 3 high school kids were involved in bringing down the hero killer. Endeavor's agency is overrun by reporters right now, and so is UA. That would be another excellent reason for them to not take us there, Ida said from his own bed. Izuku glanced over at him, relieved that he hadn't been so injured that he needed to sleep for days. He was very unhappy with Ida's poor life choices lately, but he was still a friend. Good morning, Izuku said quietly, trying to sound as unemotional as possible. There was no need to hash this out in front of Bubble Girl, and the wait would ensure that Izuku had time to think over what he wanted to say before he needed to say it. Good morning, Ida greeted, sounding wary. Morning, Bubble Girl said cheerfully. I was telling Izuku how the press got wind of how you 3 UA interns took down the most wanted serial killer in Japan. Want some breakfast? Ida blinked at her, then sat up with, yes, please. Once he had a tray and large glass of orange juice, and Todoroki had come back to the room, Bubble Girl filled them all in. There had been a sighting of Shigaraki and Kirigiri from the USJ attack on a rooftop in Hasu City by a news helicopter, but after that, nothing. It seemed like they had simply set the Namo loose and disappeared. Based on what Shadow had relayed to his father last night, the press were reporting that Stain had been working independently from the League of Villains and that Stain had implied that the League were also his enemies. The press also knew that Stain had deliberately spared the student hero Vanguard because he believed him to have the makings of a true hero like All Might. Shit, Izuku whispered at hearing that. Had Torchlight been talking to the press? How else would they have learned that tidbit? Native, maybe. Todoroki looked at him with a raised eyebrow, as if questioning why that part in particular upset him more than the other stuff. Izuku stayed silent, taking another bite of breakfast. So, Bubble Girl told them, stealing one of Izuku's pieces of toast and biting in, you 3 are headline news all over Japan. Everyone's freaking out because you vanished with some old guy in a helicopter, and no one knows where you went. I see, Ida said, having eaten very little. What about my old man? Todoroki asked. Oh, he's here somewhere. Bubble Girl said cheerfully. Midoriya's dad actually spit literal fire when he heard that Endeavor had left his son to deal with a serial killer on his own. Sir and All Might had to talk him down and promised to have a very long talk with Endeavor about it. They've been holed up in All Might's office for over an hour now. If you ask me, they should have let Midoriya's son read him the riot act. Todoroki's lips actually twitched at hearing that. Anyway, that's the latest news. I have to go make some rounds and check on some things. Someone will come down and let you know what happens from here on out in a little while. She got to her feet then, ruffled Izuku's hair, and headed out of the room. That was a lot, Izuku said into the silence she left in her wake. I don't deserve the credit for helping apprehend him, Ada said, sounding miserable. It's my fault any of you were in the situation to begin with. True, Shadow said bluntly. Izuku stared at him for a moment to see if he was going to further elaborate. But when Todoroki just picked up his chopsticks and began to eat, shook his head. Ada, what were you doing there in the first place? Native isn't with Manuel's agency, is he? Izuku asked. No, he isn't, Ida confirmed. I abandoned my post at Manuel's side to go looking for Stain. I wanted revenge for what he did to my brother. He fisted his hands in the sheets of his bed and fought to master the emotional tidal wave that was trying to crash over him. Why didn't you talk to someone about it? Izuku asked. He knew he hadn't been the best friend to Ada, even though both he and Uraraka had offered a listening ear. Was there really any reason he would have confided in them? Did they know each other well enough for him to trust them that way? Izuku came to the painful conclusion that if their positions had been reversed, Ada would not have been the first person he sought out to talk about it. He probably wouldn't even have been the first of his peers, though he liked Ada and was beginning to consider him a good friend. I couldn't, Ada said simply. I was just filled with too much rage. Revenge was all I could think about. It made me reckless and blind. True, Shadow agreed. You really didn't think it through. Izuku made a mental note to find out how to introduce Todoroki to some tact at some point. But Ada simply nodded. Getting credit for it is too much, Ada said. I should feel lucky I haven't been arrested for vigilantism. The day's not over yet, Gran said from the doorway. Ada looked nonplussed by the statement, but nodded. It would be no more than I deserved. Gran grunted at that, but strode in and stared at them all. Who are you, anyway? Shadow asked. Oh, that's Gran Torino, Izuku said brightly. He helped train All Might when he was at UA. Your knowledge of heroes is certainly outstanding. Midoriya, Ida said approvingly. Such an obscure fact probably isn't even common knowledge, and yet you've managed to ferret it out. Oh, Izuku hedged, scratching the back of his head in consternation. Yeah, I'm a real fanboy. All right, haha. He hoped the excuse would be enough to stave off suspicion. He kept forgetting that his classmates didn't know about his connection to All Might past having met him once as a kid. You kids are gonna have a visitor a little later, Gran told them without preamble. The chief of police for Hasu City wants to talk to you about Stain, and he would like it to be a photo opus divided by press conference. The Hero Public Safety Commission, in their infinite wisdom, thinks it would be a good idea, since it shines a positive light on UA after the SH debacle that went down at the USJ. Won't it look weird that we're in Might Tower for that? Shadow asked. That's why you're not gonna be here. You're gonna get dressed and be taken to UA, where they're already setting up for it. Someone's gonna drop off uniforms for you shortly, Gran explained. What should we say? Izuku asked uneasily. You shouldn't have to say much, he said. They'll probably read a statement and spin it however they want. And you kids will just stand there looking perfectly healthy, sane, and unharmed. If they ask you questions you don't know how to answer, toss them back at one of your teachers or the police chief. Got it. He looked at each of them in turn until they nodded. I'm too old for this crap, Gran muttered as he turned to go. They watched him head for the door, but he turned and pointed at Ida. Keep your trap shut to the press about revenge. If you want to spill your guts to the authorities after that, do what you want. Ida's jaw tightened and he gave a resolute nod. Shadow finished eating his breakfast as if he hadn't a care in the world, while Ida pushed his mostly unfinished tray away and left for the bathroom. Izuku decided he should eat, even though he didn't feel all that hungry, because the day was bound to be a long one. How about Ice Blaze? Izuku said suddenly, looking at Todoroki. Todoroki just looked at him blankly. For a hero name, I've been trying to think of something that matches your quirk. Izuku clarified. It was true. Izuku had been idly thinking of names that would suit Todoroki, Kaken, and Ida since they hadn't chosen yet. Ida had said something about taking his brother's name, but Izuku wondered if that was a good idea. If Ingenium wanted to get back into hero work eventually, wouldn't that be weird? Ice Blaze, Todoroki repeated, seeming to test it out to see how it felt. I'm not so sure. You could also go with Axis, since that's a line that something rotates around, like your powers having a line between them, Izuku suggested. Or Paragon, since you're looking to be a better example than your father. Ada returned at that point and sat in the chair that Bubble Girl had vacated. I like Axis, he said, tossing his opinion out. Paragon sounds a bit arrogant, I think. Ooh, how about Tempest? Izuku said. Because when hot and cold combine in nature, you get a storm. That's a good one, Ada agreed. It sounds formidable and just cool. Tempest, Todoroki said slowly. Tempest, I like it, declared a new voice. Izuku and Ida shouted and jumped to their feet at the sight of a face sticking out of the wall. Todoroki stared blankly at it as if this sort of thing happened every day. Sorry, the new voice said. The face in the wall emerged further into the room, followed by a body. He had blonde hair and simple features, and was wearing a hero costume. It had a white top and boots and blue pants. He wore a red cape too, and had the number 1,000,000 in yellow on the front, right under his cape fastening. Who are you? Izuku asked, even though he had a strong suspicion that he already knew. Tagata Mirio, he said cheerfully, giving them a little salute. Also known as Lemillion. Why are you here? Izuku asked. No one was supposed to know about us being here. Whoops, sorry. Everyone was acting a little weird, so I decided to poke around and see if I could figure out why. Tagata said, sounding at least a little bit chagrined. Do All Might and Sir know you're down here? Lemillion, came a sharp voice from the doorway. Izuku's eyes widened at the sight of Sir Night-Eye looking angry, which didn't happen all that often. Tagata seemed to realize he was in trouble, too. Sir, I was just checking out the... Enough. I told you to stay on the upper floors, Sir told him sternly. Well, in the grand scheme of things, this is part of the upper floors, isn't it? Tagata tried, sounding hopeful. Izuku saw a telltale lip twitch on Sir's face before he schooled his features. You're to forget you were here and that they were here, Sir told Tagata sternly. Already done. Tagata disappeared back the way he came, leaving the three boys staring at the blank wall. I apologize for the intrusion of my intern, Sir told them, straightening his glasses. He's from UA. Izuku asked. A third year, Sir confirmed. With a remarkable quirk and a mischievous streak. Izuku remembered that he wasn't supposed to be too familiar with Sir, so he simply nodded and settled back on his bed. Many people knew about All Might's sidekick, so it shouldn't be too unusual to be a little more forward. He certainly took us by surprise. Ada said, Are you sure he's trustworthy? Quite, Sir said with a nod. He may be a little rambunctious, but he knows the importance of discretion. Your school uniforms will be delivered within the next half hour. I'm sorry there's no access to bathing facilities on this floor, but they will also deliver basic grooming and hygiene supplies as well. They all nodded. Thank you, Sir, Izuku said. No thanks needed. You three likely saved a lot of lives last night. Accommodating you for a few hours is the least he can do, Sir answered. Then he looked straight at Izuku and said, Stay out of trouble. He makes it sound like I'm always in trouble. Izuku murmured as Sir left. Aren't you? Shadow asked. No, Izuku denied. Well, not always, anyway. Seems like you put yourself in the middle of things a lot, Shadow said with a shrug. You do tend to be in the center of whatever's going on. Ada agreed. Really? Izuku asked, mildly surprised. I mean, things have been crazy lately, but do you realize that the 2 times I've seen you encounter villains, they both knew you by name? Iida asked with an arched eyebrow. Really? Izuku couldn't really deny it. Shigaraki when we were in the USJ. And last night with Stain, Shadow supplied. Izuku sighed and wondered if his therapist gave group discounts. He had a feeling his entire class could probably benefit from it. Their uniforms arrived and the boys got dressed. They were herded down the elevator to a parking garage, where a large, dark-windowed van was waiting. When they got to UA, they were escorted inside. As expected, Endeavor was there, as was Manuel, the chief of police, Principal Nezu, and Aizawa. Izuku was mildly surprised to see Aizawa in an actual suit. Less expected were Midoriya's father and Ada's parents. Izuku didn't need an introduction to tell who they were. His friend bore a striking resemblance to his father, who had engines in his shoulders, if the bulk of his suit jacket was any indication. You boys have had quite the adventure, Nezu told them, his gaze lingering on Ida. I'm pleased to see you're all safe and able to stand here with us today. All three bowed with varying degrees of enthusiasm. This press conference may seem a bit intense, but it's the best way to deal with this situation and get all of the questions out of the way for the moment. If anyone asks you a direct question about what happened, you can simply say that the matter is still under police investigation and you're not at liberty to talk about it. You may answer any other kinds of questions, or not. The choice is yours. Remaining silent hardly ever hurts with things like this. Again, his gaze lingered on Ada, who nodded in understanding that he was not to jeopardize the reputation of the school in any way. The chief of police approached then, and Izuku vaguely recognized him from the news. He had the head of a beagle, and tended to pepper his speech occasionally with a growl or a soft barking noise. He wondered if, like Hound Dog, he lost his faculty for human speech when he became overly upset or angry. He also vaguely wondered what he'd look like if Izuku patted his head. Good afternoon. I'm Chief Tsurugami, from the Hasu City Police, the man said. I owe you 3 boys a debt that cannot be repaid for helping to keep my city safe. All 3 boys bowed again. I understand that Stain's takedown was highly unconventional. It's also my understanding, from eyewitness accounts and your mentor's testimony, that in the chaos and confusion of the 3 monsters that were rampaging, you became separated from your supervisors. Mr. Ada, you were the first to stumble upon the scene, is that correct? Ada looked stricken at the question, but gulped audibly and said, No sir, Native was first on the scene. Yes, Tsurugami said with a nod. Normally, you would not have been allowed to use your quirk in confronting a criminal to save a victim without your supervisor there. But since you became separated from him in the confusion and stumbled onto the scene, then quickly turned into a case of self-defense, it's entirely excusable. Ada swallowed audibly again, but the chief simply stared at him for a long, meaningful moment and moved on. Izuku had a very strong feeling that the chief knew exactly what had really happened and was feeding it into the story he was to repeat to anyone who asked. Next on the scene was Torchlight, who noticed something awry in the alley and went to investigate, leaving Midoriya to wait for his clearance. Correct. Izuku nodded and gave a quick, yes sir. I only went to check on him when he didn't come back. That's when I found out what was going on. Again, in normal circumstances, you should have run for help instead of engaging the villain, he said sternly. But being as most other heroes were elsewhere dealing with a different catastrophe, and Torchlight had been put in charge of you by your mentor, we can concede that you technically had proper hero supervision in the use of your quirk. Torchlight confirms that without your intervention, there would most certainly have been fatalities. Izuku didn't know what to say to that, so he just nodded and looked at his shoes. Todoroki, you received a plea for help from Midoriya, the chief continued. Since Midoriya did not have a way to directly contact Endeavor, which is inexcusable, he chose the next best option and used his phone to contact you, who was being directly supervised by Endeavor. Why is it that you chose to go to his aid alone? Endeavor was directly engaging with one of the Namu, Shadow said. Momonga had already left to pursue a different one. There was nothing I could do there but get in the way, so I went to see if I could help Vanguard. I see. I suppose that the blanket of protection there can be spread to you as well, since Torchlight was present to supervise. Shadow simply nodded with a shrug as if to say, sure, why not? No matter the circumstances that led to all of you being in that alley, I am deeply grateful that you were able to work together to apprehend one of the most dangerous men in Japan. Thank you. With these words, Chief Tsurugami bent in the waist, bowing to them. After that awkward moment, when Izuku noticed his father tearing up, they were all directed to follow the principal out to a grassy area where a small stage had been erected. There were 2 rows of chairs for the interns, their mentors and their families, and a small dais with a half-dozen microphones attached to it. Everything at the press conference went exactly as they'd been told it would, except for Izuku and his friends being surprised to receive an official commendation from Chief Tsurugami. Izuku's dad smiled through misty eyes when Izuku was handed a creamy piece of expensive parchment with the printed award on it. Then things took a strange turn. Principal Nezu opened up the press conference up for questions, and a frenzy began among reporters. Questions were shouted over each other, and it was impossible to pick out who was asking what. It was Chief Tsurigami who finally got them to settle down and take turns by pointing to one particular reporter and letting them state their question. Most of the questions had to do with Stain. What would be done with him, the extent of his injuries, and specifics about the confrontation. Most of these were easily answered by saying that they couldn't comment on an ongoing investigation. After that, one of the reporters asked, "Midoriya Izuku, you were specifically singled out and carried off by one of the creatures rampaging through Hasu, weren't you?" Everyone's eyes turned to him, and the chief motioned for him to come to the microphones. Izuku had the urge to levitate out of there, but knew that would only cause a bigger fuss. "I don't know if I was singled out, or if I was just an easy target," he said. "Those things seem to be attacking people at random." A bunch of reporters clamored to expand on that, but the original one was loudest. "So it did attack you. It grabbed me by the arm and tried to fly away with me. Luckily, Todoroki-kun was able to bring it down, and the others got it contained. He didn't have to give them details, right?" He felt bad sending the focus over to Todoroki, but they didn't seem interested in him. Instead, another reporter piped in. "The handout we were given says you have multiple quirks because of the one you were born with. Is that true?" Crap. "Yes, maybe brevity was best. Can you explain how that works?" one of them shouted. Izuku looked around at his father and teacher, but they were just looking at him as if to convey that it was entirely up to him. "I don't really see how that has anything to do with Stain or the Namo attack," he hedged. "We can just look it up with the quirk registry and draw our own conclusions," one of them said. Could they? Was that public information, or were they trying to trick him into sharing more than he wanted? "No, you can't," Aizawa said, stepping up to the microphone beside his student. "The Privacy of Minors Act keeps those records sealed until a person is 20 years old. You all know that. Is it a big secret?" One of them asked. "Are you hiding something from us?" "A villain who's unaware of your quirk is easier to fight," Aizawa told them blandly. "That's only logical. We saw at the sports festival that Midoriya has super strength and can at least levitate. Some say he used telekinesis, too. How many quirks does he have? How did he get them?" Izuku didn't understand how this had gotten to be about him and his quirks, and was feeling out of his depth. "The rumor among other students interviewed is that you can take people's quirks when they die," one of the press shouted. "That's ridiculous," another reporter said crossly. "Get serious." Izuku's eyes had gone wide at hearing this, and simply said, "Excuse me." He went and sat down abruptly, and his father put a comforting hand on his shoulder. Other students had been interviewed. About him. Why? Because he won the sports festival? "If there are no more questions about the Stain incident," Chief Tsurigami said into the microphone as Aizawa also slouched off, "Well, thank you for coming. You'll be expected to vacate UA grounds within 30 minutes for security reasons. Anyone still on the grounds after that time will be escorted out, and have any future opportunities to gain access denied." Everyone on stage was directed back into the building while the reporters continued to clamor, and Izuku tried not to seem like he was hurrying, even though he was totally hurrying. A handful of reporters tried to keep pace with the group, still asking all kinds of questions, which Izuku and the others all ignored as they slipped inside. "So, what happens now?" Izuku asked as Aizawa shut the school door in the reporters' faces. "Do I go back to Endeavor Agency to finish my internship?" "No, your internship is being cut short," Aizawa told him. "Endeavor failed to give you proper supervision and a way to directly contact him in an emergency. He will face censure from the Hero Commissioner's office. Shoto and Ida are finished, as well." Ida was currently having a conversation across the hall with Manuel that involved a lot of bowing on Ida and his parents' parts. He wondered if Manuel was also going to be reprimanded for losing track of his charge, and winced inwardly. "Should I go to class, then?" Izuku asked Aizawa. "Not until Monday, when everyone else returns," he said, sounding tired. "Feel free to get a head start on an essay about what you expected your internship to be like as opposed to what it was actually like, and whether it turned out to be better or worse than your expectations." Izuku nodded. He actually enjoyed writing essays. They helped him sort out his thoughts. Aizawa must have noticed the eagerness in his expression because he sighed and rubbed his eyes. "Try to keep it under 5 pages, okay? I have to grade 20 of those." "Right, I'll try," Izuku said with a small smile. "Can I still come to the school to use the gyms and stuff? I can't exactly get out and exercise." "Sorry, kid. Not without adult supervision," Aizawa said. "You've been snatched from here before." He even actually looked a little bit sorry. "Oh yeah," Izuku said, as if he'd forgotten. "I guess that would put the brakes on a plan like that." In the end, Izuku ended up going with his father, who had to go back to work after making sure his son was safely home. Izuku kept getting notifications, so he opened up the class chat to see that Uraraka had recently been posting, and Izuku cringed. He hadn't texted her at all in the past couple of days, and he felt bad that she was hearing about Stain from someone other than him. "Uraraka at 0Gs, I just saw on the news that Midoriya, Todoroki and Ida were all in Hasu. Does anyone know if those 3 are okay?" "I know it was them. There was ambulances everywhere. Takoyami at Darkness X2 Hawk Sensei says they captured Stain. Uraraka at 0 Gs, are you kidding me? 1. Takoyami at Darkness X2, I am not. Ashido at a Citrip, WTF. Artheok. Takoyami at Darkness X2, according to Hawks they left in a helicopter. Uraraka at 0 Gs, they want. How? Why? Izuku sighed and started typing. And before he could post anything, Uraraka was already shouting at him. Uraraka at 0 Gs, MIDORIYA. What's going on? Are you okay? Midoriya at Broccoli Boy, hey guys. I'm fine. Things were crazy last night but we're all okay. They made us go to a press conference and I just got home. They cut my intern short. His phone started ringing almost immediately, and he picked it up and held it between his ear and shoulder while he continued to read the chat. Midoriya, I need answers, Uraraka said abruptly. Takoyami said that you and Ida and Todoroki caught Stain. Stain, the hero killer. She emphasized that name as if she expected Izuku to be unclear about who Stain was. Kind of, he said, typing on this keyboard at the same time. It's a long story, and the press conference should pretty much be on the news any second, if it isn't already. I'm not sure how much more I'm allowed to say about it. Did you really leave in a helicopter? She demanded, as if that was the most important thing. Oh, yeah, they arranged for that because they were afraid that I'd pick up more quirks if anyone died. That seemed to be the magic phrase. Because she calmed down. Did you get any? Not that I know of, he said, trying to sound reassuring. I hope not. I don't know if it's just that no one died, or if they did they were too far away from me, or I just haven't met the conditions to trigger whatever it might be. That's good, then. Listen, I just wanted to check on you, because I kept getting news notifications on my phone, and I was worried. You're really okay. I'm really okay, he said. All right then, I've gotta go. Gunhead's taking me on patrol, she said, excitement obvious in her tone. Be careful out there, Izuku told her before hanging up. Having friends was kind of odd, but comforting at the same time. Was it supposed to be like that? Izuku thought he'd be better off ignoring news outlets for a while, and was about to make some lunch when the door buzzer sounded, stifling a feeling of dread that tried to form before he could even see who it was. Izuku was surprised when Todoroki's face showed up on the screen. Izuku pressed the button to allow him to come up, and Todoroki walked out of sight. A couple of minutes later, there was a soft knock on the door. Todoroki was standing beside Centipter, who must have been on guard duty. He says he's your classmate, Centipter said politely. He is. It's totally okay, Izuku assured him, standing back so that Todoroki could enter. Centipter nodded and left as Todoroki slipped off his shoes. Excuse the intrusion. I was just about to make lunch, Izuku told him. Are you hungry? Yes, Shoto said. Izuku laughed at that and waved for Todoroki to follow him in. Is Umurus okay? I have some leftovers I need to use up, Izuku said easily. You cook? Shoto actually sounded somewhat interested. A bit, Izuku said, getting ingredients out of the fridge. Enough so we don't starve, anyway. What brings you here? I didn't want to be at home, and they said I couldn't stay at school. Yeah, I asked if I could stay at school, too. They said no, Izuku said, setting the cutting board out. You can have a seat, if you want. You don't have to stand there and watch me cook. This is fine, Shoto said, leaning on the counter in the dining area to watch what Izuku was doing in the kitchen. Is your dad here? No, he had to go into work. Izuku chatted while he tossed leftover rice, diced chicken and veggies in a frying pan with some ketchup and soy sauce. Did your dad get in a lot of trouble for what happened last night? Izuku asked. Todoroki shrugged. I'm not sure. He's been in a good mood and it was starting to freak me out. Despite claiming to be freaked out, he didn't have a very expressive tone. Because you used your fire. Izuku nodded. It wasn't really a question. Yeah, he won't shut up about it. I don't know how you feel about it, but I have to say it was pretty amazing. You lassoed that Namu with a fire rope like it was a rodeo. It looked a little bit like Flamewhip's quirk. Todoroki nodded at that. I asked him to give me some pointers. I didn't know before that I could do that. I thought I could just burn stuff. Are you excited about it? Izuku asked, making little mounds of the fried rice on 2 plates. I'm not sure, he answered slowly. The fire helped against Stain and the Namu, but he seemed to be thinking of how to word what he wanted to say, so Izuku let him be while he cracked the eggs into a bowl. When Todoroki didn't seem like he was going to continue, Izuku gave him a verbal nudge. But it makes my father happy, Todoroki finally finished, and I don't like doing that. Izuku tried, and failed, not to laugh a bit. Sorry, it's just you're so devoted to making your father mad. It's almost impressive. Todoroki's lips tilted up in a suggestion of a smile at that. Izuku whisked the eggs and added a splash of water before pouring it into the oiled pan. Todoroki watched with interest, and remained silent until Izuku handed him a plate and a spoon. Then they went to the table and Izuku offered him the ketchup. Izuku waited for Todoroki to take his first bite before digging into his own. It's good, Todoroki said flatly. Izuku took him at his word, since he didn't seem the type to flatter anyone. They ate in silence for a couple of moments before Todoroki looked at Izuku and said, "How do you really know All Might?" Izuku inhaled and aspirated rice, coughing painfully for a moment before he got it under control. "What do you mean? Some things don't add up," Todoroki said, not sounding upset at all. "I think you know him a lot better than you let people think." "What makes you say that?" Izuku asked, starting to worry a little. "Just a feeling before today, but now I've got to wonder. If you and your father didn't look so much alike, I would have thought that Sir Night-Eye was your dad. He's got green hair like you, and it would explain you being more familiar with All Might since Sir Night-Eye is his sidekick." "What makes you think I'm that familiar with All Might?" Izuku asked, taking a long drink of the tea he'd poured them both. "Well, for starters, some guy that trained All Might that no one's ever heard of before showed up in a helicopter to pick you up from Hasu," Shadow said, pointing with his spoon. "You didn't seem all that surprised, and just gotten the thing when he told you, with no introductions at all." Damn, he hadn't thought Shadow was that observant, but he had been one of the recommended kids. "Then, you didn't even blink when we landed at Might Tower, even though you're a huge fanboy. There's no way you wouldn't have asked a million questions about it, with the way I've heard you go on and on about the smallest hero details. It was pretty obvious you'd been there before." Izuku set his spoon down. Now that he had a huge lump in his throat, Todoroki seemed unfazed, and continued eating as he laid out all of his observations. "Then you acted like you were going to open the door with your palm print on the scanner. You might have just been leaning on the wall, but I don't think so," Shadow said thoughtfully. "Then this morning, Bubble Girl pulled a chair right up to your bed and patted your head as if you had known each other a while. It all just points to you knowing All Might." Izuku sighed and wondered how much he could evade while still telling the truth. "You're right," Izuku finally admitted, picking up his spoon again. "When I was younger, a villain tried to kidnap me using my babysitter to lure me. It turned out that the villain was an old enemy of All Might's, so he got called in on the case. After that all got resolved. All Might and Sir Night-Eye thought my quirk was too dangerous to let me grow up without good role models and stuff. So when they found out I wanted to be a hero someday, they let me become a junior intern at Might Tower. Since then, I've spent a little time there, training on how to use my different quirks. It was All Might and Sir who filed to have me considered as a recommended student at UA." Shadow listened quietly, continuing to finish his meal as Izuku talked. "So, what's the big deal? Why hide it?" "I don't want people treating me differently because of it," Izuku hedged. "It would start a lot of talk if people found out that All Might sponsored me, then turned up as my teacher. There's no way they would be complaining about favoritism or whatever." That sounded close enough to the truth that it covered everything Todoroki was suspicious about. "Right, are you getting special treatment?" Shadow asked. He didn't sound accusatory, but Todoroki was hard to read at the best of times. "No," Izuku denied. "Well, not much. When someone tried to get to me here, Sir and All Might arranged for their sidekicks to take turns monitoring my building. That's why Bubble Girl knows me so well. The one that brought you up here is one of their sidekicks, too. Plus, I get a ride home from school instead of taking the train. It doesn't feel like special treatment when I can't even visit the Konbini without an escort." Shadow seemed to be thinking this over. "On top of that, if people found out I spent time with All Might, it'd probably make me a bigger target for villains than I already am," Izuku pointed out. "Doesn't your family worry about you being targeted because you're Endeavor's son?" Shadow shrugged. "I think my father expects me to be able to fend off any attackers." "Yeah, you're definitely strong enough to do that in most cases," Izuku allowed. "Then again, so was he." "Probably," Shadow said. "Why don't they let you do that? It seems like you're being held prisoner over something that might not even happen." "It's a long story, but you remember Kirigiri from the USJ?" Shadow nodded. The one with the warp gate." "That's him," Izuku confirmed. "It seems like he works for or with Shigaraki. Shigaraki has a mentor, I guess you'd call him. Anyway, he's named All for One. And that's the villain that's been after me since I was a little kid. It seems like Kirigiri can only make warp gates to places he has exact coordinates for or something. I'm not sure, but they're afraid he'll snatch me off the street, somehow." Shadow's brow furrowed for a moment while he considered it. "They let you do the internship, though." "True," Izuku said. "But I guess there was a ton of negotiation about my security and stuff while I was in your father's care. And Shigaraki didn't know where I'd be, even if he wanted to try taking on your father. You have a very complicated life." That earned a real laugh out of Izuku. "You're not wrong." Izuku cleared away the plates and offered Todoroki some of the strawberry daifuku his dad had left in the fridge while he washed the dishes. Izuku wasn't sure what to make of Todoroki, with his stoic expression and father issues, but felt that there was definitely a person worth knowing under it all. They spent the rest of the afternoon simply sitting in the Midoriya living room, chatting about inconsequential things until Todoroki decided it was time to leave. "You can come over whenever you want, if you need a break from your dad," Izuku told him as he showed him to the door. "Thanks," came the flat answer. "I might do that." Izuku hoped it was true. Izuku avoided watching news reports about his press conference or his involvement in the capture of Stain. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to avoid his classmates, who were all too happy to talk about it. Constantly, Mina sent him links to articles about it. Uraraka made a virtual scrapbook about it, thinking he'd want to commemorate his first big villain apprehension. Kaminari and Minda suggested he use his newfound fame to get girls to date him. Even Kaken went into the group chat to demand answers and say how much better he could have done if he'd been there. The problem was, Izuku didn't really feel like he deserved all of the credit he was getting. Without the others, he probably wouldn't have survived the encounter, or at least not unscathed. Stain might have said he was worth keeping alive, but at the same time, he hadn't been about to let Izuku thwart his plans to kill the others. It had been mostly luck and good timing that had saved them all, and if anyone deserved the credit, it was probably Todoroki. He'd been the one who'd finally decided to just freeze both Izuku and Stain together, mostly because Stain had gotten so close to Izuku that he'd thought it the only option to avoid serious bloodshed. He had undoubtedly been right. The news should have been focusing on so many other things. The Nomus, Stain's ideology leading him to murder, the League of Villains, and the threat they posed. What many of them had decided was more important was a high school student with a creepy, villainous, amazing, or astonishing quirk that allowed him to take the quirks of the dying. Apparently, there were a few students in the school who hadn't felt any compunction about spreading gossip or giving out personal information about schoolmates. The articles always claimed it was an anonymous informant or some garbage. They touted the rumors as fact, and when school resumed on Monday, there were tons of reporters camped out in front of the school, even as early as Izuku got there. Staff was waiting when he arrived, and escorted him past as they shouted questions or even insensitive thoughts at him. It gave him a headache. His history teacher walked him to class, though he tried to pretend he was just walking in the same direction as Izuku, and then turned back the way he'd come when they reached 1A. Ada was already there, of course, looking stiff as usual but also very sober. His usual morning greeting was subdued and lacking in any hand-chopping when Izuku arrived. Izuku dropped his bag at his desk and went to sit backward in Tsuyu's chair to talk to him. "What did you finally decide about everything?" Izuku asked quietly, when Ada didn't seem inclined to talk. "I was advised by my family to let the record stand as it was. They said that it was obvious that those in authority had already realized the truth, and that I should respect their decision on how to proceed," Ada said, sounding like he disagreed. "I burned the commendation they gave me. I didn't deserve it. If I hadn't been so foolhardy, if you hadn't been there, Native would be dead," Izuku told him. "The reasons you went there were a million kinds of wrong, but it also ended up saving a life. Maybe more. I don't have to tell you what you did was dumb, you know that, and I think you're punishing yourself more than anyone else could. But maybe things happen for a reason." Ada gave a humorless laugh. "That's what Tensei said when he was done yelling and lecturing me." "Tensei is your brother." "Ingenium," Izuku clarified. "He said that he wanted me to take on the Ingenium name," Ada said with a nod. "But I feel too soiled for it now." "Why would he want you to take his hero name?" Izuku asked. "Exactly. No, won't he need it later when he gets better?" Izuku corrected. "Midoriya, he won't be getting better," Ada said, sounding surprised he would ask. "He can't feel his legs." Izuku waved that away. "I know that," he said with a shake of his head. "I meant that his quirk isn't in his legs, right? His engines are in his arms. I thought he'd be getting as healed as he's going to get and then building on it from there. I would think a wheelchair powered by an engine on each side would be pretty badass, but maybe he's too traumatized. Sorry, I didn't think of the emotional toll this probably took on him. He's already in his late 20s or early 30s, so maybe he wouldn't want to learn how to be a hero all over again." Izuku was bordering on mumbling at this point, but Ada was staring at him with open-mouthed shock. "Midoriya, Izuku released the lip he'd been pinching while thinking of all of the pros and cons of Tensei remaining a hero or not. "Thank you," Ada said fervently, putting a hand on the arm that Izuku had put on his desk. "It never occurred to any of us that he could rebound from this. I mean, yes, we want him to get stronger and adapt, but we all just assumed that hero work was a thing of the past for him. Hey, I'm not a doctor, so I don't know if it's possible, but it would be cool if he could pull it off," Izuku said as a disclaimer. "I'm sure he would have thought of it sooner or later." Ada was shaking his head, his eyes bright with unshed tears. "No, you don't understand the gloom that settled over my family. It's like they've been mourning him while he's still alive, and he's agreeing with them. I must talk to him. I have to make him see that there's a possibility." His eyes had a glassy sheen to them, like he might cry. "Are you going to ditch school?" Izuku asked when Ada jumped to his feet. "You'd better hurry, before anyone else sees you." "Too late," Uraraka said, entering the room. "I've seen you. What's going on?" "Ada's thinking about ditching class today," Izuku said. Ada looked scandalized. "I would never." Izuku grinned and Uraraka laughed. "What would make the straight-laced Ada want to ditch?" she asked curiously. "I told you, I'm not ditching." Ada spluttered. "Not now that you've been caught." "Sure," Izuku teased. It seemed a good idea to lighten the mood a little, since things would probably end up being crazy once everyone arrived with stories about their adventures in interning. Shadow arrived then, seeming lost in thought and vaguely surprised that he'd already arrived in class. When he saw the others, he deterred and came to join them. "Good morning, Todoroki-kun," Ida greeted, sounding much more like his usual self. "Morning," was the reply, flat as always. Their classmates began trickling in, a steady stream with most of them exuberant and chatty as they clustered to talk. It was noisy and everyone was trying to talk over the cacophony, which only added to it. Izuku glanced at his watch and saw that there was only a few seconds until homeroom started, and put his fingers to his lips, letting out a shrill whistle. "Could everyone get in their seats, please?" he asked when everyone stopped to stare. "Aizawa will be here any second." Everyone continued to talk, finishing what they were saying even as they slid into their assigned chairs. Izuku was the last one to settle down when Aizawa entered the room. "Welcome back," he told everyone as he took his place at the lectern. Izuku would have thought that having a week away from his students would have made him look at least a little less tired. But their teacher looked just as exhausted as ever. He wondered if that was because of him and Todoroki and Ada, and felt bad. He wondered if Aizawa had ever actually gotten enough sleep in his whole life. All he could tell is that his teacher really wanted a steamed pork bun with extra hoisin sauce. Izuku wondered if that was something Lunch Rush would provide later in the day, then told himself to focus. Aizawa was giving them the school announcements and notices, and he needed to take notes in the class log about it. He was still class rep, after all. It was kind of odd, but comforting being back in class and returning to a routine. He'd had an extra long session with his therapist over the weekend, and felt ready to face all of the residual consequences of being involved in a major news story recently. Just before Present Mike was due to burst into the room for their English lesson, Aizawa asked if there were any questions. Todoroki raised his hand, which was strange, because he rarely did so. "Do I have to go through any particular process to change my hero name?" Izuku grinned at the question, his eyes lighting up. "I just write it in your file. For now," Aizawa said. "What did you come up with?" "Tempest." Izuku's grin nearly split his face in half, especially since the rest of the class seemed enthusiastic about it. "Very fitting," Todoroki-san, Yaoyorozu praised. It could have been a figment of Izuku's imagination, but he could have sworn that there was a bit of a smile on Aizawa's face when he nodded. Noted. Kaken scowled. Basic hero training was a fun class that day, as everyone raced to show off the skills they'd learned at their internship. Izuku had improved a little, but the change in the others was even more remarkable, and Izuku's hands itched for his notebook to make addendums to his friends' pages. The one most changed in terms of movement might have been Takoyami, who had learned how to cloak himself in dark shadow and let his inner companion transport his body, much like flying. Ashido also showed incredible skill with her acid, melting finger holes into the sides of structures she wanted to climb. Her upper body strength must be seriously impressive. Izuku won the contest, but not by much. Kaken and Shiro and Takoyami had been within seconds of his time. Izuku was aware that the exercise hadn't been as well suited to some of the improvements his classmates had made in the past week. He looked forward to seeing what Uraraka had picked up as far as combat skills went, and what Kaken had learned from his time with All Might and Sir. Todoroki hadn't had a chance to show off his new fire manipulation, either. After class, they went to the locker room, where Minda found a hole in the wall that peeked into the girls' locker room, and tried to entice Izuku and the others to have a look. Ada, ever the voice of propriety, had scolded him loudly. That volume may have been what tipped off the girls, because a moment later, Gyro's earphone jack stabbed through the hole and straight into Minda's eye, causing him to scream in pain while the others laughed at his karmic punishment. Of all of his classmates, Izuku was the least inclined to seek out Minda's company for anything. He just seemed a bit immature and gross. His quirk was interesting, but the boy wasn't. After class, Aizawa told Izuku that he needed to stay behind, and he waved to his friends without concern as they filed out. "Principal Nezu would like to have a meeting with you," Aizawa told him. "I'll take you to his office." Nerves struck then, and Izuku stammered out, "Am I in trouble for something? Did you do anything you want to fess up to before we get there?" Aizawa asked, his tone as inscrutable as ever. "No," Izuku answered, running the day through his head to see if he could remember anything. "Then don't worry about it until you hear what he has to say," Aizawa recommended. Izuku realized that Aizawa had both been fishing for any transgressions on Izuku's part and avoiding a real answer at the same time. He walked beside his teacher, trying not to feel guilty of some imaginary, unknown crime. When they arrived at the principal's office, it was to find not only Nezu, but All Might and Sir Night-Eye waiting for him. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at this, but nodded when Nezu thanked him in a dismissive tone. "Midoriya-kun," Nezu greeted him cheerfully. "Thank you for coming to meet with us. Please, have a seat." Izuku nervously came further into the room and took a chair beside All Might, who was seated in one of 3 chairs ranged in front of Nezu's desk. He gave Sir and All Might a little wave of acknowledgement before looking to Nezu for some clue as to why he was called in. Midoriya-kun, this past week has been an eventful one for you. Through no fault of your own, you've been involved in several events that have had an impact on you and your educational experience, Nezu said, not sounding angry at all. I want you to know that I have already spoken to your father about the discussion we're about to have, and you can discuss it further with him this evening. He wanted to be here, but had a meeting he could not postpone and suggested that Sir Night-Eye and All Might were suitable proxies. Is that agreeable? Oh, of course, Izuku said, feeling flustered. He wasn't sure exactly how much Nezu knew about his relationship with his teacher and Sir. Wouldn't it seem weird to have them sitting in place of his father? What was this about? Was it a matter that required a hero to handle it? Relax, Izuku, Sir told him quietly. Principal Nezu is aware that we've been working closely with you and your father since your housekeeper informed us of what All for One was planning. Oh, Izuku said, calming down now that he knew what it was okay to and not to say. Right, good. Since All Might was the one who recommended you for UA, it's not all that much of a surprise, Nezu said pleasantly. You're a very lucky young man to have Japan's top hero vouching for you. Yes, Izuku agreed. I think I'm the luckiest person in Japan. The 3 men chuckled at the unbridled enthusiasm packed into that statement. Well, you might think otherwise in a moment, I'm afraid, Nezu said, sounding rueful. You see, the news reports about your encounter with Stain, and more particularly the ones that mention your quirks, have roused strong sentiments in some people. Ah, Izuku said, wilting. I get it. Do you? Nezu asked with a hint of surprise. Well, my quirk is what a lot of people have called creepy or villainous or things like that, he said, thinking specifically of Kaken, but also vaguely of others over the years. And you just said I might not think I was lucky anymore, so? Yes, Nezu said with a nod. There have been quite a few letters sent to the school demanding your expulsion, and even a few threats, which would explain why All Might and Sir need to be here, Izuku said gloomily. Don't jump to conclusions just yet, Izuku, Sir told him quietly. Nezu nodded as he stood up on the stool he'd been seated on behind his desk, then stepped onto the surface of his desk to gesture to a small basket about the size of a shoebox. Not all of the letters we received were threatening or uncomplimentary. Far from it, Nezu told him, picking up a neat stack of letters banded by rubber bands. I did ask for your father's permission to open the letters addressed specifically to you, in care of UA, Nezu assured him. For security reasons, we couldn't just hand them over directly to you, of course. We've weeded out the unhelpful ones and contacted the authorities to investigate the handful of threatening ones. You'll be relieved to know that none of them were specific, but general threats about confronting you if they ever saw you on the street and that sort of nonsense. Izuku's heart skipped a beat at that. It wasn't as if he'd done anything terrible with any of his quirks, and he had helped take a wanted killer off of the streets. Why were they so angry? Hi's expression must have spoken volumes. Because All Might put a hand on his shoulder with a comforting smile. All heroes get that sort of thing sometimes, young man. Even me. No matter how much good you do, there will always be those who will find a way to be unhappy about it for one reason or another. Very true, Nezu added. People weren't very keen on having an animal with an intelligence quirk as the principal of Japan's premier hero program in high school, and there was some very nasty backlash involved. But still, here we are, still moving forward and achieving excellence year after year. That actually did comfort Izuku somewhat. So, did you call me here because of the threats? Izuku asked. I'm already being super careful about. No, Nezu cut him off. We're quite confident that not only are you being sufficiently monitored and protected, but that you're fully capable of protecting yourself in most situations. It's about the other letters, Sir told him, obviously feeling they should get to the point. The positive ones. It's really nice that people would take the time to send positive letters, Izuku said, but I don't get why that would need a meeting with all of you. Midoriya-kun, Nezu said, taking a seat on the edge of his desk with his feet hanging over the edge. Some of the letters we received contain requests. Someone wants my help, Izuku asked, feeling confused. Yes and no, Nezu said. A few people who heard about your quirk want to give you theirs. Or a loved one is dying and they are offering you the quirk of the soon-to-be-deceased. Izuku just sat there for a moment, his brain having stalled. He couldn't process what he was hearing right away and needed some time to come to terms with what he was hearing. There are people who want to give me their quirks, he repeated, just to be sure. That's the gist of it. Yes, Nezu said. Our first inclination was to dispose of the letters, but then we decided that the choice had to be yours. Another factor in that decision was that Sir Night-Eye felt that one of the letters in particular might help you solve a particular and persistent drawback of your own quirk. Izuku looked at Sir, wondering what exactly he was thinking. The man in question has a moderately useful healing quirk, Sir told him, carefully keeping anything out of his voice that would make anyone feel he was trying to persuade Izuku in any way. Healing is an amazing quirk to have, Izuku admitted. But why do you think it would help? Oh, if Izuku had a healing quirk, it might cancel out his own quirk's tendency to cause others to die faster in his presence. Or maybe he could heal the person that was close to dying enough to wait for help arrive without Izuku making it worse. That was a lot to consider. His letter is quite eloquent, Nezu said gently, if you'd like to read it. Mostly he says that he's grown very old and is in the final stages of cancer. His quirk only works on others, not on himself, and wouldn't have been strong enough to cure him in any case. He heard about your quirk from the nurses caring for him and wanted to reach out to you to offer it. All Might cleared his throat, but his voice sounded thick with emotion as he added his own thoughts. He spent his life helping others, even though his quirk can only heal minor wounds. He said he'd be honored to pass it to a hero who could continue to use it to help others, so that it won't go to waste when he dies. How long does he have until? Izuku asked, hoping he didn't sound insensitive. According to his letter, they estimate he has weeks to days left, Nezu said. The room was so silent that the gulp of Izuku's throat as he swallowed was clearly audible. But, my being there will make him die faster. Yes, Sir said with a nod. If you decide to accept his offer, we would have to tell him about that aspect of your quirk and let him decide if he still wants to keep his offer open. We could also attempt to time it to when his condition deteriorates to the point where death is imminent. But there is a chance that the opportunity to pass his quirk would be missed if the timing was off, even by a few seconds. Waiting until he's almost gone to swoop in to collect, Izuku said around the huge lump forming in his throat. It seems very predatory. I know he's offering and everything, but he should understand exactly how it works before he makes up his mind. So you think this is something you want to do? Nezu asked without judgment. I don't think one is the right word, but I think it's the best solution for both of our situations, if that's really the man's final wish, Izuku said, unless any of you can think of a reason why I shouldn't. How do you mean? All Might asked. I don't know. You two have always sort of been my moral compass. If I don't know if I should do something, I ask myself if you guys would be disappointed in me if I did. It seems like it's the right thing to do, but I want to be sure I'm not missing something I should consider. If you're concerned about morality, Sir finally said after a moment of silence, I think you're well within the bounds of where you should be. I understand that it can seem wrong to benefit from the death of another person. But at the same time, this man is offering you a gift, and it's not something that anyone else will lose out on if you take it. In fact, many people could potentially benefit from it in the future, All Might added. It would be wrong to, say, hang out in disaster zones in the hopes that someone with a strong and useful quirk dies. This isn't what's happening here, and we would be the first to question the ethics of a decision like that. Izuku nodded and sat still for another full minute, pinching his bottom lip as he considered. He didn't realize there was a tear crawling in a small track down his cheek as he took a deep breath and straightened. I think I should do it, he finally decided. Should I? Do I need to call him, or? I think it would be best if Nezu or myself made the call and explained the particulars of your quirk and how it works, Sir said calmly. If he is still willing and wants to go through with it, we'll see to the arrangements and let you know, one way or the other. Do I need to do anything about the other letters? Izuku asked, feeling a little lightheaded at the idea of willingly taking someone's offered quirk. Not at the moment, Nezu said quietly. I think you've got enough on your plate right now. Take some time to gather your thoughts and prepare for everything that this decision might entail. Rest. We can talk about the other letters tomorrow or even the next day. Everyone stood, and All Might politely lifted Nezu from his desk to the ground. Izuku politely bowed to all of them and turned to leave the room, with All Might following behind. Sir isn't coming, he asked as the door closed behind All Might. He's going to stay and help Nezu coordinate the details, All Might told him. Izuku nodded and turned to walk, then stopped when All Might placed a comforting hand on Izuku's shoulder. I believe you made the right choice, he said solemnly. Then why do I feel like crying? Izuku asked with a wobbly chin. Because you've got a hero's heart, young man, was the simple answer. Come on, I'll drive you home. Izuku spent a lot of time in his head that night. He'd told his father about his decision, and even had a phone conference with his therapist about it, but it was still a lot. Willingly accepting a quirk from someone was somehow different from accidentally acquiring one, and he wasn't quite sure how to feel about it. On the one hand, a healing quirk, no matter how minor, was always useful. It was relatively rare in any form. And if one had just suddenly appeared in his repertoire one day, he would have thought it was fantastic. Actually making a conscious decision to basically hasten someone's death to get the same quirk, a little less so. Even if the man who was offering it in the first place was on board with the idea, wasn't he basically killing someone? He knew the answer to that was basically no, but it was still a squirmy little bug of doubt that was fluttering in his chest. Maybe once the man realized that Izuku's presence would speed his demise, he'd change his mind. Izuku wasn't sure if he hoped that was what would happen or not, and that made him feel guilty. In the end, he called Ada. who was the one of his peers who he knew would advise him in the best course of action as he saw it, which was usually on the straight and narrow path. Ada had listened and sympathized with his plight, and Izuku felt better to hear his friend confirm the conclusion that he had already come to. The benefits outweighed any amount of guilt he may feel, as long as the dying man was wholly aware of what would happen. Ada promised not to tell anyone, and not to judge him for whatever choice he decided to make. Izuku went to bed that night exhausted from emotional overload, and thankfully didn't experience any nightmares like the ones that had become all too common of late. In the morning, as he was getting ready for school, his father came out only half-dressed. "Sir Night, I just called," he said, watching his son closely for any signs of panic or anxiety. The man with the healing quirk was very relieved to hear from him, and asked him to come as soon as possible. He wants to meet you in person, and for you to be there when it happens." Izuku paused in cutting the tamagoyaki and then nodded. "When? Sir is coming to pick you up right now. You have about a half an hour until he arrives," his dad said. "Are you okay with all of that?" Izuku took a deep breath before he nodded. The wriggling bug in his chest finally quieted and stilled. "I'm glad he wants to meet me," he finally said, feeling calm for the first time since the decision was made. "It seems right. I think I was worried that I would just be hanging around in another room like a vulture or something. I think that's what felt wrong about all of it." His father nodded, but couldn't quite inhale the tiny tendril of smoke that drifted from one nostril for a moment. "Do you want me to take the day off and go with you? It's bound to be a difficult day," his father offered. "Thanks, Dad, but I can handle it," Izuku said. "Sir will be with me. If not, All Might, too. I really appreciate that you do that, but I think I can handle it, if you're sure," his dad said, looking uncertain. Izuku nodded firmly, suddenly feeling a confidence in his decision that had been missing before he knew he would be meeting the man. His father lingered over breakfast, staying until his son left with his mentors without seeming to be in distress. That was how Izuku came to be sitting on a bullet train less than an hour later, with All Might and Sir headed to Fukushima. All Might was in an aisle seat, and Izuku was next to the window, Sir across the aisle from All Might, working on a laptop. They had explained how the quirk worked on the way to the train station, and that it seemed very suitable for Izuku's situation. He realized that even though this man's healing quirk is relatively minor, one for all may give it a little power boost. All Might asked Izuku. "I thought of that," Izuku admitted, "but it seems like if that happens, it can only be a good thing, right?" "It would certainly seem so," All Might agreed. "I'm told that Suo-san is a good man who has spent his life as a doctor. Then after retirement, simply as a volunteer at a children's hospital, doing what he could to ease their suffering when they were hurt. That's a big legacy to live up to," Izuku said. "I'll have to work hard to make sure not to waste it." Izuku watched the scenery fly past the window outside contentedly, feeling like he was doing the right thing, and at peace with that. He was letting his mind wander to what his classmates would be doing in class today. When All Might spoke tentatively again, "Midoriya Shonen," All Might said after a few minutes. You realize that you're going to be present when this man dies, don't you?" "I do understand," Izuku said with a nod, meeting All Might's uncomfortable gaze with a steady one of his own. "I know it's going to be hard, but I owe him that much if he wants me to be there. Even though I'll be getting his quirk, the first part isn't about me. This man has reached the end of his life, and he's choosing to spend it with a stranger just so he can help me out and leave something of himself behind. The least I can do is sit with him." All Might nodded slowly at the answer, seeming satisfied with Izuku's response. "Can you tell me what other kinds of people wrote to me about quirks they want me to have? I mean, I'm not really keen on doing this more than this once unless you and Sir think it's necessary. But I just don't understand why people would do that. Death is scary for a lot of people," All Might said thoughtfully. "The idea of having a part of you live on in someone else must hold appeal for some. Part of me will live on in you, just like you carry part of all of the previous holders of One for All, so I suppose I can understand their reasoning." "I guess," Izuku said dubiously. "But you took the time to get to know me and decide if I was really the one you wanted to pass it along to. These people just found out about me a couple of days ago. Couldn't they just be organ donors or something?" Izuku's words seemed to amuse All Might, and brought the somewhat somber mood some much-needed cheer. "That's true," he said with a wry grin. "There's always that. I don't have a lot of organs left, though." Izuku actually laughed at that, and he'd never, ever thought it would be one of the things he'd have a sense of humor about. Sir looked away from the laptop computer he'd been working on to see what they were so animated about, and gave a small smile when he noticed that they seemed happy. "To be honest, most of the quirks that people wanted you to have ranged on the spectrum from redundant because they were close to ones you already have, to just plain weird. One was a man who lives in a temple and wants to see if you could inherit the giant ram's horns of the current, elderly head priest." "Ram's horns?" Izuku asked in surprise, trying to imagine himself that way. The idea was strange, and he thought of how difficult it would be to find a good position for sleep with a physical feature like that. Do you think that's even possible? Taking on such a major physical attribute like that? Your quirk is a bit of a mystery, so I don't think you could rule it out, All Might consider. Your Teflon quirk is sort of a mutant type, even if it doesn't change your appearance. I guess so, Izuku said. I guess I'm extra lucky that the winged Namu wasn't killed near me. I might have ended up with bat wings and who knows what else. The very idea repulsed him. Thank the gods, All Might agreed. The priest who wanted you to inherit the horns also wanted you to become a fixture or an acolyte priest at their temple if the quirk was truly transferable. And I don't think you'd want to abandon your pursuit of becoming a hero for that. Definitely not. There were some that were just hopeful that they could be of use after death. But there was nothing so compelling that it would be worth the emotional and possible physical experience required to obtain them. One was even from a reformed villain, who was hoping to use you to make up for some of his past sins by committing seppuku and passing his quirk to you to use for good deeds. The one you're receiving today was the only one we felt was remotely worth truly considering. If you had decided not to, we never would have mentioned it again. Izuku nodded, wondering if they had known what his decision would be before they even asked him. He suspected that they knew him well enough to have guessed. The ride to Fukushima only took about 90 minutes, and when they arrived, All Might excused himself to change into his hero form in private. When he reappeared, there were the usual fans and commotion that often gave away his presence. There was an older man in a suit just outside the station, and he was holding a sign with Izuku's name on it. He looked surprised to see All Might was one of the people he was picking up, but hid his scot quickly and escorted them to a waiting vehicle. Suo-san lives not too far from here, Sir told Izuku as they settled into the van. He's chosen to return home from the hospice for his final days. There will be no danger of anyone else in poor health being nearby. Izuku nodded, a surge of nerves swelling up inside of him. He is very much looking forward to your visit, the driver told them, obviously aware of why they were there. He wanted me to tell you that he is more than ready, and to please don't worry about this. Sir nodded, and Izuku followed along. Has his condition deteriorated since we spoke? Sir asked the man. It's hard to tell, the man said with a respectful air, but he's been getting weaker every day. The medicine keeps him comfortable to a point, but there's only so much it can do without rendering him unable to communicate, and he refuses to allow that. Sir nodded. Izuku wondered how much pain the man was really in. To be ready to die before his time was technically completely up. Not too much, he hoped. It only took minutes to reach the house, which was an unassuming single-family home like a million others all over Japan. Izuku wasn't sure if his quirk was already activated, causing a tug inside the man like All Might has described before. He hurriedly followed the other men into the house and down a hallway to a small room, aware that the metaphorical hourglass had been flipped the moment Izuku had come in range. It had probably been a living room at some point, but had been converted into a bedroom, possibly because it was on the ground floor of a 2-story house. It was probably too hard to manage stairs when you were as sick as this man was. Izuku had almost expected a hospital bed, somehow. There was the slighted niggling of a memory long forgotten of a woman in a hospital bed in an empty room. I've brought him, the man who had driven them said, moving to the old man's side. Suo-san was propped up against a mountain of pillows, gazing out of a window at a bird feeder that was attached to the glass on the other side, the kind made to make bird watching easy as they landed to take advantage of a quick meal. The room was light and airy feeling, with a peaceful aura to it that was comforting and homey. I know, Suo-san said with a faint smile. He turned his head and smiled at Midoriya, holding out a frail hand toward him. Izuku didn't hesitate to stride forward and take the offered hand, not sure how long the man now had. Thank you for coming, the man said, squeezing Izuku's fingers. His hands were thin and paper dry, mottled with age spots, but neatly manicured. His eyes were rheumy and the whites were yellowish, but his wispy hair was neatly combed, and he had the general appearance of someone who was being very well cared for. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir, Midoriya told him sincerely. I hear you've lived a heroic life, helping people. The old man's wrinkled face stretched into a grin and he wheezed in a way that told Izuku that he was laughing as best he could. Because of you, he said in a reedy voice, just barely audible, part of me can keep on doing that. You're a true hero, sir, All Might told him in a quiet, deep voice. All Might, the man said with some surprise, as if he'd just noticed the giant of a man standing in his room. What an amazing day this is. Izuku waited for the man to say more, still holding the hand he'd been offered, when he felt it. A vibration, much like a shiver, skated over his body, raising every hair on his arms and legs. I think he's gone, Izuku said, tears welling in his eyes. It happened so fast, I didn't get to tell him thank you or anything. No thanks are necessary, the man in the suit told him quietly, wiping his own damp eyes on a handkerchief. My father was so happy when he found out that you were willing to come here today. You made his last moments happy and peaceful. His father. Izuku felt the tears spill and gently set Suo-san's hand down on the bed before he rose and bowed deeply to his son. I'm sorry for your loss, he said immediately. I should have realized that you'd want to be by his side when he... No, the man said gently, smiling through his tears. My father was a very good man, and he knew this was coming for a long time. We have had much time to come to terms with this and have said everything we needed to say before your arrival. Knowing that a part of him will be out in the world still is a great comfort to me, and one I would have missed out on if not for you. The man bent and double-checked his father's pulse in his neck and checked his watch with a small nod. Thank you. Izuku wasn't sure if he was thanking him, his father, or the universe, but it was heartfelt and Izuku felt more tears spill. A nurse arrived not long after and nodded quietly at a simple hand gesture from the younger Suo-san. Izuku was aware that Sir and all All-Might were paying their condolences and expressing thanks. Izuku stood focusing on a picture on the bedside table of a young man in a doctor's lab coat, grinning at the camera beside a young boy in a sailor suit hugging his leg and smiling up at the doctor adoringly. He assumed it was the two Suo men, many years ago. It reminded him of a similar photograph of him and his father when Izuku was young, and something tugged at his heartstrings to see it. A warm hand landed on his shoulder, and Izuku looked up to see Sir looking back at him with a slight smile. It's time to go, he said quietly. The ride back to the city was quiet, but not as somber as Izuku had expected. All Might explained in more detail what he'd been told about how the healing quirk worked, but until it was time to use it, they wouldn't really know how strong it was. If he had to use a word to describe the overall mood of the trio, it would be reflective. They were each lost in their own thoughts and were comfortably silent until they arrived back where they had started from that morning. Is it okay if I go to school for the rest of the day? Izuku asked after sending a quick message to his father to let him know he'd gotten back safely. If I get there soon, I can still make it to basic hero training class. I feel like I need to move around and get some pent-up energy out. All Might eyed him for a moment, as if to judge his mental state, then nodded. I'll drive you. Izuku didn't have to wait long for an opportunity to use his new quirk. His classmates had been pleasantly surprised to see him arrive at school just after lunch, and Aizawa had simply nodded and continued on with his instructions. Once they were dismissed to get changed into their gear, Izuku was pelted with questions about his earlier absence. He just said he had an appointment, but Ida's eyes met his and he gave a barely perceptible nod. Ida nodded in return. The day's lesson was taught by a guest, who was a local hero from Hokkaido known as the Bear. While not as tall as All Might, the man was still massive, and hands that strongly resembled those of a grizzly bear paw. He had shaggy brown hair on his head and longer than usual canine teeth, but otherwise didn't resemble a bear all that much. Still, he had agreed to come and teach the students while he was in town visiting family. His specialty was restraint techniques, and he demonstrated how to effectively disable an average humanoid-shaped person, and even gave them some tips on other types, like shapeshifters. For demonstration purposes, he called forward a couple of the students and asked them to fight against being subdued by him, using whatever method they could think of. In short order, he'd managed to pin or restrain Kirishima, Gyro, and even Sato, who had consumed a handful of sugar cubes first. The last person he chose was Kaken, and he gave the biggest fight by far, setting off explosions and bucking his body furiously in an attempt to be the one to prevail. In the end, the bear managed to wrangle him and eventually Kaken found himself with his face smashed into the ground and his arms unable to do more than fire into open air uselessly. Izuku thought for sure that Kaken's anger over this would cause a tantrum of some sort, but he'd merely scowled and dusted himself off before falling back into the ranks of the class when he was released. Izuku could tell he was running it through his head, wondering what he could have done differently and how to avoid what had gotten him trapped. If Izuku knew Kaken like he thought he did, he would learn from this and use it to his advantage. They were broken into pairs. They would take turns trying to restrain each other without either of the participants using their quirks. Izuku heard the bear comment to Kaken that he liked his tenacity, and gave him some pointers for how to avoid the situation he'd just been in. Those explosions of yours are something else, kid. Work hard, and you could make it to the top, Bear told him. Izuku saw that the bear's arm had a burn mark where at least one of Kaken's blasts had hit its mark. He stepped forward as Kaken walked away, Gyro following along, since she was Izuku's partner for the exercise. Excuse me, Izuku said almost apologetically. I was wondering if you'd mind letting me try one of my quirks on you. You're that kid, the bear said with a grin. I read about you. You really have 13 quirks. Izuku fought down a blush before saying timidly, 14, now. This caught Aizawa's attention and he looked at Izuku sharply. I gained quirk this morning into chilling, and I'd like to try it on you. The bear and Aizawa both blinked. You got a new quirk this morning? Gyro asked, as if she had clearly understood the jumble of words that Izuku had just vomited out in a flood. Luckily her voice didn't carry, and everyone else was busy working on the exercise. Izuku nodded. A healing one? Gyro asked with interest. Izuku nodded again. Yeah, it's supposed to be a minor one, so mostly surface wounds and stuff, but I haven't used it yet, so I'm not sure. I saw the burns and thought it might be a good place to start. Aizawa sighed and rubbed his eyes with the same aggrieved attitude that Sir used when he pinched the bridge of his nose. We're going to have a conversation after class, Midoriya, he said tiredly. Izuku nodded, wondering if he was in trouble. His teacher didn't seem mad, so much as worn down. Sure kid, why not? The bear said with a shrug. Hold it, Aizawa said, holding up a hand before anyone could do anything. Midoriya, do you even know how it works? Izuku nodded. I've been told that all I have to do is touch the person and think about the wound and the quirk will do the rest. They said I might feel a little tired afterward, but that would depend on how serious the wound was. I thought that since it was such a light burn. How do you know this? Aizawa asked in a neutral tone. The deceased son explained it, Izuku said cautiously. Aizawa nodded and gave the go-ahead, but watched very carefully. Izuku was sure that if anything went wrong, Izuku would find that his quirk had been turned off pretty quickly. Hold up, Gyro said. She fished out her phone and opened her camera. Once it was set to record video, she nodded. Izuku only paused a moment before placing a hand on the bear's arm and concentrating on the patch of red skin he'd noticed earlier. The bare skin of his exposed forefinger made contact with the bear's arm. To his relief, no hair sprouted, and the red faded away relatively quickly, leaving behind only a light dusting of singed arm hair to show that anything had happened to it at all. Nice work, kid, the bear said appreciatively. Didn't feel a thing. Nothing? Izuku asked. Nope, it was stinging a bit. And it just faded to nothing, like the red did. Cool, Izuku breathed. How do you feel? Aizawa asked Izuku. Izuku took a moment to take personal stock of himself. Fine, he declared with relief. Completely fine. All right, you've had your experiment. You and Gyro go do the assignment. Izuku nodded, feeling exuberant, and Gyro held her fist out expectantly. Izuku bumped his fist to hers with a small smile. Izuku and Gyro worked well together, and Izuku learned that Gyro was surprisingly strong for someone as slim as she was. Once the class had practiced for a while, they switched partners and started all over and then switched again and again. When class was over, they were all sweaty and experiencing various levels of triumph or frustration by what they'd learned and practiced. So, Gyro asked him quietly just before they got back to the classroom, should I be keeping quiet about? You know, Izuku shook his head with a grateful smile. I don't think it's a big deal if anyone finds out. I just wanted to see how it worked, you know. She smiled back at him a little sadly. She patted his shoulder and asked gently, did you see him die? I mean, the guy with the healing quirk. You said their son told you. Izuku nodded, and some of the emotion he'd felt came rushing back. Yeah, it was. He went peacefully. Was it someone you knew? She asked gently, as if she expected him to begin crying. It was someone I wish I'd gotten to know better, he said truthfully, feeling slightly choked up. I don't really feel like I can talk about it yet. She nodded and gave his arm a comforting squeeze before she left him to go inside. Izuku was about to follow after her when he felt someone yank him backward roughly. Are you interested in Gyro? A voice hissed in his ear. Muscle memory had Izuku spinning, grabbing the speaker and sweeping out his leg automatically. He was looking down at Kaminari's surprised face for a few seconds before he realized he wasn't in danger. He was safe at UA. He offered a hand and hauled Kaminari to his feet with a chagrined, sorry. You surprised me. What do you mean, interested? Don't play dumb. Are you interested in Gyro? Kaminari demanded, looking worried. He didn't even seem to have registered that he'd just been thrown to the floor, but that could be because they'd just spent a whole training session doing that. You mean like ... as a girl? Izuku asked awkwardly. What else would I mean? Kaminari hissed in a whisper shout. Well, I don't know, Izuku drawled while rolling his eyes. She's really cool and has a really interesting quirk, and is going to be an awesome hero. She's also cute and nice. That's why I'm asking, Kaminari said, becoming more agitated. The nerd ain't interested in your crush, dunce face, Kakin said, coming back out into the hall and staring at them. You want to ask her out, just man up and do it. He didn't bother to keep his voice down. Kaminari looked panicked. You're not? He asked Izuku. Izuku shook his head. Not right now. I mean, we're here to work on becoming heroes, not trying to get girls. By the way, Kakin told them conversationally, Aizawa's probably going to skin you both alive in about 2 seconds. Izuku let out a very undignified shriek and jumped into the room, sprinting for his chair. When he got there, it was to see that everyone was staring at him. Aizawa was nowhere to be seen. Thanks, Kakin. Izuku let out his breath in a whoosh of relief to know he hadn't been keeping the class waiting on him. Now that the surge of panic had passed, it was probable that Aizawa was probably seeing their guest out and thanking him. I think you might be getting more see-through than before, Uraraka said from across the room. Really? He asked, looking down at himself as if he was still transparent from his sudden spurt of breathlessness. She nodded, and so did Ishido and Siro and possibly Hagakure, who had a barrette in her hair that bobbed up and down. Maybe one for all was giving it a little boost. Kaminari and Bakugo came into the room not a second too soon, since Aizawa was right behind them. They slid into their seats as Aizawa took his place at the lectern. Before you go home, be aware that finals are coming up, he said, staring straight at Kaminari, Kirishima, and Ashido in turn. There was a collective groan, and even a panicked-sounding squeak mixed in with it. Summer is rapidly approaching. And because it would be illogical and self-sabotaging for any of you to take a whole month off of school. Every student leaned forward in their seat at least a little, hanging on their teacher's every word. We've arranged a summer training camp. Many of the kids cheered joyfully. And even the more reserved ones like Ada, Yaoyorozu, and Todoroki smiled and looked pleased. There were exclamations of excitement as ideas like campfires, tests of courage, outdoor baths, and fireworks were suggested as possibilities. Even Izuku imagined hikes in nature and playing capture the flag in the woods. Those of you who do not pass your finals, Aizawa cut in, will endure a hellish month here, getting remedial training to catch you up to the rest of the class. What? At least 4 voices cried out in unison. Izuku winced in sympathy. So study hard, Aizawa told them in closing. Dismissed. Izuku waved his friends ahead when they looked at him inquiringly, and stayed seated. He knew he owed Aizawa-sensei some sort of explanation for today, and he deserved to know what was going on. He wondered if it was okay to talk to him about the letters and stuff, but decided that since no one had specifically told him to keep it secret, it wouldn't hurt anything. Okay, problem child, Aizawa said once everyone was gone and the door closed. Spill. He joined Izuku at his desk, straddling Bakugo's chair backward and looking at his student expectantly. Sorry, sensei, Izuku told him sincerely. I guess I shouldn't have just sprung that on you like that. You guess, Aizawa asked. Did it occur to you that as your teacher, I need to know every tool at my disposal, including the quirks of my students, so I can make informed decisions when and if things get out of hand? Izuku thought about the USJ and how much his new quirk might have changed some things. He nodded now, knowing his teacher was correct. You knew before you even used this new quirk what it was, Aizawa observed. I thought that you didn't know what they were until they showed up. Normally that would be true, but that meeting with the principal yesterday got complicated. Izuku went on to explain his connection with All Might and Sir Night-Eye as it had been explained to Nezu. Then he explained about the news reports from Hasu giving a few people a lot of different ideas. He told him about the hate mail, the approving, encouraging ones, and then about the ones from people offering their quirks. They offered. Aizawa began, then trailed off, thinking about it. I guess that makes sense, in a morbid kind of way. Izuku nodded and went on to explain about Dr. Suo, how close he'd been to his final days, and how they believed that a healing quirk might help with the aspect of the inheritance quirk that made people die faster. Then he talked about taking the train this morning to Fukushima and meeting the man in his dying moments. Aizawa listened intently until Izuku finished, and then stayed silent for almost a full minute more before he spoke. You've set a dangerous precedent, Midoriya. When people find out that you've willingly accepted a quirk, they won't find out, Izuku assured him quickly. That was part of the agreement with Dr. Suo's son. Only the two of them knew what was going on, and his son promised not to tell anyone. I don't plan on doing it again without a very, very good reason. This time it seemed kind of like the perfect solution to a couple of different problems, and even then, everyone let it be completely my decision. Aizawa was silent for another moment before he shook his head. Why do I feel like this year is going to seem like a decade? He muttered. Izuku smiled sheepishly. To be on the safe side, I'm going to see if Recovery Girl would be willing to fit in a couple of training sessions with you either before or after school to give you some pointers and make sure you're being safe about it. From the sound of it, it draws energy from you instead of the injured. Something like that, Izuku agreed. When you're here at school, you're not to use it without a teacher's supervision except in extreme emergencies. At least, not until you've gotten some training with it. Got it? Yes, sir, Izuku said obediently. Fine, for now. All Might's probably wondering where you are, Aizawa said by way of dismissal. Izuku nodded and grabbed his back. As he opened the door, Present Mike was entering. Hey there, listener. Is Aizawa giving you a hard time? Nope, Izuku grinned at him, recognizing that they were speaking English. He's just being a good teacher. Just before the door closed again, Izuku could have sworn he heard Aizawa ask Mike if it was too early for whiskey. Izuku was surprised to find Uraraka, Hagakure, Koda, Ashido, and, even more strangely, Urashi standing in the lobby of his apartment building when he arrived home. Rapidfire was leaning against the wall by the entrance to the stairwell chatting with them amiably until Izuku came in. Hey, Midoriya, Inasa said loudly, waving. Hey, everyone, what are you doing here? We came to see you, Hagakure announced, the apparent spokesperson for the group, and beg for your help. And your cooking, Uraraka added, eyeing the grocery bags dangling from his arms. He laughed at that and they all took the elevator up to the 15th floor, where Rapidfire checked everything out before leaving them alone. "So what do you need help with?" Izuku asked, taking his grocery bags to the fridge. He'd asked All Might to stop at the store on the way home, because they were dangerously low on almost everything. "English," the girls all said in unison while Koda nodded in agreement. Inasa was busy looking through the grocery bags before Izuku could even start unpacking them. "Got any snacks?" Izuku shooed him away before pulling a box of senbei and a bag of chips from the cabinet and handing them over. "So you guys are here for a study group?" he asked, putting away groceries while he talked. "Yes, please," Uraraka said, crunching on a cracker. Izuku remembered his chats with her, and how he'd come to the conclusion that she didn't have a lot of money budgeted for food. He decided to make something more substantial for them to eat and smiled cheerfully. "I don't know how good of a teacher I can be, but if you show me what you're having trouble with." Since there were only 4 chairs at the table, everyone spread out in the living room. Izuku put a ton of rice in the rice cooker before going to join them for a few minutes, then went back and forth between the kitchen and living room to help them study for finals. Within a half an hour, everyone had access to some dishes of edamame and small grilled rice bowls to help keep their minds off their hunger while they worked. Izuku began to become worried about Inasa and Mina actually passing their finals about halfway through their study session. It wasn't that they weren't smart, they didn't grasp this particular subject well, and their attention spans were all over the place. Inasa seemed easily distracted by everything around him, asking random questions about pictures on the wall or if Koda could talk to fish. Mina had a similar problem in that she got bored easily with things she didn't understand, and her mind wandered to things she was more interested in. Both were capable in their own way, but learning in the traditional way from books wasn't working for them. Uraraka was just a generally average student who wanted to do better. She understood the material and did adequately, but tended to rely on mnemonics to help her remember key facts. Unfortunately, there were only so many of those she could use, and English was a crazy language where one word could have multiple spellings and similar meanings. Izuku had had a similar problem before he became a polyglot, and if he hadn't gotten some groundwork done on English before that to help him, he'd need more help himself. Koda was a funny one. He didn't seem to necessarily need much help, though he did act appreciative of the tips and tricks Uraraka used to memorize some things. Maybe he just wanted to be included. Maybe one of the others had invited him so firmly that he felt he couldn't say no. He listened attentively, but for a while when they first met, Izuku almost thought he was mute and that maybe he might talk to animals telepathically because he almost never talked. Maybe it was because he was shy. It was just odd that he'd shown up with such a boisterous group, and not sought out quieter companions like Ajiro, Yaoyorozu, Takoyami, or Shoji. Still, he was polite and smiled often enough that Izuku didn't feel like he was out of place, either. By the time his friends left, it was starting to get dark outside, and since it was summertime, that meant it was later than Izuku had thought. He got a message from his father saying he was having dinner with coworkers, so he didn't have to worry about preparing a meal, either. It was the type of evening that made him wish he was free to go out to a ramen shop, or even just the combini by himself, or explore the neighborhood, or go visit the beach he'd helped clean up and see how it was doing. Stupid League of Villains. He was tired of always being under surveillance by someone. He was really looking forward to training camp. The next morning, Izuku was more determined than ever to help his friends pass the subjects they were having trouble in, so they could all go to camp together and have fun. His father dropped him off at the curb in front of UA a little later than usual, and with a tired wave, and drove away. Izuku stopped to tie his shoe when another car came screeching to a halt behind him. "Get in the car," a menacing voice growled at him from the window. He was pointing some kind of weapon at Izuku that looked like it could be a gun with a handkerchief draped over it, maybe to hide the fact that he was pointing a gun at a kid. "Don't try anything funny. No one has to get hurt here," the man told him as Izuku raised his hands in front of himself to show that he was unarmed and helpless. "Get in." Both the driver and a passenger were wearing luchador-type masks to hide their faces. Izuku slowly nodded and stepped forward toward the back door. He reached for the door handle and opened the door carefully. Then, as the man was telling him again to hurry and get in, he forced one for all to the surface. In a huge rush of power, he tore the car's door completely off its hinges with a groan of twisted metal and tossed it behind him. There was a great deal of shouting, then. "What the hell?" the driver bellowed. "Shit," the passenger yelled. "Floor it." Oh no, they weren't getting away. Izuku bent and grabbed the underside ledge of where the door used to be, and turned the car over on its side. Almost at the same time, a body came flying up from behind Izuku and landed on the driver's door. "Die shitty villains," Kaken roared, setting off twin explosions into the back seat area of the car through the hole the missing door had left. The windows of the vehicle blew out in all directions, scattering tiny bits of gummy safety glass in all directions. Kaken leaped backward onto the sidewalk at the same time he set off his explosions, and Izuku reached out a hand to steady him as he landed and stumbled backward on the curb. Both boys watched as the car rocked on its side for a few seconds before falling back on its tires, which were already spinning. With a scream of burning rubber, the vehicle lurched forward, only to suddenly sink into the ground up to its now absent windows, where the road had turned to mush. Honuki was crouched near the curb with his hands flat on the road. The would-be kidnappers scrambled to escape. And suddenly Kaminari was there, letting loose on the hood of the vehicle with an incomprehensible amount of electricity that made it look as though multiple lightning bolts had struck the car at once. The men inside didn't move after that. Kaminari's face had gone completely slack, and he gave Izuku and Kaken a drunken-looking double thumbs up while a string of drool began to leak out of the corner of his mouth. Kaken snorted out a laugh. "Nice job, Dunce-face," he said as Kaminari wobbled over. "Yeah," Kaminari answered. There was a crowd by now, and teachers were running toward them from every direction. Within a matter of minutes, the suspects were dragged out of the car and bound. Police were en route, and Izuku, Kaken, Honuki, and Kaminari were explaining to their teachers what had happened. Kaminari wasn't much help, until Izuku had an idea, took off his glove and grabbed Kaminari's hand. There wasn't really an injury to focus on, so he just pictured his classmate as he normally was and tried to mentally push that memory into Kaminari through their linked hands. It kind of felt like static in Izuku's mind, that cleared to a crisp image of the regular Kaminari. It took a few seconds, but the blonde boy blinked a few times and shook his head, apparently back to his old self. "What just happened?" he asked. Kaken looked at Kaminari, then at Izuku, then back to Kaminari inside. "You've got to be effing kidding me." Izuku looked sheepish as he shrugged. Aizawa sighed. Everyone else looked confused. "Hey kid," one of the recently arrived policemen asked, "can you do that to these guys so we can ask them some questions?" Izuku looked to Aizawa for permission, and his teacher nodded tiredly. Izuku repeated what he'd done with Kaminari, even though he didn't have a clear image of what these men were normally like. At first, they didn't respond, but when Izuku added a little more one for all than what he usually used constantly to it, the first man was shocked awake so quickly that Izuku shouted in surprise, mostly because the man came to and screamed. The second man jolted back to consciousness equally quickly, but with less noise. They were both extremely disoriented and surprised to find themselves in the custody of the police. "All of you go to class for now," Principal Nezu said, arriving on the scene in a tiny golf cart. "Your teachers and I will get to the bottom of this. If the police need you to make a statement, we'll call for you." Aizawa shoved a wadded-up sheet of paper at Izuku as they turned to obey. "Take over, class rep," he said. Izuku fell into step with Kaminari, Honuki, and Kaken as they hurried through the school gates. The paper Aizawa had given him was basically a list of the morning announcements, so Izuku assumed he was tasked with delivering them to the class. While they walked, Kaminari was busily chattering to a semi-annoyed Kaken about the wild start to the morning, and Honuki was joining in. Izuku paused before they split into their different rooms to thank all of them for their help. "Don't worry about it," Honuki told him easily, hands in his pockets. "All I did was save you a little time. You had it handled." Izuku grinned. "Thanks, anyway." Honuki went into class, and Izuku caught up with Kaken and Kaminari. "Thanks for your help, guys," he said, not sure what to expect. "TCH, whatever," Kaken said. "I love blowing shit up." That was as good as any "you're welcome" that Izuku was bound to get, and he nodded. "I'm still not sure what the hell happened, but okay, I guess," Kaminari said easily. The rest of the class was in a state of excitement, because most of them had seen the commotion in front of the gates, but no one knew what had happened. When their 3 missing classmates arrived without their teacher, the room erupted into questions. "Some idiot thought it would be a good idea to try and snatch the nerd," again Kaken said as if it was an everyday occurrence. "In front of a hero school." You could have heard a pin drop for all of 5 seconds before there was shouting and more questions. Izuku walked over and stood at the lectern and waved his hands for everyone's attention. Everyone quieted and waited expectantly for an explanation. "Everything's fine." Kaken and Kaminari and Honuki from 1B helped catch them, and police were arresting them. "No one was hurt, and Aizawa asked me to take care of the morning announcements." "But what happened?" Mina asked. "Like, details. I need details. Can we save that for after the announcements?" Izuku asked hopefully. The answer to that was apparently no. Questions started up again, this time directed at Kaken and Kaminari, since Izuku was being a stick in the mud. Ada was trying valiantly to get everyone to settle down and listen, but it was just adding to the noise. Izuku sighed and picked up a stack of blank papers from under the lectern. He counted out 20 of them, then tugged off his glove and used his copy quirk to make a page with the announcements for each student, as they all talked about what had happened outside. Izuku set 5 copies of the announcements on the first desk in each row and told them to take one and hand it back. He slipped into his seat with only about a minute until Present Mike was due to arrive for English. "Midoriya," Takoyami said from the desk diagonally behind them. "Are you sure you're okay?" I'm fine, he answered automatically. Not a scratch. That's not really what I meant, Takoyami said. Someone just tried to kidnap you. Oh, yeah, Izuku said with a nod. I see what you mean. I haven't really had time to think about it yet. I guess it depends on who it was and why they did it, before I get too upset about it. They really weren't very good at their job. Was Takoyami's only answer. Izuku turned back around in his seat to see Kaken looking at him. Did you need something, Kaken? Dumbass, Kaken said, turning back around and facing forward. Izuku wondered what that was about, but a moment later Present Mike hurried into the room, seeming a little winded. Sorry, listeners, he told them with chagrin. It's been a bit of a crazy morning. That was an understatement if he'd ever heard one. Within the next 30 minutes, Izuku received 3 messages, his phone buzzing in his pocket during class. He had finished the written assignment pretty quickly, so Present Mike bent and whispered in English that he could use his phone to answer the messages just this once, since it was probably his father checking in. Sure enough, there was a panicked message apologizing for not making sure he was safe before driving away that morning. He answered immediately that he was fine and that it wasn't his father's fault. He knew his father would probably still blame himself, but that wasn't a problem that Izuku could tackle at the moment. There was another message from All Might that simply read, "Not LOV," which Izuku translated as, "Not League of Villains." He must have been monitoring the questioning of the men who had tried to grab Izuku. There was surely a lot more to the story than that, but All Might was probably busy. There was a third message from Sir that was simply a question mark, to which Izuku replied that he was fine, nothing to worry about. He assumed that if Sir was contacting him during school, it was because he already knew the basics of what had happened, or at least knew there'd been some sort of incident. Knowing that the League of Villains wasn't behind the botched attempt at kidnapping was both a relief and a concern. He was wondering when he would learn more, but supposed that with the police involved there would be all kinds of red tape to go through before they told him. Izuku was daydreaming about what sort of restrictions he would likely have put on him now, when he was pelted in the head by a whiteboard eraser. Pay attention, Midoriya. The badger barked at him from the front of the room. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir, Izuku yelped, jumping to his feet and giving an apologetic bow while most of the class laughed at his expense. Yeah, the teacher said, waving a careless hand and turning back to his notes. This place is always a damned zoo. Izuku sat back down, his cheeks hot with embarrassment. The rebuke was enough to snap Izuku out of his daydream and make him focus on the class for the rest of the morning. He avoided the third-degree interrogation by his classmates at lunchtime, because he was called to Principal Nezu's office. From there, he was taken to a small conference room where Detective Tsukachi, All Might and Aizawa were waiting for them. There was a bento for Izuku from lunch rush, and he was encouraged to eat as they discussed the morning's villain apprehension. The 2 men that were arrested were working alone, Detective Tsukachi informed Izuku with a friendly smile. They weren't even using real guns, thank goodness. They were water pistols that looked like the real thing, but not dangerous at all. That's good, Izuku said around a mouthful of rice. But what did they want to grab me for? Apparently those 2 Einsteins were upset about you taking down Stain, and said that having so many quirks was cheating, Aizawa said in disgust. So what did they plan to do? Izuku asked. I mean, not to be a jerk or anything, but they didn't seem very prepared. Aizawa actually snorted a short laugh hearing that. That much was obvious from the start. Their plan was to scare you into breaking Stain out of prison so that you could fight him. And I quote, fair and square, Tsukachi said, looking at his notepad. Izuku stopped chewing and just stared. Seriously, if they thought I was good enough to take down Stain, were they counting on me being afraid of a gun to make me do what they said? Apparently, Principal Nezu said with a nod. These men are habitual criminals who claim to follow the credo of Robin Hood, by stealing from the rich to give to the poor. In this case, the poor were themselves. The point is, Midoriya shounen, that these men were just petty criminals who had not been hired or coerced into trying to take you hostage, All Might said. That's a refreshing change, I guess. Izuku mused. He speared an octopus weenie with the little pick provided and nibbled on its tentacles. Does this mean I don't need any extra special protection? I mean, I was right in front of the school, and all. From now on, a staff member will be at the gate when you arrive to see you get through safely, but no other changes will be made, Nezu confirmed. And the others won't get in trouble for helping me? He asked, just to be sure. Kaminari and Hananuki hadn't really done anything wrong, technically. Kaminari had used his quirk on the vehicle and had not aimed it at the occupants. And Honuki had simply softened a patch of asphalt and the criminals had driven right into it. Kaken, on the other hand, that will be on record as the use of a quirk in self-defense, Tsukachi assured him. Izuku wasn't sure that had really been what happened, but it was as good a spin as any if it kept them all out of trouble. Once the principal had left to see the detective out, Izuku was left with Aizawa and All Might while he worked on finishing his lunch. Aizawa only waited a beat before asking, so what's really going on around here? Izuku wasn't surprised by the question when Aizawa asked it. Instead of answering, he took a large bite of fried chicken and looked at All Might while he chewed as if to say, "Go ahead, I'll follow your lead." "What do you mean?" All Might asked, managing to sound politely confused. "Cut the crap, Yagi," Aizawa said. "Most of my job as a hero is detective work. Something here doesn't add up." Izuku swallowed his mouthful and took a long swig from the bottle of tea beside his bento. If he kept his mouth busy until lunch period was over, he might be able to escape. Aizawa pointed at Izuku, who became very interested in the little cherry tomatoes that had been cut to look like flowers in his lunch. "That kid has more than a dozen quirks, and I get that he's different. He's talented and intelligent, even. That doesn't explain why you've got such a personal stake in all of this. So personal, in fact, that you and Sasaki are Midoriya's proxy guardians." "He was attacked as a child by my greatest enemy," All Might said easily. "We were brought in on the case and I took a shine to the boy." All Might smiled at Izuku as he said it, and it didn't look forced at all. Aizawa didn't look as though he thought that was a good enough answer and just stared expectantly. His babysitter for many years had been used to get to the boy, so he was left without a caretaker while his father was at work every day, and he was too young to stay on his own, All Might explained patiently. It's understandable that they wouldn't want to trust anyone else to look after him, after the caretaker they'd trusted for so long turned out to have been lying to them the whole time. So, MRI suggested that we help out by taking the boy during the day as a sort of junior intern. Aizawa didn't look impressed. "Right," he drawled, his tone fairly dripping with sarcasm. "You decided to take on a young boy as a daily responsibility right after you took down All for One and got so injured that you couldn't hold your hero form anymore. Nothing says, I need to rest and recover quite like taking on a babysitting gig." Both All Might and Izuku blinked in surprise. Aizawa had obviously done his homework and checked the timeline of events. "Right after your battle with All for One, you were in the hospital for a while, then a rehab, then you started doing hero work again. On a limited basis," Aizawa said, reciting facts they were all already aware of. "Not that many people knew that. They assumed you were on vacation or something. I didn't really expect you to jump right back in, but then it stayed limited. You weren't popping up in every damned place, saving the day like always. It wasn't that hard to figure out." Izuku was sure there was more to it than that, but said nothing. "For you to be unable to take on more hero work or hold your hero form for more than a few hours at a time, and take on a brat to train. What am I missing?" Aizawa demanded. "Hey," Izuku objected around a mouthful of food. Aizawa spared him a dry glance and rolled his eyes a bit before continuing. "This kid then got a super strength quirk not too much later, now that I think of it. I checked his quirk registry records on the school files. Then someone attempts to get to him in his own home and it's your agency, not the police, who respond and set up protection. He gets into UA on your recommendation. And then he gets taken from right under our noses during the sports festival. Then he just happens to take down freaking Stain during his internship. And then picks up a shiny new quirk, and someone tries to kidnap him again. When you put it like that, All Might begins." Izuku finishes his tea and glances at his watch. "Look at the time. Lunch is just about over, so I'm just gonna head to class. Basic hero training is next, you know. Have everyone suit up and gather at training field Zeta," Aizawa said. He never broke eye contact with All Might as he said it. "All Might and I still have things to discuss." Izuku deflated a bit and then gathered his trash before fleeing the room. At basic hero training, Cementos turned a large field into a parkour course and changed it randomly while they were running through it. It was fun, even though a few of them got bruised up when the ground dropped out from under them, or a pillar slammed into them out of nowhere. Izuku had been pummeled by questions from his classmates when he demonstrated his new healing quirk on Zero, whose elbow had a dark bruise and was abraded enough to begin dripping blood. That led into the story they decided to tell others about being on the train and stopping near a nursing home when the train had to make a brief unscheduled stop to wait for another train to move on ahead. Simple and easy to remember. His new quirk almost made everyone forget that he'd been involved in the attempted kidnapping just that morning. Almost. In the locker room, trading their costumes for uniforms, Minter reminded them all. "Did you find out who tried to kidnap you, Midoriya?" He called across the room to him. "Just a couple of psychos," Izuku said with a bit of a self-conscious laugh. "They were mad because Stain was their idol or something." "Only you, nerd," Kaken said with an eye roll. Izuku paused. Kaken seemed like he was making a real effort not to be a complete a-hole, but he was still Kaken. Izuku decided he could try to at least keep a civil attitude and meet him halfway. "I do seem to attract a lot of trouble," he said ruefully. "Maybe it's actually a quirk I picked up somewhere." Almost everyone laughed or at least smiled, including Kaken. It was a nice feeling. On the walk back to class, Ida and Todoroki fell into step with him. "What did the police have to say?" Ida asked quietly. Izuku told them about how the two men had wanted him to break Stain out of prison, and Todoroki made a derisive sound. "They have no idea how secure Tartarus really is," Todoroki said. Ada nodded in agreement, but still looked concerned. Stain's influence in the crime world is no joke, and a lot of regular people have been putting him on a pedestal as well, he said with a hand chop. I've seen merchandise being sold to children, plastic knives and swords, the mask and scarf he wore. The people seem to disagree with his killing, but admire his ardent beliefs and dedication to them. Izuku nodded, though he hadn't been out enough to see any merchandise. He could see why people might feel drawn to a philosophy of completely philanthropic heroism. He agreed with it himself, up to a point. He found the idea of becoming a hero just for fame and glory to be personally distasteful. But as long as they did their jobs when push came to shove, did the why of it really matter? Aizawa was in the classroom when they arrived, and he only made the briefest of eye contact with Izuku before everyone settled for the last few minutes of the day. Aizawa asked Izuku to make copies of the study guide for everyone, so he passed out a blank paper to everyone before taking off his glove and touching the original. He walked up and down the row touching each blank paper until everyone had a copy while his teacher continued to talk. This is just a brief summary of what you can expect on the written portion of the exam. If you've taken sufficient notes and paid attention like you should, there's no reason all of you shouldn't be able to pass. Several students moaned in despair. Once Aizawa had left the room, the students worried about passing through themselves on the mercy of the kids with the best grades, begging for help. Study sessions were hurriedly planned, with Yaoyorozu thrilled to have interest in her help. Hida agreed to host a group in the library after school, and somehow, Izuku was volunteered to tutor anyone who wanted to show up at his place after school. He didn't really mind, but he was never quite sure how it happened. This time, we'll bring the snacks, Hagakure told Izuku as they shuffled out. That should give you time to get home, yourself. Izuku caught up with All Might at the door to the parking lot and explained that his classmates were coming over to study. You've made some good friends, he said with a fond smile as they drove. I guess so, Izuku mused. He wasn't sure quite when it happened, but there were definitely 3 or 4 classmates he now considered good friends. People he felt he could talk to about everyday kinds of problems and joke with. The kind that felt comfortable coming to his apartment, even though he had a guard all the time and could never go out and do extracurricular stuff with them. On the topic of talking to friends, did you and Aizawa-sensei settle everything? Izuku asked. All Might blew out a breath that set his bangs fluttering. Yeah, he said slowly. We came to an understanding. Basically, I decided that it could only be in your best interest if I brought him in on the secret of One for All. Izuku could feel his eyes stretch wide when he heard that. He's your teacher and can serve you better by knowing anything about your quirks that he can. He's a good man, a great hero and eminently trustworthy, so you don't have to worry about him ever betraying your secret. What if they hurt him to find out about me? Izuku asked grimly. I don't think he'd talk. He takes his position extremely seriously. No, I mean, what if someone hurts him because of me? All Might was silent for a moment to collect his thoughts. Midoriya Shonen. There really isn't any way to determine if that would ever happen, but of all the people I could have trusted with this secret outside of the people that already know, he's the one I think would be most prepared to face any threats and come out on top. He can erase quirks for a time, and he's an incredibly capable fighter. Keep in mind that his quirk is erasure and nothing else. Everything else he does is pure skill. Izuku considered this, and eventually nodded. I guess you're right. He's pretty incredible. It never hurts to have another ally you don't have to hide things from, All Might said. The nature of One for All means that number will be a small one, but it's invaluable. I'm not going to be around forever. That's just life. Izuku didn't like to think about that, though he knew it was true. After all, if All Might could live forever, he'd hardly need a successor, would he? Thanks, Izuku said. I'm sure he'll be able to teach me better if he knows what to watch for. All Might nodded with a smile. That's the spirit. They reached his apartment, and Izuku hopped out, with Centipter meeting at the door to the van and walking with him into the building. I heard you had a brush with some villains this morning, the hero said as they headed to the stairwell. Centipter liked climbing the stairs with Izuku when he was on duty, and they often chatted about inconsequential things on the way. Today was really no different. The apartment was checked and Izuku let him know that he had some classmates that would be coming over to study, and that it was okay to bring them up. He quickly changed into casual clothes and tidied up the random clutter here and there, then checked the fridge to make sure there were enough drinks for everyone. Then he settled down and sorted through his notes until the door buzzer sounded. Uraraka came in first, bringing Sato with her. While Izuku was getting them settled, the buzzer sounded again. Then again. In no time at all, Centipter had brought up Zero, Todoroki, Ashido, and Hagakure. To Izuku's enormous surprise, Kaken and Kirishima. The apartment felt very small, all of a sudden, but no one seemed to mind. Neither Izuku nor Kaken said anything beyond polite greetings, and they basically stayed on the opposite sides of the room. Kaken agreed to go over some math with Kirishima, Ashido, and Sato, while Todoroki just seemed to be there to relax. Izuku worked with Uraraka and Hagakure on both English and Japanese. Snacks were passed around, subjects discussed, and things went more smoothly than Izuku could have imagined. He was constantly aware of Kaken on the other side of the room, but there was no drama. Sure, he shouted at Kirishima and Ashido when they didn't understand something, and he whacked Kirishima over the head with his own notebook a few times, but that just seemed to make them laugh. Sato was the first to head out. Then Shiro and Hagakure left, saying they'd be back tomorrow. Ashido and Kirishima apparently lived relatively close to one another and left together so they could ride the same train. Todoroki, Kaken, and Uraraka were still there, with Kaken attempting to explain why the mathematical formula Uraraka had been using to solve an equation was wrong. Todoroki was simply relaxing and scrolling on his phone. "I'm home," Izuku's father called out as he entered. "I hear we have guests." "Welcome home, Dad," Izuku said, hopping up to greet him. "Sorry I didn't warn you." "It's fine," his dad said easily. "Finals are pretty soon." "Studying?" "Yep." Izuku led his dad over to the living room area and smiled. Introductions were made, his dad remembering Uraraka from the sports festival and her earlier visit. He knew about Todoroki because of the internship and the mess that followed, and gave him a little wave. Though his eyebrows shot up under his bangs when he saw Kaken, he merely nodded and said that it was good to see him looking so well. Kaken shoved his hands deep into his pockets and nodded. Same. He didn't seem to know what to say after that, so he settled for making an excuse. "I gotta go. The old hag'll worry herself half to death if I'm too late. Please tell your mother I'll contact her soon." Izuku was surprised to hear his dad say, "I was always sorry we were forced to cut off contact so suddenly." Kaken looked like he might say more, but merely nodded. "Got it." He grabbed his bag and left with a brusque, "Later, losers. I think we've imposed on the Midoriyas for long enough," Uraraka said, also getting to her feet. "Come on, Todoroki." Todoroki obediently got to his feet and pocketed his phone. "Todoroki, could you make sure Uraraka gets to her train safely? She lives alone," Izuku asked him as they gathered their things. "You do?" Todoroki asked her with interest. "That sounds nice." Izuku was sure it did, to someone who was always under his father's thumb. "Tomorrow, you should plan on staying for dinner," Izuku's dad told them. "I've got to go out after work, but I'll make sure Izuku has enough to have something delivered for everyone. Thanks for taking care of him. It's the other way around." "You don't have to," Uraraka began. "Thank you," Todoroki said over her. "That would be nice." Once they were gone, Izuku's dad laughed. "You've got some interesting friends, Zu. I almost had a heart attack when I saw Katsuki-kun here. I thought maybe hell had frozen over." "I'm not sure it hasn't," Izuku said with a smile. "He just showed up with everyone else, but he wasn't rude, or very rude, anyway, and actually helped everyone study. I'll be damned. I really should get in touch with Mitsuki and Masaru." The rest of the week was much the same, with everyone scrambling to cram in as much knowledge as they could in the time allotted. On the week the exams started, they had 2 exams each day, and as soon as those were out of the way, they crammed for the next day of torture. Izuku made sure his friends were well fed as they worked hard at study. By the time the day for the last finals came, if any of them failed, it wouldn't be because they hadn't tried, at least. Izuku was worried about Kirishima and Ashido, but the others would likely pass with little problem. Even Kaken remained civil and continued to come to the study sessions all week. Aizawa actually stayed awake while they all bent over their test papers and occasionally walked around the room. Izuku finished his tests in good time, and noticed that Kaken finished even before he did, most of the time. By the time Aizawa called for pencils down, Ashido, Kaminari, and Kirishima were all still writing frantically, trying to get a few more answers down for pretty much every test. When they were dismissed for lunch, there were definitely 2 separate groups of students, those who felt they'd done well, and those who were very, very worried. Izuku was kind of surprised to see that Urashi was in the latter group, seeing as how he'd passed the written exam for the recommendation students. Maybe the written part had been the same for both recommended and entrance exam students. In that case, the others who had trouble this time had also passed last time. "What do you think the practical is going to be like?" Uraraka asked. "I heard from Kendo that an older student said we'd be fighting robots, like in the entrance exam." Urashi told them. "Most of the others in class say that it should be pretty easy." Everyone seemed relieved by this, and the students who had been picking at their food after a less than stellar performance began to eat with more enthusiasm. Izuku wasn't so sure they'd make it that easy, and since it seemed counterproductive to have them repeat the test they'd given most students before they'd even become students, maybe they would compare their scores to last time. He didn't voice his misgivings. He didn't want to cause any unnecessary stress when he didn't have any concrete evidence. They would find out soon enough. They were told to change into their hero gear for the practical test, and to meet in front of the school. There was excited chatter as they arrived to find a shuttle bus similar to the one they had taken to the USJ. And Kirishima voiced what many were thinking. they would be taken to one of the sites where they'd fought the robots. However, the shuttle stopped at one of the training cityscapes, but they weren't directed to get off. Instead, Aizawa called Kaminari and Ashido and let them off the bus. Izuku could see that Principal Nezu was there waiting for them. There were a couple of men in suits as well, but Izuku couldn't figure out who they were. The next time the bus stopped, it was at the training field where they had played Capture the Flag as a class before. Howard Loader was waiting with 2 men in suits when Aizawa told Ida and Ajiro to get off the bus. Each time they stopped, another pair of students met one of the hero staff members, who was accompanied by 2 men or women in suits. In the end, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Kaken, and Izuku were the only ones left in the shuttle. They stopped at another cityscape, and Aizawa called Izuku and Kaken's names. Izuku looked out the window to see All Might, in full hero gear and form, waiting for them with his trademark smile. A man and a woman, each wearing suits, stood alongside him. As Izuku and Kaken went to leave the bus, Aizawa stopped Kaken. Remember that this is more than just a final exam. It's the deciding factor of your probationary period. Kaken nodded, then stepped off the bus behind Izuku. At his questioning look, Kaken simply said, "Let's go crush this, nerd." Welcome to the practical portion of your final exam. All Might greeted them with his usual booming voice and a broad smile. These 2 fine people are from the school board and are here to observe your performance and will have a say in the grade you receive in the end, since I may not be able to see you at all times. They are also here to intervene if anything goes wrong. He gestured to the pair in suits, and they gave a polite bow, which the boys returned. Why wouldn't you be able to see us, All Might? Izuku asked, looking around for any sign of robots or anything else they'd be facing. Because your final exam is to best me in a 2-on-1 encounter, All Might told him cheerfully. Both boys' jaws dropped. Kaken started to say, "We're foo." "Let me explain," All Might interrupted as if he hadn't just dropped a bomb on them. "This doorway behind me is the only way in or out of this training ground, for the purposes of the exam. It's the escape gate. Once one or both of you pass through it, the exam is over and you win, unless the 30-minute time limit is reached before then. If that happens, you both fail. I'll be doing my best to stop you from achieving that goal. You can also defeat me by getting a pair of handcuffs on me." He tossed them each a set of cuffs to use. They caught them, but Kaken threw his hands into the air as if to say, "A fat lot of good these will do us." Izuku said, when all Kaken seemed able to do was scowl. "You're All Might." "Oh, Might, how the heck are we supposed to fight you?" I knew I was forgetting something." All Might told them. "I've got these." He clamped metal cuffs around his wrists with a smile. "These hyperdense wrist weights will give me a slight disadvantage. They increase my current weight 3-fold. You'll still have your work cut out of you, though. I'm the villain in this scenario, and collateral damage means nothing to me. You'll have to work together to get out of this one in one piece. You get a 5-minute head start, beginning now." When Izuku didn't immediately move, Kaken grabbed his arm and dragged him forward through the gate. Izuku jolted out of his panic mode and began to run alongside, finally following Kaken around a corner about a block away. "This is crazy. How are we supposed to do this?" Izuku asks, mostly talking to himself. "We need a plan." "No shit," Kaken said, looking a little wild. "Do you have one?" Izuku asked. "I mean, we can't beat him in a fight." "Not head-on," Kaken agreed. "Maybe we can trick him. One of us can be the bait while the other sneaks up and cuffs him. Do you know how fast he is?" "We don't have to cuff him if we can just escape," Izuku pointed out. "Just run away," Kaken asked, looking thunderous. "What kind of hero?" "It's a valid tactic," Izuku insisted. "Live to fight another day, sort of thing. If we split up, he can't deal with us both at the same time. If we fight him, one or both of us is going to get the beating of a lifetime and we're going to fail. Your idea about bait is good, but one of us should lead him further into the city, maybe try to trap him for a bit, while the other goes for the gate." "I don't like it. Whoever's bait could get the shit beat out of them. And somehow I just know you're going to volunteer." Izuku blushed slightly, because he absolutely had been about to do just that. "I've got more writing on this than just a grade," Kaken said seriously. "What's it going to look like if I waltz out of here without a scratch, and leave you to get mauled by All Might? I don't think he'd go that easy on us, especially if we attack him. Plus, when am I ever going to get another chance to try to go up against him? But that's just it. He'd never expect you to be the one to go for the escape gate. He'd be waiting for you to show up and ambush him." Izuku knew they had to settle this fast. "I have a better chance of hiding. I can levitate up to the roof of one of these buildings and change my costume to blend in. I can lure him away, then hide." Izuku knew their time was almost up and started tapping the components of his costume to turn gray to match the building they were currently crouching behind. "Don't make me regret this, nerd," Kaken growled. Izuku beamed at him, truly stunned that Kaken would trust him with this. "Toss me up on the roof," Kaken told him, looking up at the 5-story building looming over them. "I can't use my explosions to travel. It'll give me away, so I have to go on foot." Also, take this. He handed Izuku a small grenade from his belt. It's full of my sweat. You can use the explosion as a distraction if you need to. Head west. If I use the grenade, I'll throw it east, if I can. Izuku clutched the grenade like a prize and nodded before attaching it to his belt. Then he crouched down and threaded his fingers together. Kaken planted his boot in Izuku's hands and stiffened his body, shooting upward when Izuku heaved him toward the sky. The throw was a little short, but Kaken caught the edge of the roof and clambered up, just as he heard the sound of concrete being smashed very close to their location. All Might had joined them and was getting into his role as villain. Izuku paused just long enough to be sure Kaken was on his way, and then darted off. He headed around the side of the building as he heard All Might's footsteps, and made sure to drag his feet just a little bit for the noise before levitating up to a windowsill. All Might spotted him pretty quickly and punched the side of the building, making the whole structure tremble as if it were in an earthquake. Izuku leaped from the ledge to a similar one on the other side of the street, and began his retreat, heading east. He didn't dare go even a little slowly now that All Might had caught sight of him. All Might hadn't lost much speed, hyperdense weights or not, and Izuku not only had to stay ahead of him, he had to dodge flying cars and telephone poles and other things that All Might was hurling at him as they raced in a desperate game of tag. Izuku hoped his youth and more compact build gave him the edge in this, allowing him to maneuver more tightly around corners and squeeze down very narrow allies. He ricocheted off of buildings with All Might on his tail, and just barely had time to toss Kaken's grenade down a street opposite of the way he was traveling when All Might was briefly out of sight as he rounded a corner. Izuku was also making his way toward the escape gate, only by a roundabout route, to buy Kaken time. It would be bad if they got there at the same time and had to face All Might in battle, after all. At the same time, if there were any nasty surprises that kept Kaken from getting there, he wanted to be close enough to try for it himself. The grenade exploded, and All Might paused to look in the other direction, likely expecting Kaken to explode out of hiding to attack. Izuku took the opportunity to dart into a building through a window. Sure, he broke the window, but once he was inside he could race for the roof. If he was lucky, All Might would suspect a trap or ambush of some kind and be a little more cautious about his pursuit. That was Izuku's first mistake. Instead of following Izuku inside, All Might simply punched the outside of the building. The whole floor heaved and tilted, making Izuku stumble as he made for the door on the other side of the room. There was no furniture of any kind. These buildings were basically just props. Izuku wouldn't have been surprised if some of them were completely hollow inside, with no stairs or rooms at all, just placed to make it look more urban for the sake of realism. Another hit made Izuku wonder if All Might intended to bring the building down. He had told them from the start that he was playing a villain with no regard for collateral damage. After all, what was taking Kaken so long? It seemed like forever since they'd parted ways. They hadn't been that far from the gate to begin with. Had All Might just knocked him unconscious on his way to deal with Izuku? Izuku made his way drunkenly through the building as it swayed on its foundation. He managed to make it to the other side and found a window that had been broken out by the violent shaking. He leaped from the window to the building next to it, and used his levitation to scale it quickly and climb onto its roof. The roof was unimpressive and stark. There were a couple of antennas that likely didn't hook up to anything, and low wall around the perimeter, but little else. Izuku quickly got low and tapped his suit to turn it white to match the color of the roof. He found the shaded side, where the low wall left a stripe of shadow and rolled as far against the wall as he could manage. He quickly retrieved a plastic shower cap that he'd stowed in one of his pouches, and turned it white, too. He jammed it over his hair, then shielded as much of his head as he could in his arms. All Might wouldn't be fooled for long, and even as the building he'd just fled crumbled to the ground in a plume of smoke, dust, and small bits of debris, All Might landed on the roof where Izuku hid with a heavy thud. Izuku held his breath and hoped he was virtually invisible. All Might seemed to be using the height of the roof to get a better vantage point over the area, and Izuku wondered if he would be able to see Kaken from up here. He couldn't let that happen. He watched through a gap in his arms as All Might got closer, practically standing on top of Izuku as he searched the alleyways below from the edge of the roof. Would it count if Izuku could get the cuffs on All Might's ankles? He didn't see why not. That was when he made his second mistake. Moving as stealthily as he could, Izuku reached for the cuffs at his belt and tried to reach into a position that would allow him to get the cuffs on All Might. Faster than his mind had time to process, All Might had him by the arm and was holding him up in the air by the wrist, tightly enough that he wouldn't be able to pull loose, even with one for all, not without breaking his arm, anyway. The cuffs clattered to the ground. Useless. Nice try, All Might told him with a sneer, but not nearly good enough. Now that I've got you, I can go after Bakugo before he gets through that gate. Better hurry. With that, All Might leaped off of the roof, still holding tight to Izuku's arm, dragging him behind like a flag in the wind. He had to think of something, fast, swinging as much as he could with the force of the wind buffeting him around. Izuku managed to hook a leg over All Might's arm, and then the other. It took a bit of contortion, but he used as much strength as he could to kick at All Might's head, trying to distract him or make him lose his grip. Gotcha! All Might suddenly exclaimed. Izuku looked ahead of them as they soared toward the ground and saw Kaken making an all-out sprint for the gate, which showed that only 10 minutes of their 30-minute window had elapsed. How is that even possible? It felt like it had been an hour since he and Kaken had parted ways. Izuku had just enough time to register that Kaken wasn't moving quite fast enough when he felt All Might grab the back of his costume and rip him off of his arm like a person might roughly extricate himself from a feisty cat's claws. A moment later, Izuku was being thrown hard. He barely had time to realize he was right on target to collide with Kaken and shouted, "Duck!" Izuku relied on his gymnastics training and balanced Quirk as he rocketed through the air toward Kaken. He turned in mid-flight so that his feet were facing forward, just in case, then used one for all on his levitation quirk. The speed he was traveling at was too much for the levitation to negate, but he did manage to veer upward and barely avoid hitting Kaken. Izuku let himself drop right next to the gate and used pull as hard as he could on Kaken, dragging him to the gate even faster. Kaken collided with him, and they both cartwheeled through the escape gate in a tangle of arms and legs just as All Might landed with a crash just inside of it, cracking the ground under his feet with the force of it. The escape gate played a little blare of trumpets as they tumbled through, and the man and the woman in suits stepped forward with smiles on their faces. Nezu's voice was emitting from the gate, where a little cutout picture of the principal was waving mechanically and repeating, "You pass," over and over. "Well done, both of you," All Might told them, dusting himself off as he passed through the gate and removed the cuffs on his wrists. "I must say I was surprised that it took young Bakugo as long as it did to make it to the gate." "I was Bane followed by a drone," Bakugo said, getting his breath back after detangling himself from Izuku and getting to his feet. "It was hard to shake off. I didn't know if it was weaponized or anything." Kaken had scrapes on his cheeks and shoulders, but was otherwise unhurt. Izuku was a bit more beat up, but nothing worse than he might receive in training. Had All Might gone easy on them? "Ah," the man in the suit said. "I'm afraid we failed to inform you both that we would be monitoring you via drones during your exam. You did an impressive job of hiding from us." Izuku looked at All Might somewhat accusingly. "Sorry," All Might said contritely. "I forgot about that bit. I never noticed any drones," Izuku admitted, feeling a little ashamed about that. "Oh, the one following you was up pretty high, since you were engaging with All Might. We were afraid any resulting conflicts would damage it or buffet it off course, so we kept it at a much higher elevation." The woman nodded. "You were both moving so quickly around the city that we would have needed to take it higher just to track the both of you, anyway." Izuku felt slightly mollified by that, so he let it go. "So, we pass. You pass." All Might agreed with a grin. "I have no reason to hesitate to report that you worked well to formulate a plan together and executed it quite satisfactorily." Both boys seemed to sag a little with relief. Izuku held up a hand to Kaken, and after the barest hesitation, Kaken returned the high five. They got a ride back to the school with the pair in suits, where they found a handful of their classmates waiting for them. The rest were still out at whichever locations they had been left at. Hagakure and Shaoji were there, as well as Gyro and Koda, though both of them seemed quite shaken. Izuku noticed that Gyro had blood around at least one of her ears, and wondered if she'd been cut. As they were gathering to talk about their experiences, a car pulled up with Uraraka and Aoyama inside, and they immediately announced their success, though Uraraka was acting fidgety and embarrassed, somehow. Izuku decided she was probably still keyed up from her exam. She had been paired with Aoyama against 13, who was pretty formidable. Takoyami and Tsuyu had passed against ectoplasm, and Izuku couldn't wait to hear how they had managed that, since ectoplasm seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of clones to fight with. Ida and Ajiro both passed against Power Loader, which had to have been pretty tough, since the man was a veritable powerhouse when in his element, which he had been. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu came back with Aizawa on the shuttle they had all ridden earlier to declare that they had passed against the sensei, but it had been close. Everyone had been impressed and amazed that they'd passed against All Might. The last students to arrive back were the ones who looked the most dejected. Kirishima and Sato had run out of time against Cementos, and Kaminari and Ashido had been trapped for the full 30 minutes by Principal Nezu. Minda had somehow passed against Midnight, while Siro said he failed, even though they were teammates. There was definitely a story behind that, Izuku was sure. "Okay everyone, hit the showers, see Recovery Girl if you need to, and meet me back in the classroom in 20, Aizawa told them. After everyone was assembled again, Aizawa stood in front of them and simply said, "You all passed the written tests." There were cheers and sighs of relief from all directions. Even those who had done the tutoring were glad to know their efforts hadn't been a total waste. Aizawa passed out their papers, and Izuku was pleased to see that he'd scored a 97% on the English portion, and nothing below a 92 on any of his other subjects. "Now, I seem to recall telling you that you had to pass all of your tests to be eligible to go to the summer training camp," Aizawa reminded them. and 5 of you failed the practical. 5 heads drooped, and Ashido even got a little teary-eyed. You guys had better take lots of pictures and stuff for me, she said with a sniffle. You're all going to training camp, Aizawa told them just as flatly as ever. It was a logical ruse to make you perform well. There's no staff available to put you through hell here, so you'll be going through remedial hell after training camp hell each day you're there. Despite this forbidding-sounding announcement, the class broke into cheers. Everyone except Izuku, anyway. He had a decision to make and stayed seated after the bell rang. I don't think I should go to camp, Izuku told Aizawa without preamble after the class had filed out. He had waved off his friends and left them to make plans to go shopping for camping supplies and that sort of thing. You're thinking about how you got taken from the sports festival? Aizawa asked, as if Izuku's declaration didn't surprise him at all. Mostly, Izuku admitted. It's just, I seem to be a target for all kinds of crazy people. And being at a camp away from school would just make everyone else around me a target, too. The thing at the USJ. They were fine with killing a few of us just to flush out All Might. Do you really think they'd change their minds about that if they wanted to come after me? The last time they took you turned out really badly for them, though, Aizawa pointed out. Why would they try again? Aizawa was watching Izuku intently, as if trying to urge him wordlessly to think critically. Shigaraki isn't exactly stable, you know, Izuku said, blowing out his cheeks so that it ruffled his bangs. Maybe he just wants me dead, now. Before All Might fought All for One, Granny Ito said that they were going to take me and not give me back the next time she took me to them. Do you know about Granny Ito? I've been filled in, Aizawa said with a nod. Well, that's when she told us what she'd been doing the whole time, taking me to All for One for things. Then they told her that she should bring me, and then they wouldn't need her anymore. Then All Might went to fight All for One, and we all thought he was dead right up until the sports festival. But Shigaraki was still watching me, even after that. I guess now it makes more sense, since All for One wasn't really dead. Aizawa still didn't make any comment, just letting Izuku say what he felt he needed to say. Though he raised an eyebrow when Izuku said that Shigaraki had been watching him. But Dr. Tsubasa isn't dead. And if he was the one experimenting on me, then maybe he stayed working with Shigaraki. Maybe they still want me for more experiments. Maybe they need me in order to make more Namo. Izuku's voice was getting thicker as a lump worked its way into his throat. It was beyond disturbing to him that any part of him had helped create those monsters. My point is, they obviously don't have a problem hurting anyone to get what they want. Isn't it just asking for trouble to make ourselves a great big target with me in the center? Aizawa must have figured that Izuku was finished and said, all of that is true, except for one thing. No one knows where we're going for training camp. It's not a UA-owned property. And absolutely nothing about it has been recorded in any computer. Only a small handful of people know about it, and the only way to phone in or out of the area will be in as a satellite phone that will be locked away except in emergency. You can even ask Sir Night-Eye to look into the future to make sure, if you want. Izuku sighed in frustration. That's great and all, but Sir says that the things he foresees always come true. Always. It doesn't matter what he sees, because there's no stopping it, even if I know it's coming. If nothing was going to happen, his mind could rest at ease, but if something was, he'd be dreading it the entire time and be helpless to stop it. Well, I happen to believe that's just bull, Aizawa said, but I see your point. But consider this, if Shigaraki somehow learns about the camp and decides to attack you there, what do you think he'll do if you're not there? Just shrug and head out. Is that what happened when All Might failed to be at the USJ when he attacked? Izuku pinched his lip as he considered that point. What if we made it obvious that I wasn't there? Like, I go out shopping with Sir or something while camp is going on. So you'd rather endanger strangers in a packed city than friends that have a better chance of defending themselves in a remote location. Because anyone who's out in public while you're throwing him off the scent by being seen out and about is going to be in danger. That's the reason you've been so confined at home and guarded whenever you leave it. You really think I should go to camp, then? Izuku asked uncertainly. You've got at least one incredibly volatile quirk that needs taming before it hurts you, and the rest could be strengthened, too, Aizawa said. I think it's probably the safest place for you. It's not me I'm worried about, Izuku said. Believe me, kid. That much is obvious. Izuku was stunned when his father agreed with Aizawa. You're a target, and need all of the training you can get, he said over dinner that night. And a location that only the teachers that will be there with you know. That isn't in any computer connected to the school seems to be about as safe as anyone can get. Some time out in the fresh air with friends wouldn't do you any harm, either. I feel bad that you're always cooped up at home and school. I thought for sure you'd want me to stay as far away from camp as possible, Izuku said. I was prepared for you to forbid it. Are you disappointed that I didn't? I thought you liked school and wanted to train more. I do. Of course I do. I just don't want to put anyone else in danger, Izuku said. He related what Aizawa had told him, and his father nodded in agreement. It sounds like they have all of the bases covered, his dad said. You should go. Do you need any supplies? We can order anything you need online and probably get it delivered in plenty of time. You've got a couple of days, right? If you order stuff tonight, it should be fine with 2 days shipping. And that was how Izuku came to be standing in front of UA with his fellow classmates, waiting to board a bus to an unknown location for a week-long training camp. According to Sir Night-Eye, he'd seen Izuku alive and well. That was something, at least. Once everyone was on the bus and accounted for, Aizawa told them that they had originally been scheduled to use a campground owned by UA for the week, but recent events had made that inadvisable. Instead, they were headed in the opposite direction, and they would stop in about an hour for a break before traveling the rest of their way to their destination. Everyone had settled in and started to pass around snacks and chat happily, content in the idea that they'd be on the road a while. The only dim spot was a moment when, just as they were getting on the bus, Minta began talking about how the girls from both Class A and B would be at the camp, and he could have his pick of a buffet of beauties that would be available, practically drooling as he said it. Yaoyorozu isn't the only one built like a goddess, Minta said dreamily. Kirishima had told him to knock it off, but Aizawa had simply cut off that sort of talk. Strike two. Minta looked stunned. I didn't even do anything. Aizawa stared him into a cowed silence before saying quietly, word or deed were my exact words, I believe. Minta threw himself into a seat toward the back of the bus, as far from Aizawa as he could get. Izuku settled into a seat about halfway down by the window, and Ida sat beside him. After Aizawa had finished talking, Izuku promptly fell asleep. He hadn't gotten much rest the previous night, because he was too nervous and excited about the upcoming trip. He only woke as the bus came to a stop. His phone told him that they'd only been on the road for about an hour, which was exactly what Aizawa had told them would happen. The bus pulled over onto a lookout over a green, forested valley with a mountain in the distance. It was pretty, and Izuku clambered off of the bus with everyone else, stretching his arms over his head and trying to shake off the sleepiness that still clung to him. Oh my gosh, Yororaka said, suddenly gripping Izuku's shirt. He startled at her excitement at first, half expecting trouble, but then saw where she was looking and felt his own excitement bloom. The wild pussycats, Izuku gushed. 2 of them, anyway. Yororaka agreed. They're so awesome. Izuku noted that there was a boy with them, around 5 or 6 years old, and he looked decidedly unhappy to be there. That was overshadowed by the fact that the 2 women were introducing themselves with enthusiasm and theatrics. Some of his classmates seemed to know who they were, but a couple were confused. Mandalay and Pixie Bob. Izuku couldn't help but blurt out for his classmates. They're half of a 4-person team formed over a decade ago that specialize in mountain rescue. This is their 12th year. Izuku suddenly had a very large cat's paw covering his face, and the only thing that kept him from topping over backward in surprise was his balance quirk. We're 18 at heart, Pixie Bob told him fiercely. Clearly, he'd stepped on one of her personal landmines. At heart, she prompted expectantly. You're 18, Izuku supplied obediently. I wonder where Tiger and Ragdoll are, Yororaka said. They're greeting Class 1B at another site, Pixie Bob told them. All of this forest, all the way to the base of the mountain and a little beyond is a nature reserve where you'll be training your quirks all week. She pointed to a mountain that looked like it was still quite a few kilometers away. It's not that far away, Kirishima said. Why did we stop here? It's 9:30 right now, so if you're fast, maybe by noon, Mandalay told them with a glint in her eye. Sato was already shaking his head. No way, could this mean? Suyu asked, looking concerned. I've got a bad feeling about this, Kaminari said. I think we should get back to the bus, Shiro said warily. Many of his classmates turned and tried to make a run for it, but it was already too late. Your training starts now, Aizawa told them. Pixie Bob was suddenly blocking the way to the bus, making everyone who was running in that direction skid to a halt. She crouched and put her paws on the ground. Without further warning, the ground heaved and formed a huge wave of rocks and dirt that sent nearly everyone tumbling over the guardrail and into the valley below. Izuku saw what was happening and activated his levitation, but couldn't hold it for too long without floating away. He had a rhythm that he'd worked out where he'd allow himself to get some height, then drop a few centimeters before activating his quirk again. It sort of let him hover, but it was clumsy and took a certain amount of concentration. Midoriya, Aizawa drawled when he saw his student had evaded the initial expulsion. Get down there with the others. Do I have to? He asked with a grin. It didn't look very fun. He should have expected it when Aizawa erased his levitation quirk and let him drop to the ground. But he still felt a little shocked when his butt hit the ground. It didn't stop him from laughing. When his teacher looked as though he would pick Izuku up and toss him bodily over the side, Izuku jumped to his feet. Okay, I'll go. Izuku relented, before the ground could heave again. Izuku vaulted over the railing and let himself drop, albeit a little less violently than some of his friends had just done. What the hell was that? Zero asked. Dangling from a tree branch he had shot his tape onto to slow his descent. Pixie Bob's quirk is earth flow, Izuku told him as he landed on his feet amidst his classmates. You can probably guess why. Many of them had managed to right themselves as they were falling, landing more or less safely at the bottom, though most of them got pelted by dirt and small rocks. Aoyama had wrenched his wrist pretty badly, though it didn't seem broken. Izuku tried to be surreptitious about it when he went over and used his newest quirk to heal it. All you have to do is make it through the beast's forest to the base camp at the foot of the mountain. You have 3 hours. It's private land, so you can use your quirks freely. Mandalay called down to them as Izuku repaired Aoyama's arm. If you're not there by lunchtime, you don't eat. We're supposed to walk all that way by lunchtime. Gyro asked no one in particular. Izuku thought the terrain was a little rough, but not really unmanageable. They could probably jog that far with a break or two and make it in a couple of hours. Quit squawking about it and start walking, Kaken said with annoyance. A little walk in the woods ain't gonna kill you. No sooner had the words left his mouth, though, than a huge beast appeared in front of them. If Izuku had to compare it to something, he'd say it resembled a troll from a nightmarish fairy tale. Kota rushed forward and yelled as loud as Izuku had ever heard him for it to be calm and stand down. But it didn't listen to him at all. It towered over all of them menacingly, causing several of them to panic. The rest dove in and worked together to take it down. Kaken's explosions ripped through its head while Izuku punched one of its legs off, revealing the dirt, rock, and wood it was made from. Almost immediately another 3 smaller creatures replaced it, lumbering toward them with seemingly malicious intent. These things aren't alive, Yaoyorozu shouted. No need to hold back. Wasn't planning on it, Kaken said, letting loose with more explosions. Xiaoji and Gyro used their quirks to detect beasts that were headed their way, and the rest worked to take them down. The creatures were stubborn and hard to take down, but mostly the class's biggest challenge wasn't the monsters, it was just being exhausted. They were forced to fight almost nonstop as they attempted to make headway toward the base of the mountain. They developed a kind of rhythm in their movements and quickly learned how to work as a team, or break into multiple teams to take on their obstacles. When there was a break in the appearance of monsters, they all dropped to the loamy ground gratefully for a rest. Todoroki made each of them a chunk of ice to help with thirst and the oppressive heat and humidity, even in the shade of the trees. How much farther? Kaminari whined when Ida said they should get moving again. The truth was that many of them could have already made it to camp with their quirks, but stuck around to make sure the others made it safely. Izuku levitated up over the trees to try to get an idea of how much further they needed to go and to be sure they were still on track. He caught sight of the base of the mountain and sighed with relief. Looks like maybe another kilometer or so. We definitely missed lunch. No kidding, Sato said sadly. I'm starving, and I'm also out of sugar cubes. Kirishima just smiled ruefully when his stomach let out a mournful-sounding gurgle of emptiness. Izuku noted that Yaoyorozu looked markedly thinner than she had that morning, and knew that she'd been producing weapons and replacing them for classmates whose quirks weren't suited for fighting against rock and dirt. Uraraka's cheeks were even rosier than usual, and all of them were covered in sweat and grime. He'd used his healing quirk a couple of times on the way when Ashido had sliced her arm on a sharp piece of flying rock and Hagakure got slammed in the face with a thick branch that snapped back at her after a rock creature had passed it. Izuku was drained, and super glad that no one else needed serious first aid. When they finally made it through the break in the trees and into the clearing where the base camp was, they didn't even have the energy to cheer. The sun was actually starting to get lower in the sky, and it was hours past lunchtime. Aizawa and Mandalay were standing, waiting for them, with the little boy from earlier staring daggers at them from behind them. Well, looks like you all got well acquainted with the beast's forest, Mandalay said cheekily. Welcome back. 3 hours, Sato asked in exasperation. Well, that's how long it would have taken us. Sorry, was her unrepentant-sounding answer. A moment later, Pixie Bob came out of the building carrying a large crate, which she set down when she saw that the students were back. She gushed over how strong and impressive Midoriya, Kaken, Todoroki, and Ida were for a while before Aizawa reined her in. Izuku heard Mandalay tell Aizawa that Pixie Bob's biological clock was ticking, but it was still kinda weird that she was eyeing high school boys. Who's the kid? Hagakure asked, startling Kaminari, who seemed to have not noticed her beside him. Is he one of yours? This is Kota, Mandalay introduced. He's my cousin's child, who lives with us now. Say hello, Kota. Kota just glared angrily. Hey Kota, Izuku tried, using a friendly voice and stepping closer. I'm Midoriya Izuku. It's nice to. Whoa, Izuku was taken by surprise when the boy's arm shot out, obviously intent on punching him in the crotch. Only Izuku's training had him blocking and diverting the fist away with a gentle hand. I hate you, Kota shouted, trying to kick Izuku in the leg instead. I hate you all, Kota shouted hoarsely. He got to his feet, ignoring Izuku's offered hand up, and balled his hands into fists at his sides. I hate heroes. You're all just wasting your time. He stamped his foot angrily before turning and running off into the trees. Mandalay sighed and shook her head. Sorry about that. His parents died 2 years ago, and he's angry at the whole world, she said sadly. We were hoping he'd warm up over time, but so far he's resisted. Aizawa merely said, your things are still on the bus. Go get them and get washed up for dinner in the cafeteria. After that you'll bathe and get some sleep. The real training starts first thing tomorrow. Izuku didn't think he had a lot more energy left, but the mention of food sparked a reserve somewhere inside, and had him hurrying with the rest of the class into the building. The cafeteria was an outdoor seating area with several long picnic tables. There was a veritable feast waiting for them, and they wasted no time in digging in. Talk was lively and gratitude expressed from every direction as they ate their fill. Well, this is the last time we'll be doing this for you, so enjoy it while you can, Pixie Bob told them. They shouted as collective, thank you. In reply, Izuku noticed that Kota slipped away during the meal, disappearing into the forest without a backward glance. After dinner, they all scrubbed themselves clean and headed for the large outdoor hot spring to soak their sore muscles. There was a tall bamboo wall that divided the girls' side from the boys', and Izuku was disgusted to see Minta standing beside it, looking up at the top with a calculating look on his face. Did he not remember Aizawa's warning of Strike 2 just that morning? Apparently not. You know, of all of the things man needs to survive, food and water and sleep are at the bottom of the list. None of that matters without women, Minta said, never taking his eyes off the partition. The girls are right on the other side of this, soaking their soft skin in the hot water without a stitch of clothing on. You should be soaking your own soft skin. A hole, Kaken growled at him from nearby. Kaken was leaning against the edge of the pool, a towel folded over his eyes, sounding annoyed. Ada was standing, chopping the air, scolding Minta for unseemly behavior, and several of the boys were just ignoring him in embarrassment. A few seemed to be intrigued by the idea of their naked classmates so close, but none were about to give voice to it. With a sigh, Izuku stood with the intention of having a private word with Minta, but the other boy had reached a decision of his own. Popping the balls from his head, Minta began to scale the partition incredibly quickly by creating hand and footholds with incredible speed. Really, Izuku muttered. He tried levitation, but the water dragged him down too much, so he waded to the edge and hopped out. Instead of levitating, he began to scale the wall, finding that his Teflon quirk kept him from sticking to the balls, which were squishy and felt kind of gross. Before trying to be a hero, why don't you try being a decent human being? Izuku looked upward to see Kota at the top of the wall, seconds before he kicked Minta in the face, knocking him off of the makeshift ladder and sending him tumbling backward. Thanks, Kota, came Ashido's voice from the other side. Kota looked backward and gave them a smirk and a thumbs up, which seemed odd to Izuku, since the boy had said earlier how much he hated all of them. Maybe it was just males he hated? Izuku reached out and snagged Minta from the air by the ankle. Minta's flailing caused his towel to fall off, and Izuku curled his lip at that view before he tossed the boy backward into the water and a softer landing than hitting the concrete. Once he was sure Minta was safe, he hopped down to the ground himself. Minta came up spluttering and cursing as he swam toward the side. That damned brat could have killed me. You'll be lucky if the girls don't kill you first, dumbass, Siro told him without sympathy. Did you really think you wouldn't get caught? Ida took over from there, and took Minta by the arm and escorted him back to the changing room, lecturing the whole way. He came back a few minutes later, saying he wouldn't be bothering the girls again that evening. Thanks, Ida, Uraraka called out, loudly enough for them to hear. Of course, Ida stammered, a slight blush on his cheeks that had nothing to do with the hot summer air or steam from the bath. Izuku had gone back to soaking in the water, disgruntled that he would now have to have a talk with Aizawa about it as the class rep before he could get any rest that night. You didn't stick to his hair balls, Shaoji commented from where he was submerged nearby. He currently had mostly eyes on the ends of his tentacles, but the one nearest Izuku had a mouth. I suspected I wouldn't, Izuku said. One of my quirks doesn't let stuff stick to me. I still need to ask Ashido to hit me with her acid one of these days, to see if that would do anything to me. Don't take this the wrong way, but you're a strange person, Shaoji said. Izuku laughed. He only soaked for a few more minutes, then dressed in a robe and went to find Aizawa. The door to the staff's room in the launch slid open, and Izuku saw that Minta was already there, though he couldn't see the other boy's face. He was sitting in a chair, with only the purple bumps of his hair visible over the back of it. I was coming to give you a report about Minta, but come in. Aizawa stepped aside and Izuku felt uncomfortable as he entered the room. The door closed, and his teacher led the way around the chair Minta was in, and gestured for Izuku to take another chair next to him. Aizawa remained standing. Minta came to me to file a complaint against Izumi Kota, the boy from earlier. He says the boy kicked him in the face, causing him to fall from a height. Is that true? Izuku looked incredulously at Minta, but nodded. Yes, sir. That much is true. That much? Aizawa prompted. Yes, sir. My question, that Minta was just about to answer, is where exactly this took place, since everyone was supposed to be in the baths at this time. Izuku looked at Minta, so was looking back at him, looking somewhat panicked, but mostly defiant. Yes, sir. We were all at the baths, Izuku said when Minta didn't seem inclined to speak. Aizawa arched an eyebrow, but didn't look the least bit surprised to hear it. How did you get kicked from high up, if you were in the baths? He asked Minta. Izuku was pretty sure their teacher already knew the answer, but was deliberately making Minta squirm. Minta sealed his lips closed, as if realizing that he'd just placed the final nail in his own coffin. And Aizawa was holding a big hammer. Thank you, Midoriya, Aizawa finally said. Go get some sleep. You'll be up at sunrise. Yes, sir. Minta didn't say a word as Midoriya gave him a pitying look and left the room. He didn't know what would happen to the other boy now, but it wasn't likely to be something he'd enjoy. It didn't take very long for everyone to settle down that night. A few of the boys asked what had happened to Minta, but all Izuku could tell them was that he was in a meeting with Aizawa. After that, the mood sobered and everyone eventually dropped off to sleep. When a hand shook Izuku's shoulder, he groaned but blinked his eyes open and was halfway to his feet before he realized that his alarm hadn't gone off, and it was still dark. He looked around and noted that all of the other boys were still asleep. Then his eyes landed on Aizawa, who motioned for him to be quiet and follow him. Izuku picked his way through sprawling bodies scattered on futons and stepped out into the hallway. Aizawa led him all the way to the entrance of the lodge building before he spoke. One of the students in 1B has an injury of some kind, and we could use your help. Izuku's eyes widened and he nodded. Of course. Where are they? Aizawa led Izuku outside to a golf cart with all-terrain tires on it, and they set off down a trail that curved around the base of the mountain. How did they get injured this late at night? Izuku asked. They didn't. The injury happened earlier and they didn't think it was that serious. So they didn't tell anyone about it. After they went to bed, the pain became worse, their leg got swollen, and now they can't bear any weight on it. Izuku nodded. Sometimes injuries could do that. It might have started out as something minor, then become worse over time. After just a couple of minutes they rounded a bend, and another lodge came into view, its lights blazing in one half. Izuku hurried after Aizawa and went to a small room where a boy with dark hair, his face etched with pain, waited. Izuku winced at the sight of his leg, which had the pajama pant leg rolled up to expose a swollen, red limb that was much larger than it should have been. I don't know how much help I can be, Izuku said, but I'll do my best. Sir Night said that your healing quirk can be boosted by other people, Aizawa said. Sort of. It takes energy away from me to speed up the healing, but if I don't have enough energy, I'm supposed to be able to draw it out of other people who are touching me, Izuku said. He hadn't really needed to try it out, so he wasn't exactly sure. Who are you? The boy asked Izuku through gritted teeth. His face was sweaty, and Izuku wondered if he was running a fever from the infection that seemed to have taken over his leg. Midoriya Izuku, he supplied, trying to sound friendly. I have a healing quirk, and I'm going to try to help you feel better. The boy nodded tersely. Kaibara-sen. Izuku went over and gingerly put his fingertips against the injured leg, furrowing his brow at how hot it was. He closed his eyes and thought about how the leg should look, and somehow instantly knew what was wrong. It's a spider bite, he said to Aizawa and Vlad King, who were standing by, talking quietly about contingency plans. Something venomous. Izuku concentrated hard, keeping his eyes closed and willing the leg to go back to normal. He didn't realize that he was starting to droop on his own feet until he felt a steadying hand on his arm, then another hand on his other arm. He felt a surge of energy at the contact and understood what was happening. His quirk was taking energy from his teacher to use to heal Kaibara. There was an audible sigh of relief from Kaibara, and Izuku could sense that the leg was better and opened his eyes. He let his hands drop away, and saw that the leg looked completely healed and felt a lot cooler to the touch. He was tired, but not completely exhausted. He looked to his right and saw that Vlad King had been gripping one of his arms, and on the left, Aizawa had the other. Thanks, Izuku told them both. That really helped. You're the one that helped, kid. Now we won't have to drive all the way to the hospital or call a helicopter to get him help, Vlad King said gruffly. You okay, Kaibara? Yeah, he said quietly. Tired. I'll bet, Izuku said. Glad I could help. Aizawa nodded in satisfaction and turned to go. Both of you boys need to go to bed. Let's go, Midoriya. Izuku waved tiredly to Kaibara and went back out to the golf cart for the ride back to 1A's accommodation. Aizawa didn't say much of anything, and Izuku almost fell asleep on the short trip. Good work, Aizawa told him as they came to a stop in front of the lodge. Get some sleep. Izuku nodded and stumbled back to his room, falling asleep again almost immediately. If Izuku had expected to be allowed to sleep a little later due to his late night outing, he would have been disappointed. At 5:30, he was outside with his classmates, yawning and stretching, most of them with bedhead and droopy eyes. "You've been at school for 3 months now," Aizawa told them. "You've been through a lot, trained your bodies, and gotten stronger." They all nodded in agreement. Aizawa produced a familiar-looking ball and tossed it to Kaken. "The ball from the test on the first day of school," he said, glancing at it thoughtfully. "Throw that. Give it everything you've got." Kaken did. With a cry of, "Go to hell," he used an explosion to propel the ball off into the distance. To everyone's dismay, the ball only traveled about 5 meters more than it had 3 months earlier. "I thought there would be a lot more improvement," Kaken said, sounding surly. "Your bodies have gotten stronger. Building muscle comes from tearing down existing muscle and building it back up even stronger than before. That's what you've been doing up to now, and you're making progress. Quirks are the same, you have to use them. You have to reach a breaking point and push yourself past your limits to expand them and make them grow. But we all have different quirks," Ida pointed out. "How can we all train separately and still be effective?" That's where the Aizawa was cut off by the sudden appearance of 4 figures who were way too energetic for this early in the morning. "Rock on with these sparkling gazes. We've come to lend a paw and help." Coming out of nowhere, stingingly cute and cat-like. Wild pussycats. Full version. A woman with bright, long, emerald hair waved at them all cheerfully. "Hi, I'm Ragdoll. My quirk is Search. I can monitor up to 100 individuals and their locations at any given time. And I can also tell what their weaknesses are. I'm Tiger, and I'm here to beat you into shape." The man who said this was huge and muscular, but still wore the cat-themed costume, complete with skirt. Izuku knew that Tiger's quirk was Pliabody, and that he was a melee-style fighter when fighting was needed. "I'm Mandalay, and we met yesterday," the woman with short auburn hair told them. "My quirk is Telepath, and I can relay one-way messages straight into people's minds. I can work with Ragdoll to send messages about your weaknesses." "You know all about me," Pixie Bob added, bouncing on the balls of her feet, making her long blonde hair sway. "My quirk is called Earthflow, and I'll be using it to help you train this week. Look forward to it." Within minutes, they had been divided into 4 groups and taken by an adult leader to various areas to train. Tiger called Izuku's name, but Aizawa put up a hand. "I need a word with Midoriya first. I'll send him over in a minute." Izuku waited while his teacher set up Yaoyorozu and Sato up at a table piled high with sweets and fatty foods. He explained to them that they were to eat constantly, Sato while lifting hyperdense dumbbells and Yaoyorozu while constantly creating items of some sort. This was supposed to help them with endurance, somehow. When Izuku saw the first few Matryoshka figures pop from Yaoyorozu's arm, he picked one up and examined it. It was impressive, with elaborate decoration, and each one had 3 other figures nested inside of it. "Ugh, I can't stand these things. They're so full of themselves." Sato didn't get the joke, but Yaoyorozu just stared at him for a moment, then burst out laughing, nearly choking on the cake she was supposed to be consuming. Aizawa had a long-suffering air about him when he led Kirishima and Ajiro to an open clearing and told them that Ajiro was to use his tail to attack Kirishima, who would be blocking with his hardened skin. From there, he put Uraraka in a giant plastic hamster ball that had an inflatable cushion inside, with a smaller, ball-shaped space inside. She almost looked like those pictures Izuku had seen of a baby floating in the womb. Aizawa explained that he was going to be sending her rolling around, and she had to resist the urge to vomit while her equilibrium was being thrown off. Once all of his other charges were set up for their training for the moment, Aizawa turned his attention to Izuku. "You've got a lot of quirks to work on," he said, keeping an eye on the kids he's just started on their tasks. "I think the most important one for you to focus on right now is One for All. I've discussed it with All Might, and he said you're wasting time charging it up almost every time you need to use it. I've been trying to practice ramping up my percentage and holding it indefinitely, but I don't think I'm doing so well. It's hard to gauge when I'm only increasing it 1% at a time. I have been able to force a wave of it to the surface in a split second, but it's tiring." "Exactly," Aizawa said. "That's why I want you to charge it all the way up to your limit and train with Tiger until you can't possibly hold it a moment longer, then keep going. We'll add more of your quirks to it in a day or 2. Izuku wasn't sure that was a great idea, but it would be interesting to see how long he could actually hold it. The answer was, not as long as he'd hoped. Tiger put him through a brutal course of intense exercises, and Izuku was tired, but still keeping One for All at a full 35% an hour later. Class 1B had arrived to begin their own training, and Tiger left him to go do the wild pussycat greeting. Once that was done, Tiger returned with 2 other boys, and suddenly told Izuku to punch him. Izuku tried, but Tiger was too fast, and he ended up kicking Izuku hard enough to send him flying a few feet until he hit the trunk of a small tree. He lost his grip on One for All at that point, and was almost too tired to charge it up again. "Plus Ultra, Midoriya," Ida shouted at him as he sped by. running laps around the campground as fast as he could. Izuku took a brief moment to take a glance around at how hard everyone else was working and dug deep inside to force One for All to full power. Now that he thought about it, it was a good thing that he hadn't punched Tiger with One for All engaged. There hadn't been much of a breeze from his missed punch, so Izuku knew he probably wasn't at One for All's full power, but as much of it as he could hold at the moment without hurting himself somehow. He pushed on through the morning, wondering how Todoroki was doing. Now that they were making him use both his fire and ice to keep the water he was submerged in at a constant temperature, he could just make him out across the clearing, where he had plenty of room to create both elements as needed without harming the surrounding trees. He knew this was only the first step for Todoroki, now that he'd shown he could manipulate his fire. Kaken was only a few meters away, and the teachers didn't even try to keep him from swearing as he plunged his hands in boiling water in an effort to expand his sweat glands to make him able to sweat more. More sweat meant bigger explosions. But making an explosion straight out of the water was pretty difficult. Izuku would probably be swearing up a storm, too. At lunch they were given simple pre-packaged food and fruit to eat while they all sat around in the grass or dirt. A couple of kids dropped off to sleep. Hirashi made an appearance to get some food, but his usual loud and boisterous attitude was pretty subdued. When Izuku quietly asked him if he was okay, Hirashi said that they had shut him in a small closet-sized space with very little space to move or air to flow. He was supposed to be forcing the air to do his bidding and break him out, but the pressure needed to do that was incredible, and he hadn't managed it yet. "Hey," Kaminari said as he tiredly ripped open a packaged onigiri with his teeth. "Has anyone seen Mainta? I don't remember if I saw him this morning." Izuku looked around, but didn't see the classmate in question. His stunt at the baths last night earned him his third strike, Aizawa said from where he was passing out bottles of water to waiting hands. "I can't teach someone who refuses to learn." Class 1B looked confused, but everyone in Class 1A either got very quiet or looked relieved. "Oh crap," Kaminari said quietly. "That idiot. Can I have his share of lunch?" Kaken asked, sounding unconcerned. A few people looked at him as if he'd asked if could eat a puppy, but Izuku sort of understood. He'd paid the price for his own screw-ups, and had chosen to take the advice and warnings he was given to heart. He didn't have any time or sympathy for anyone who was given similar chances and threw them away. After lunch, some of the activities switched up. But it was still very tiring, and Izuku wondered if he would just be allowed to drop and sleep where he was at the end, until they began again the next day. By the time they headed back to the outdoor cafeteria, all of them were dragging and looking forward to dinner. "Remember yesterday, when we told you that we wouldn't be doing stuff for you after that?" Pixie Bob said energetically. "At least cook your own food," Ragdoll told them, waving her giant paw mittens. "Tonight, it's curry." She waved a box of curry roux excitedly, and gestured to huge mounds of onions, carrots, and potatoes. "Yes, sir," the collective groaned. "You all look so tired," Ragdoll said with a laughing glee. "But don't think that means you can just throw any old cat food together." Ada seemed to perk up at her words and consider. "She's right. Rescue work also often involves feeding people and lifting their spirits as best you can. Victims who have been through an ordeal need kindness and care." Izuku knew he was right, and that as class rep he should share that enthusiasm, but it was hard. So hard. Still, Ada is right. This is part of our training, too. Let's work together to try to make the best meal possible in the conditions we have, he told them all, trying to inject some sense of energy into his words. "We can break up into teams to get everything done quickly, and we'll be eating in no time. Plus ultra," Pixie Bob shouted, throwing a cat fist into the air. Plus ultra. Everyone's answering cheer lacked any kind of liveliness, but at least they were listening. "We need wood in the stoves, and then fires, carrot choppers, onion choppers, potato choppers, and meat cutters. We need someone who knows how to make rice in a clay pot. Make sure one pot of curry doesn't have meat for the vegetarians among us," Ada said. Izuku was more grateful than he could convey that Ada seemed happy to take the lead on this chore. Before long, everyone had a job and was working industriously to prepare a meal. When they finally all sat down, they ate like starving people. The group got a lot more lively as they filled their stomachs with mediocre curry. "Hey Midoriya," Sato called to him from down the table. "What was with that joke earlier today? I didn't get it until Yaoyorozu explained it." He told a joke. Uraraka asked. Izuku didn't know why everyone was so surprised to hear it, though he did tend to save them for Sir. It wasn't like he didn't have a sense of humor. Yaoyorozu explained it to everyone. And after the punchline, most of them groaned, though Tiger, who was eating curry standing up nearby, laughed. "Don't encourage him," Aizawa told him. "His jokes are the worst." "You've heard his jokes before?" Kirishima asked the teacher. Izuku was both embarrassed and proud when Aizawa answered. "Unfortunately, tell us one," Kaminari demanded. Izuku tried to think of one on the spot. one that his teacher might actually laugh at, maybe something a bit dark, sort of an anti-joke. While he was considering it, he saw Koda lurking in the shadows by the sinks. What did the farmer say when he lost his tractor? Several of them rolled their eyes, obviously thinking it was the dumb, "Where's my tractor?" punchline. It was nice that they didn't ruin it by blurting that out, though. "I don't know," Kaminari said gamely. "What did the farmer say when he lost his tractor?" "I have a gambling problem," Izuku deadpanned. There was absolute silence for a few moments before Izuku swore he heard Aizawa whisper, "Holy shit, kid." Then Tiger literally roared with laughter. Several students startled at the sound, and then they were laughing, too. Most of them were probably laughing at Tiger's laughter, but that was okay. It wasn't a bad way for them to end a hard day. Izuku turned to check on Aizawa to see if he'd at least cracked a smile, and noticed that Koda had a grin on his face as he crept away into the woods. The boy wasn't old enough to get that kind of joke, was he? Izuku doubted it. But regardless of why he was grinning, why had he disappeared into the woods after sundown? He walked over to the edge of brush where he'd last seen Koda and saw a faint trail, probably made by a child's feet. "He has a hideout or secret base or something out that way," Mandalay said from behind him. "He spends a lot of time there." Izuku turned and saw that she looked sad, but not particularly concerned. "Will he be okay in the dark?" Izuku asked. "He'll be fine. He has a pocket flashlight. And there's even a sleeping bag he dragged out there but never brought back. I think he just needs to be alone sometimes. Being around all of us is hard on him. We try to include him by giving him things he can help with, but he's just bitter. He said he hates heroes." Izuku remembered. His parents were heroes, she told him quietly, but they were killed in the line of duty. Koda was too young to really understand that they couldn't come back to him, and they were his whole world. Then all he kept hearing about how admirable it is that they died in the line of duty, doing what they love. As heroes, we understand that sentiment, but a child doesn't have that kind of perspective, and it's made him angry and jaded. We've tried to get him counseling, but way out here, there's not much like that, and most doctors tell me it will just take time. "I'm sorry," Izuku said sincerely. "I guess I get how he feels. I lost my mom at about the same age as he lost his parents, and it was a villain responsible. It's what made me determined to be a hero, though I wanted to be one before that, too. I can understand that hearing heroes say things so seemingly heartless might make him hate them." The moment was broken by Aizawa dragging away the remedial students to their classroom, and Izuku felt really bad for them since they were all already so exhausted. He hoped their torture didn't last too long. The next day was more of the same hell, just with different exercises. Izuku was tired and sore, but not as much as the students who had been made to endure remedial training until 2 in the morning. That left the 5 unfortunates with only about 3 hours of sleep before they had to start training again. That was pretty brutal. Izuku was dramatically slower today than yesterday, and he'd gotten a fair amount of sleep. Aizawa gave them a speech about remembering why they'd been made to suffer and correcting the reasons that they'd failed. He admonished them to remember where they came from, and that struck a chord in Izuku that had him standing a bit straighter and feeling more determined, even if the words hadn't been directed solely at him. "Don't be sad, little kiddies," Pixie Bob told them all. "Tonight we'll be having a test of courage with the 2 classes pitted against each other. When you work hard, you get to play hard." The carrot and the stick. That got varying reactions, but mostly they were all still too sleepy to muster up a lot of enthusiasm for it. Izuku was still tearing down muscle with Tiger watching over him, Kaibara and Shishida from 1B, but then got called over by Vlad King, who was standing beside Izuku's least favorite member of 1B, Midoriya. "This is Monoma," Vlad said shortly. "We've met," Izuku said with a slight nod at the blonde boy. "Sort of. 1A's golden boy," Monoma said in a pseudo-greeting. "Midoriya, you have several quirks," Vlad said, stating the obvious. "And Monoma has one that can copy most quirks." That caught Izuku's attention. His eyebrows rose in interest as he studied the other boy with something more than caution. "How many can you copy at a time?" Izuku asked. "I can copy several, but I can only use one at a time," Monoma answered. "I usually know instinctively how to use them as soon as I get them." Izuku nodded. The other boy looked exhausted, so maybe he wouldn't have the energy to be an ass today. He could already see where this conversation was going, and Izuku was honestly curious enough to be a guinea pig for Monoma's training. "Can you pick and choose which ones you'll take when someone has multiple quirks?" he asked. "I don't know," Monoma said with a shrug. "How many people do you meet that have more than one?" "There are a few out there, like Todoroki," Izuku pointed out. "True," Vlad said consideringly. "Maybe we should have pulled him, too." "Not today," Aizawa said, approaching with his hands in his pockets. "Todoroki is still new to using his fire, and he's going to be working on an aspect of it that he's recently discovered. Midoriya has more than enough quirks for this." Izuku wondered if Aizawa meant the flame lasso that Todoroki had made in Hasu to force the Namu to the ground. Midoriya, you're not just a test subject in all of this. You need to be communicating with Monoma and seeing if there's anything he can teach you about any of your quirks that you don't already know. Sensei, could I have a word in private? Izuku asked Aizawa. Aizawa led him a few steps away while Vlad and Monoma scowled. Sir, I'm not sure if it's a good idea to let him try to copy one for all. At one point, All Might said that if someone who wasn't prepared for it tried to use it, their limbs would explode. Izuku told him in a low voice. I'm not sure he was joking. It should be fine, Aizawa told him, putting a hand on his shoulder. From what All Might said about it, one for all can't be forcibly taken. Are you sure? Izuku asked cautiously. Pretty sure, Aizawa said with a nod. Won't he be suspicious when he can't access super strength? Aizawa shrugged. That sounds like a problem for him to puzzle out. Just act confused if he brings it up. Izuku wasn't sure he trusted anything other than absolute certainty. But he also knew that Aizawa would never deliberately put any of them in true danger without reason. They walked back over to Vlad and Monoma and Izuku nodded. How do you want to do this? All I have to do is touch you, and I can copy your quirk. I think I should try to copy just one to start, and we can go from there. Monoma said. Try levitation, Izuku suggested. That one's not too dangerous. Vlad nodded, and Aizawa stood nearby, content to watch from a couple of meters away while keeping an eye on Uraraka, who was using her quirk to keep a 100 kilograms boulder aloft without throwing up. Izuku gave Monoma a rundown of all of his quirks before he allowed him to make contact with his skin. He wanted the other boy to be as prepared as possible for what might happen. Making sure that Aizawa was not too far away, in case a quirk cancellation was needed, Izuku held out his hand toward Monoma, who reached forward confidently and touched it. The scream that tore from Monoma wasn't even the most frightening thing about the experience, though that had everyone in the vicinity startling and stopping to stare. The blonde's eyes rolled up in his head, and blood began to pour from his nose. Then his eyes, in the form of bloody tears. Izuku scrambled backward as Monoma fell to the ground, twitching horribly in some kind of seizure. Izuku turned and fled, to try to get enough distance between himself and Monoma, in case whatever happened was fatal. He knew that ordinarily he should try to use his healing quirk, but since Monoma's quirk was touch-based and so was Izuku's healing quirk, it probably wasn't a good idea. Whatever Izuku's quirks had done to Monoma might be compounded by a second contact. When he felt like he was far enough away, he paused and tried to calm his racing heart. What the hell did you do to him? A voice demanded angrily. Izuku startled badly when one of the 1B students suddenly appeared, literally out of the shadows. His hair was a fluffy white, which was in stark contrast to his pitch-black skin. He stood in a fighting stance in front of Izuku as if expecting to attack or be attacked. I didn't do anything, Izuku said. Why did you run when he started screaming? The boy demanded. He was supposed to be copying one of my quirks, Izuku exclaimed. I don't know what went wrong. I didn't want to make it worse by sticking around. If he died, I'd. Izuku's throat felt thick and he felt the panic rising. What if he'd actually killed Monoma? Well, the boy said, standing normally and no longer looking like he was prepared to fight. You're that kid that helped Sen with his leg. The one with all the quirks. Izuku nodded, not trusting his voice not to break. Monoma's pretty arrogant. He probably tried to copy all of your quirks at once and got hit with backlash, or something, he said bluntly. I'm Kiwaro, by the way. I'm Midoriya, Izuku managed, trying to focus. I'm sure it'll be okay, Kiwaro assured him, sounding confident. 1B is made of stronger stuff than that. Izuku began to pace. Can you go back and see if he's okay? He asked. I can't go back unless I'm sure. Kiwaro nodded and headed back toward the training area. It seemed like forever before Izuku heard Mandalay's voice inside his head, telling him to come back and that it was safe. In reality, it had only been 5 minutes that he had been pacing back and forth in a semi-panic. From the time Monoma had touched him to the time Mandalay had called Izuku back, Izuku realized he was trembling as he made his way back to the clearing. Monoma was laying on the ground, breathing heavily, while Vlad held a handkerchief to his nose. Midoriya, Aizawa said when he saw his student emerge hesitantly. Everyone was still staring, and Izuku couldn't help but feel like some of their gazes were accusing ones. He paused at the edge of the trees before seeing that his teacher was motioning for him to come closer. Do you think you can help him? Aizawa asked quietly. Izuku's first instinct was to shake his head and back away again, but he stopped himself and took a good look at Monoma. The other boy was conscious and looked dazed. Can he stop himself from copying quirks if he wants to? Vlad nodded and looked down at his student. He can. Izuku nodded and knelt on the ground next to the blonde. I'll try. Could I ask for some help? Like before. Vlad and Aizawa both nodded, and Vlad called Tiger over, too. All three of them crouched and put hands on some part of Izuku, one on each arm and a hand on the back of his neck. What are they doing? Kirishima asked as he watched. Beats me, Ajiro said. It could be anything, it's Midoriya, after all. Good point. Izuku might have laughed in other circumstances, but at the moment, he felt as though his heart might explode from how hard it was beating. Try not to copy, Izuku told Monoma. Monoma gritted his teeth and nodded. I'll keep his quirk inactive, Aizawa promised. Izuku was surprised to find that One for All was already humming inside of him and had been all along. The green sparks weren't visible, but the power was most definitely there. It might not be at full strength, but it was there. He placed his hands on Monoma's arm, and when nothing happened, he breathed out heavily in relief. He closed his eyes and concentrated hard on how Monoma usually looked and acted. In a flood of information, Izuku became aware that the source of Monoma's pain was mostly in his head, and so he concentrated on erasing the pain. He knew he was being successful when the tension began to drain away from Monoma's whole body. To Izuku, it felt like Monoma was having some sort of sensory overload, or something like it. Izuku's own tension began to ease, too. When Izuku sensed that there was nothing more he could do for the other boy, he dropped his hands and sat back. The hands left his arms and neck, and Izuku looked up at the three men to see them looking tired. Vlad shook his head as if coming out of a fog. Aizawa immediately moved to put eye drops in, and Tiger was a little bit slow in turning to all of the kids standing around and shouting at them to get back to work. But what happened? Hagakure asked. Izuku only knew it was her because he knew the sound of her voice. He was grateful she sounded more baffled than scared. I think my quirk tried to copy all of Midoriya's quirks at the same time, and my brain didn't like it, Monoma said, rubbing at his nose with the handkerchief Vlad had let go of. He sat up and put a hand to his head. We probably shouldn't try that again, Izuku said. That's an understatement, Bakugo muttered, sticking his hands back into the boiling water. Now that Monoma seemed to be out of danger, everyone went back to their training. So, Monoma said a little awkwardly, you practically killed me. Then you just ran away. Midoriya didn't almost kill you, Aizawa corrected. Your quirk almost killed you. Midoriya left to get out of range, in case you died. So my quirk's not good enough for you, Monoma demanded indignantly. Are you actually complaining that you didn't die? Izuku countered. I didn't almost die, Monoma said with an eye roll, completely contradicting what he'd just said. I was awake the whole time, which was creepy as hell, by the way. Sorry if it seemed like I was just leaving, Izuku said. It doesn't have anything to do with your quirk not being good enough. Though my quirk is kind of like yours, but on steroids. It was hard not to laugh at the look of utter disdain that settled on Monoma's face at hearing Izuku comparing their quirks that way, and putting his own on top. Seeing the other boy disgruntled was comforting, because it showed Izuku that there didn't seem to be any real harm done in the end. All right, you two, it's time to get back to work. Monoma, Vlad will have to find some other way for you to work on your quirk, Aizawa said dryly. He waited until the two walked away before studying Izuku for a moment. You did well, he finally said. I honestly didn't expect that sort of reaction, and your retreat was completely warranted to avoid any further complications. How are you feeling? I'm okay, more shaken than anything. That really freaked me out, Izuku said. Understandable. Do you think you can go back to your other training? I think so. I'm still tired, but I was tired before. How do you feel? You and Tiger and Vlad Sensei all seemed a bit off for a little while after helping me with Monoma, Izuku asked. I'm fine. I'm always tired, and Vlad and I were both up until very late with the supplemental classes and planning. We aren't in peak condition at the moment, so it was a bit draining. Don't worry about it. The important thing is that Monoma is alright and so are you. Go ahead and see what Tiger has for you. Yes, Sensei, Izuku said, turning back to rejoin the others. He couldn't help but wonder how much energy he borrowed from the three men. Aizawa and Vlad might have been tired, but Tiger had seemed like his vigorous, energetic self all morning before, and now he was yawning every few minutes and he'd seemed just as affected as the others. Did his healing quirk really take up that much energy to use? It hadn't seemed like it before with the smaller injuries he'd taken care of on his own. Or maybe Monoma had been much more badly damaged than it had seemed, and had needed a much more powerful healing. Izuku was using quite a bit more of One for All as a matter of course now. Midoriya, get moving, Tiger demanded. Yes, sir, Midoriya shouted, focusing more on the burpees he should be doing. He noted that the green sparks weren't in evidence, even though he knew that One for All was active inside of him. He concentrated on bringing out a little more until the sparks began to crackle lightly around him, and continued his training. He dozed off at lunchtime after eating a couple of bananas and a boiled egg, simply because they were the easiest and fastest to consume. He wasn't the only one to take a short siesta, either. The remedial kids practically passed out. Has anyone seen Shozaki? Kendo asked. Izuku woke to see the Class 1B rep looking for one of their classmates. She was having really bad cramps, one of the girls from the class said. She went back to the lodge. She's been having them since we left UA, but I guess today was super bad. Izuku blushed at the mention of cramps, not really wanting to be privy to the female functions of the girls he knew, though he felt bad that she was hurting. He wondered if his healing quirk would have any effect, but was hesitant since he was so drained, and he'd drained the teachers as well. They were aware of his quirk, and he knew they would ask if they were truly worried. He thought the male teachers must have felt the same, because none of them said a word about her missing some of her training over it. Pixabob and Mandalay looked sympathetic. Speaking of missing kids, when's the last time anyone saw Koda? Mandalay asked. Izuku tried to remember if he'd seen him at all that morning. There he is, Uraraka said, pointing at the boy coming from the porta potty. Koda noticed them all looking at him and scowled, then disappeared down the same path Izuku had seen him take before to go to his hideout. Mandalay looked sad as she watched his back retreat into the trees. Izuku felt bad for the boy. Izuku thought he remembered the incident that had taken Koda's parents from him, and it hadn't been pretty. The water hose duo had been a husband and wife team that specialized in putting out fires and rescuing people. They'd been killed by an especially brutal villain who had murdered them without mercy, and it had been sensationalized on the news for a week or two. He wondered if he should try to have a talk with the boy to see if he could offer him any comfort, as someone who knew what it was like to lose a parent at about the same age. I hope you're rested up from your nap, Tiger told Izuku, interrupting his thoughts, because we're moving on to flexibility training. Kaibara and Shishida were struggling with their wide straddle stretches. Izuku simply slid into a full straddle and lowered his chest to the ground with his arms behind him and his fingers laced. There was a loud thud from a couple of meters away, and they all turned their heads to see Uraraka, looking beet red with a large boulder at her feet. Her eyes locked on Izuku wildly for a moment before she squeaked and averted her eyes. Oops, sorry, she said. I was just sorry. Katsuki snorted from nearby where he was working up a sweat, so he could fill as many of his grenades as possible. Could you be a little more obvious, round face? If it was possible, Uraraka turned even redder. She touched the boulder and it floated into the air again, and she guided it away to continue her training. Kaken, be nice. Lifting a boulder like that has got to be hard, even with her quirk. Suddenly, Kaibara, Shishido, and Kaken were all looking at him in disbelief. Tiger looked amused by something. Izuku didn't get it. What? Kaken made a noise of disgust and set off an especially large explosion into the air, as if letting off tension. Stupid nerd, he muttered with a smirk. One's obvious, the other oblivious. Tiger barked out a laugh and then pinned Izuku with his gaze. Since you seem to have the flexibility down, you can work on handstand push-ups. Go, plus ultra. Izuku obeyed, still wondering why Kaken and Tiger thought something was funny. By the time the group was deemed finished for the day, the sun was beginning to set. The group worked together to make huge pots of beef stew. Before they were about to sit down, Kendo came back from her lodge to report that Shizaki wasn't in their lodge, and there was no sign that she'd been sleeping or resting in the girls' room. If she doesn't show up by the time dinner's over, we'll all go look for her, Vlad said. He didn't seem more than mildly concerned, and neither did any of the other adults. She wouldn't miss the test of courage, one of the other girls said. She'll at least come out to help us scare 1A. Izuku remembered Shizaki from the sports festival as the girl from the final 10 who had vines for hair. Chances were that she had just gone for a walk or something. Koda hadn't made a reappearance since lunchtime, either. He never seemed to have his meals with the group, though, so that wasn't surprising. They all dug into their meals with groans of appreciation, and it was silent except for the clinking of spoons on bowls for a few minutes while they all sated their gnawing hunger. Hey Midoriya, Kaibara finally asked as everyone began to loosen up and talk about the day. How the heck did you get so flexible? Gymnastics, Izuku said easily. I also have a quirk that gives me great balance and agility. At Izuku's mention of his quirk, Kaibara asked, how many quirks do you have? 14, Izuku said, accepting another serving of rice. That I know of. That led into a discussion of the discovery of his telepathic phone line quirk T at the recommendation exam, and that he might have had it for years without realizing it. The usual talk resulted, with people telling about when they'd discovered their quirk for the first time, and everyone's mood lifted as the food gave them energy. You have 2 quirks, right, Todoroki? Mina asked him with her mouth full. Which one manifested first? Well, technically, Todoroki said after swallowing his mouthful. I like to pretend I have 2, because I hated my fire so much, but it's still just 1 quirk, with 2 sides. The cold came first. Really? Izuku asked with interest, wishing he had his notebook. I assumed it was 2 because you pretty much have 2 sides, hot and cold, red and white. How long did it take for the fire side to show up? Hoping you're not the only freak around here, nerd, Kaken asked, stealing a piece of bread from Izuku's hand. His tone wasn't harsh, so Izuku assumed he was just teasing. It's always nice to know you're not the only one, he said with a smirk and a shrug, making a swipe to get the bread back. A few weeks, Todoroki said. That's when my training started. Izuku knew that the memory wasn't a particularly happy one for Todoroki, though he didn't have all the details. He knew enough to not ask further questions or make any comments about it. Wait, so even if I train with you, it won't be as effective, Monoma said, sounding somewhat relieved. Maybe his earlier experience with numerous quirks at once had scared him. It had scared Izuku, for sure. You should still do it, Aizawa advised. His fire manipulation is new, and you might be able to shed some light on anything else he can do. I started oozing acid when I was 2, Mina said with a grin, getting the subject back on track. It ate right through the bottom of my crib and I landed on the floor. Everyone laughed at that. The meal was an interesting one for Izuku, and he could hardly wait to make notes on all of the new details he'd learned. Shizaki still hasn't turned up, Kendo finally said when all of the dishes had been cleared. I don't think she ate lunch either. Vlad frowned and had had a quiet conference with the other adults. Ragdoll closed her eyes in concentration, and Izuku saw her open them with a look of confusion and a shake of her head. She's not anywhere within my range. Would you be able to detect her if she was unconscious? Vlad asked. Almost everyone was listening with concern now. Yes, as long as they're alive, I should be able to find whoever I want within a couple of kilometers. Izuku felt a jolt at the words "as long as they're alive." Izuku hadn't sprouted vines from his head, so if she had died, it wasn't anywhere around him. But this area was huge. We should split up and search for her, Mandalay said. I'll stay here with Ragdoll so we can keep track of everyone and I can relay any messages. Do you smell smoke? Shiseido, whose quirk was Beast, asked. A couple of them shook their heads, but then a few began to nod. There are intruders, Ragdoll said. Izuku's heart gave a heavy thud in his chest as he imagined his fears about coming to camp coming to fruition. Then it began to race. She concentrated and said, 10 of them. 8 men and 2 women. Intruders, plus a missing student that Ragdoll couldn't sense. Not good. All students should get inside. Everyone in one room or hallway, preferably without windows. Lights off, Vlad told the students. Mandalay and Ragdoll should still stay here, to give us directions as needed, Aizawa said, and to protect the students. Pixie Bob could stay here and use her earth beasts if needed. If there's a fire, I can use earth flow to help extinguish it or contain it, Pixie Bob argued. The adults agreed. In Tiger, Vlad and Aizawa consulted with Ragdoll before heading off into the forest. Ragdoll and Mandalay were directing the kids to a storage cellar when Izuku realized something. He approached Mandalay and Ragdoll. Koda, I saw him leaving for his hideout earlier. Can you tell where he is now? Mandalay looked stricken, and Ragdoll did a quick search with her quirk. He's about 500 meters to the northwest of here. High up, maybe in a tree or further up the mountain. There's an unfamiliar male heading in his direction. I'll go find him, Izuku said. I can be fast. I'll find him and carry him back. I'm probably faster than whoever is up there. The male isn't moving particularly quickly, Ragdoll conceded. You should take someone with you, Mandalay decided, looking torn. Someone else who's fast. Izuku immediately thought of it, but Kaken stepped out of the doorway where he'd obviously been listening in. I'll go. I can move fast with my quirk, and fight off any intruder if I need to. Do not engage in battle unless it's life or death, Ragdoll told them. The male is approaching from the opposite direction, so just stay on course and come right back the way you came. Hurry. With barely a glance and a nod at each other, Izuku and Kaken raced into the woods. Your explosions might alert the intruder that we're coming, Izuku said as they sprinted. I'm fast without them, too, Kaken said. But don't wait on me. Get to the brat as fast as you can and I'll catch up. Go. Izuku went. If he didn't have such an urgent need to find the boy, he would have marveled at Kaken letting him go ahead. In a burst of sparks that faded out almost immediately, the forest became a blur as he dodged trees and jumped over rocks. He came to the edge of a steep cliff that seemed to have a ledge about 10 meters up. He looked at it briefly, and then engaged levitate. He allowed himself to rise quickly, but stayed as close as he could to the rock face so that he could grab hold if he needed. At the top he found a wide ledge that made an excellent overlook of the forest, with the lodge just in sight, or it would be if the lights hadn't been extinguished. There was just enough glow from the recently set sun to show that there was a shallow cave, and not much else around. He headed for the cave, squinting in the dwindling light. There was a lump at the back of the cave and Izuku felt around to see if it was Koda. The lump was slick and soft. The sleeping bag that Mandalay had mentioned. He pulled it toward himself and something heavy seemed to fall out of it. Using his sense of feel, he quickly learned that it was small human hands tied together at the wrists. Warm, thank the gods. Koda, he hissed quietly. No answer. He went back to the edge of the cliff and spotted Kaken dimly at the bottom. He jumped down to land beside him, and after a quick discussion, Izuku laced his fingers together and heaved Kaken up to the ledge when he stepped in. He overshot it slightly, but Kaken used a light pop from his palms to propel him forward so that he landed on the ledge. Izuku joined him a moment later and pointed to the cave. Kaken had his phone in his pocket even though there was no service, and used the flashlight on it to help them see. Koda's face was still, but his breathing was even and untroubled. Like his wrists, his ankles were bound in nylon rope pulled cruelly tight. Probably drugged or some shit, Bakugo said. I don't see any injuries on his head. Izuku nodded. Let's get him back to camp, he said. I don't know if my healing quirk will work on something like that, and I don't want to waste time. He hates us and would probably fight us if we woke him up. Whoever's coming probably isn't up to any good. Good point, Kaken said. Izuku lifted the boy into his arms and turned around to leave, only to find that there was a massive figure blocking the edge of the cliff. Kaken growled in frustration and sparks and crackles started from his palms. Ho ho, the figure said. I came up here to finish off the kid, and I get 2 hero wannabes as a bonus. Deck, Vanguard, Kaken said tersely. Take the kid and go. Not happening, kid, the figure said. Especially that one. The figure pointed at Kota and Izuku. What do you want with him? Izuku demanded. Not him, you, the man said. This mask is annoying as hell. Izuku hadn't been able to tell he was wearing a mask in the darkness, since the man was wearing a cloak that covered his whole head and shadowed his face. He was backlit by an eerie blue glow from the trees that were apparently on fire. Now the man discarded both to reveal a massive man, nearly as tall at All Might, and possibly as muscular as the hero in his prime. His hair was blonde and cropped short, and one of his eyes was glowing slightly with an unnatural light of a prosthetic of some kind. Izuku knew who this man was. He knew what his quirk was, and he knew that this was the man responsible for the death of Kota's parents. He'd be damned if he'd let him be responsible for Kota's, too. What do you want with me? Izuku asked. Shigaraki said we should kill ya, the man said cheerfully. All Might students, but you in particular. Some of the others wouldn't commit to killin' you because Stain said you were all right, but I don't care about nothing like that. I just like killin'. Come on, put up a fight. It's more fun that way. Let me put the boy down, Izuku said slowly, catching Kaken's eye. Kaken looked surprised, but almost pleased that he was finally going to get his chance to fight a real villain. A feral grin spread over his face as Izuku gently put Kota on the ground. That made it all that much more of a betrayal when Izuku grabbed Kaken by the arm and launched him into the air, over Muscular's head and out over the trees, shouting, I'll be right behind you. Get help. He heard the sound of Kaken's cursing and the explosions he was being forced to use to keep from tumbling into the forest canopy. Izuku prayed that Kaken was smart enough, and more importantly, trusting enough to do just what Izuku had told him. Izuku used his speed to grab Kota by the arm and jump almost vertically, with just enough angle to get higher away from Muscular's reach. I love a good chase, the villain yelled. Izuku landed about 5 meters up and shifted Kota over his shoulder to get a better grip on him. He could see Muscular below changing shape, hear his clothing shredding as he rearranged his muscle structure. He needed to move. Now, Izuku used the rocky face of the mountain to push off of, to the direction of the camp, gripping Kota's legs tightly. Muscular was right behind him, having contorted his muscle fibers to give extra bulk to his legs, giving them superhuman strength. They both soared over the treetops, but Izuku knew that there was no way he could lead Muscular to the lodge where all of his classmates were huddled as one large target. His levitate helped him stay aloft far longer than he would have been able to with just a one-for-all powered jump, even with the added weight of the child on his shoulder. And Muscular didn't have that luxury. Even though he might be stronger than Izuku, he was also much heavier and needed to land sooner. When Izuku saw Muscular begin to lose momentum, he let himself drop into the trees just shy of the lodge. Kaken and Mandalay were arguing over something as Izuku burst through into the clearing with Kota over his shoulder. He quickly set the boy down and took a gulp of air. I'm being chased by a villain. I have to lead him away from here, he said. No, Mandalay shouted. Kaken, come with me. Maybe we can keep him busy long enough to find Aizawa and get him to turn Muscular's quirk off, Izuku said, ignoring Mandalay's direction. Muscular, Mandalay said, turning pale. Here, close behind, Izuku said urgently. They could hear crashing through the trees coming closer. Please get Ragdoll to look for Aizawa, and then you can tell us where he is with telepath. They took her, Mandalay said angrily. Izuku ground his teeth in frustration. You need to let everyone out to fight, Izuku said. You don't have to send them looking for trouble, but they're sitting ducks shut up inside. Muscular burst into the clearing and Izuku didn't wait any longer. He took off running, then used his levitate again as he had before. He heard Kaken's explosions and knew he was following. A quick look behind told him Muscular was following along on foot at incredible speed. Which direction did they go when they took Ragdoll? She was gone by the time I got there. Thanks for tossing me off a mountain, shithead. We can't stay up in the air forever, Izuku said, scanning the forest below. Muscular was felling trees with his fists as casually as one might swat a fly. No shit, Kaken answered. Let's land and kick his ass. I don't know if we could take him down, Izuku admitted. He's crazy strong and has total control over his muscle fibers. He's the one that killed Waterhose 2 years ago. They were Kota's parents, son of a beach, Kaken swore. All the more reason. Izuku began to lose momentum again. Kaken was getting further ahead, since he was using explosions to propel himself, and Izuku was slowing down. We're going to have to face him. But don't underestimate him, Izuku said when he knew he had to let himself fall. Try to stay on opposite sides of him and go for sneak attacks, Kaken said. He can't watch both of us at once. Izuku nodded grimly and was grateful that the 1B lodge was close. There was a clearing for Kaken to land in. Izuku knew he wouldn't make it that far, and let go of his levitation in short bursts, dropping jerkily into the canopy. He managed to snag a tree branch and swung himself up to sit close to the trunk. That ain't gonna save you, punk. Muscular was at the base of the tree almost immediately. He simply punched the trunk of the tree, and Izuku felt himself begin to slide sideways as the tall pine began to fall. He gripped the trunk as it went down and rode it to the bottom, charging one for all up to maximum power he could manage on the way, hoping Muscular wouldn't be on top of him before he could reach the forest floor. Izuku was in luck. He was able to hug the tree to his side as his feet found purchase, and he swung it like a baseball bat toward the villain. Unfortunately, that wasn't as devastating a blow as he'd hoped. Muscular used his muscle fibers like tentacles to grab the tree on impact and hold it fast. Izuku tried pulling it, but the villain just laughed. Nice try, kid, but there's no way you're going to beat me like that. Izuku wasn't sure where Kaken was, but it seemed like far too long had passed since he'd last seen him. Had he run into trouble before he had a chance to help with Muscular, or was he working on a plan? Giving a tug on the tree to make sure it was still firmly in the villain's grip, Izuku shifted his weight and pivoted, lifting the tree and Muscular off the ground in an arc and slamming it down in the opposite direction. Not waiting to see if this had any effect on the villain, Izuku leapt back up over the canopy, trying to gauge where the clearing from the 1B lodge was. If he was going to have to do this, with or without Kaken, he wanted it to be out in the open, where he had plenty of room to maneuver. He hadn't been expecting to see a man melting into a puddle of goo while Kaken pummeled him with his fists. The lodge was on fire with unnatural blue flames, and there was an odd, yellowish mist settled low to the ground in the forest just beyond. Izuku didn't have time to even question it when Kaken turned from the puddle of muck and tackled him just in time to keep him from being trampled by Muscular. It looked like a fight was unavoidable now. Izuku tumbled across the ground with Kaken, just as Muscular came thundering into the clearing like a charging rhino, a wide manic grin splitting his face. That's a dead end for you, he told them as they both hopped to their feet and adopted fighting stances. That's poison gas over there. The trees were shrouded in a thick, yellowish mist, hanging low, trapped by the canopy of the trees. It seemed to swirl and creep closer to the clearing, but not quickly enough to be truly alarming. The flames had caught easily on the wooden structure of the lodge and rose high into the night. Kaken and Izuku startled when an explosion from behind the lodge sent up an orange plume of fire, then a cloud of white smoke. A propane tank used as fuel had apparently been unable to withstand the heat of the blue flames as they consumed the building. The remains of the propane tank rocketed off into the trees and disappeared. The heat was making both boys perspire, which was a very good thing for Kaken. If the fire and gas don't get you, then I will, Muscular said smugly. All of you were supposed to be out in the woods having fun tonight. Never thought this would turn into a hunting trip instead. What fun. How did he know they were all supposed to be out in the woods? There had to be a traitor among them. The idea made Izuku's already thundering heart squeeze painfully in his chest, while Izuku was trying to figure out who the traitor might be and what it might mean for the rest of the students. Kaken was ready to act. With a twin burst of his explosions, he rocketed over Muscular's head and landed behind him, putting himself and Izuku on opposite sides of the villain as he'd suggested earlier. 1, Kaken shouted. Izuku blinked and answered back. 2, then together they acted on. 3, Kaken let loose with a huge explosion at Muscular's back, and Izuku let loose with his strongest punch aimed at the huge man's gut. When the smoke cleared, Muscular laughed. Izuku hung from the man's bulked-up form by his right arm. He barely had time to register that he was caught in the fibers that had wrapped around him up to his shoulder before the man flexed, and Izuku heard the crunch a split second before he registered the pain. A scream tore out of him as his bones broke, and no amount of attacks by Kaken were making the villain release his hold. They had to think of something. Oddly, the situation reminded Izuku of a situation from a couple of years ago, and inspiration struck. Kaken, remember the sludge villain's weakness. Kaken had been trying to avoid being captured in the same way Izuku was by keeping his distance. It took a moment, but through the haze of pain, Izuku could see that Kaken got his meaning. Using rocks picked up from the terrain around them, Kaken began to use them as projectiles with his quirk, making them reach punishing speeds in microseconds. He was aiming for the villain's head, trying to blind him with a shot to the eyes. Muscular flinched slightly at the blows, but they didn't make him loosen his hold on Izuku. Until he served a new purpose, that is. Izuku grunted, his arm was released, and drooped uselessly to his side, but he had only been let go because Muscular wanted to grab Izuku's other arm and pulled him forward to use as a human shield. Kaken swore, redirecting one of his blasts at the last second to keep from hitting Izuku. A moment later, a somewhat chubby boy stumbled out of the darkness and into the clearing, coughing and bleeding from a wound on his arm. Izuku vaguely recognized him as one of the 1B students, but couldn't think beyond that as his crushed arm was being flung around by Muscular's actions. "I'm gonna tear this scrawny kid in half while you watch," Muscular taunted, "then I'm gonna do the same to you." He swung Izuku like a rag doll and grabbed hold of his legs with one massive muscle-enhanced hand, with his arms in the other, and held him above his head. Izuku was desperately trying to summon up as much one for all as he could, trying to think of a way to get out of his position, even as he felt his torso beginning to stretch from being pulled in opposite directions. He felt his vertebrae pop and his ribs scream in protest, but nothing hurt as much as his crushed arm. "Hit him again," the chubby boy shouted at Kaken. "I can help." Kaken picked up another stone about the size of his fist and put an explosion behind it, aiming for the villain's face. When the hit landed, it was near the throat, and Muscular made a slight choking noise, but just when it seemed it hadn't been enough, he gasped and dropped to one knee. He was still holding Izuku's legs, but his arms were free as Muscular clutched his throat, and his shoulders hit the ground with a thud. "Again," the boy said. "My quirk is Twin Impact." Kaken began a barrage of stones with bursts of his quirk behind each one, and they seemed to be actually making a difference. Muscular was getting more and more enraged, and finally swung Izuku by the legs straight at Kaken, bracing himself for a painful impact. Izuku was surprised to find himself enclosed in a warm, soft space for a moment, then set down gently on the ground. The impact had still hurt, but not nearly as much as it could have. Nyaranjeki, it was Kendo from Class 1B. Her quirk was Big Fist, and it seemed she'd arrived just in time to save Izuku from colliding with Kaken. She was wearing a gas mask, oddly enough. Nyaranjeki must be the boy who'd helped them. "He's not down yet," Kaken pointed out. Muscular seemed to have grown even larger than Izuku would have deemed possible and was seething with anger to the point that he was literally foaming at the mouth. The muscle fibers that weren't adding to his bulk waved like malevolent tentacles around him as he advanced on the 4 students with murderous intent. "Kaken, Kendo, I need a distraction," Izuku told them as they began to back away as a group. The green crackling lightning was back, and Izuku still had a free arm. He looked to the boy from 1B with a grim expression. "If your quirk does what I think it does, please lend me your strength." The boy nodded with a determined expression. "Ready when you are." Izuku nodded and didn't give himself time to think as Kendo and Kaken broke from the group and ran in different directions to get behind Muscular. "Nice try, but those little mosquitoes can't do anything to me," Muscular said. "You're number 1 on the kill list, and I always get the job done." He lunged for Izuku just as Izuku lunged for him. Using his agility and flexibility to dodge the huge arms and waving muscle fibers, he brought his uninjured fist around as hard as he could, channeling as much of his strength as he could into it. His left fist hit the villain solidly in the side of the head, between his ear and good eye. The impact sent pain shooting up his arm like an electric shock. But Muscular's momentum helped Izuku. Even as the huge arms wrapped around him, Muscular hit the ground with a crunch of bone. He didn't move after that. That might have been aided by the fact that Kendo and Kaken were both attacking the villain from the back, possibly with Twin Impact aiding their blows. The last hit had happened in a matter of seconds, but it seemed dragged out into minutes. Everyone was silent for a moment before Kendo breathed a sigh of relief. She bent down to pick several items from the ground nearby, and held one out to Kaken. It was a gas mask. Yaorazu made these and said to give them to everyone I see. There's poison gas nearby. Kaken took one, but didn't immediately put it on. Instead, he walked around the heap of the defeated villain and checked on Izuku, who had his legs pinned by the fallen man. Both of his arms were now black, blue and purple and basically useless. He lay there panting with relief, honestly surprised that he wasn't dead. Kendo used her quirk to help flip the villain over and Izuku scrambled backward as best he could. But at least one of his ankles was badly bruised at the very least, and his right arm was malformed and limp while the other still had some function. At least he didn't suddenly have muscle fibers waving all over the place. Muscular must still be alive. "You need a hospital," Nyaranjeki said fretfully. "Why are you here?" Mandalay got knocked out," Kendo said. "Villains showed up at the Wano Lodge right after she told us to come out. They knocked her out and chased everyone else into the woods. They snatched Monoma, too. They said he and Aizawa-sensei were on the list." "Whatever that means," Nyaranjeki said. "Shit," Kaken said. "We need to rendezvous with everyone." Ragdoll said there were 10 intruders before. 8 men and 2 women. Hananuki and Yanagi took down one of the women, Nyaranjeki said. She was carrying some kind of huge stone or magnet or something. "So there are at least 8 others out there," Kaken said. "Let's head back toward the cafeteria area, since that's where the buses dropped us off. If we're going to get out of here, that's probably where we'll find the quickest route to the road." Kendo helped Izuku onto Kaken's back to be carried as they trudged back into the woods, each clutching a gas mask. "What about Koda?" Izuku asked. "Who?" Kendo asked. "The kid. The one with horns on his hat." One of your people carried him off into the forest when everyone ran. Big guy with lots of arms, Kendo said. Shaoji, Izuku surmised. There was a lot of shouting to their left, and several figures exploded out onto the path. Izuku recognized Uraraka, Tsuyu from his own class, and Takage plus 2 others from 1B. Takage, Kodai, Tsuburaba, Kendo said, seeing her classmates. Midoriya, Bakugo, Uraraka said in relief. Thank goodness. We're all heading to the cafeteria area, Narijinki told the newcomers. Midoriya, what happened? Your arm, Uraraka said when she got a closer look. Bakugo's arms don't look so good either. Kiro, Tsuyu observed. Izuku jolted. Had something happened to Kaken that he hadn't noticed? He began to squirm and tried to get off of his back. Hold still, damn Deku, Kaken grated out. It had been a while since he'd been called that, and he stilled, realizing he was probably hurting Kaken's arms more with his movements. Why are you carrying him? Uraraka asked. Cause he can't walk. That muscular shithead F-ed up his legs, too. Midoriya, Uraraka said gently. Can't you use your levitation? If one of us is holding onto you, you won't float away. If not, I can float you. Izuku felt like an idiot for not thinking of it himself, and apparently Kaken felt the same, because he let go of Izuku immediately. He didn't try to toss him off, but he did drop his arms and leave Izuku free to hover away from him. Tsuyu used her tongue to wrap around Izuku's middle, which was super weird, but it worked. Izuku pushed aside his pain and tried to concentrate on the situation. Uraraka was disheveled and bleeding from her leg, but didn't seem to have a limp. Tsuyu seemed fine. Takage, Kodai, and Tsuburaba all looked a little rough, but uninjured. Have any of you run into anyone else? Izuku asked. I saw Yaoyorozu earlier. Someone was down because of the poison gas, but I couldn't see who it was. I offered to carry them, but she said that she had already put a mask on them. She made a bunch more and told me to give them to people, Kendo said. I was with Urashi for a bit, but he said he heard a scream and flew off to look for who it was, Naranjeki said. They traveled a bit faster now that Izuku wasn't weighing Kaken down, and reached the clearing for the cafeteria within minutes. Shaoji was there, with a weeping Koda on his lap and an unconscious Mandalay laying on the table in front of them. There was an open first aid kit, and her head had been bandaged. Tsuyu helped Midoriya down to a table, and he settled on the surface, not daring to try to maneuver onto a seat. Koda scrambled over to the table and looked at Izuku with more tears welling in his eyes. Tsuburaba grabbed the first aid kit and made a makeshift sling for Izuku's useless arm, then binding the arm to his side as best he could. While Tsuburaba and Kodai worked to wrap Izuku's good arm, and both of Kaken's, Koda spoke. I'm sorry I was mean to you, he said in a stuffy-sounding voice. They said you saved me from the villains and kept me safe from the man that killed my mama and papa. It's okay, Izuku told him as gently as he could. I'm sorry you had to go through that. He said that after dinner on the first day at camp, a girl with long, green hair followed him to his hideout and tied him up. Then she stabbed him with a big needle and drank some of his blood, Shaoji supplied. Izuku felt his stomach twist at the thought of how terrified Koda must have been. Long green hair sounded like Shizaki. But why would she do such a thing? She turned into me, Koda said. She looked like my twin. Then she stabbed me with another needle and it made me go to sleep. A shapeshifter that needs blood to copy people? Kendo surmised. One that looked like Shizaki. That's what it sounds like, Shaoji agreed. Sounds like the crazy girl Tsuyu and I fought with, Uraraka said angrily. She stabbed me in the leg with that huge needle, too. She was blonde and had some school uniform on. Neither Izuku nor Kaken mentioned that Muscular had gone there to kill the boy because the villains didn't need him anymore. So now we gotta worry about there being 2 round faces running around, too, Kaken asked. Great. Wait, Izuku said. So, the Koda we saw other days was an imposter the whole time, but how did they find us to begin with? My guess is Shizaki, Takage said grimly. She went missing just before all of this started. Shizaki is a spy, Tsuburaba asked, taping up the bandages on Kaken's wrists. That's crazy. Someone was probably pretending to be her all along, Tsuyu suggested. Before we even left UA, there was noise from nearby, just behind the storage room, and everyone but Izuku jumped to their feet, ready to fight. Luckily, it turned out to be Vlad King, wearing a gas mask and carrying 2 students, one over each shoulder, who were also in masks. Yaoyorozu followed behind, holding a sword, of all things. Everyone scrambled to get the unconscious students onto tables. Tsunotori and Yosutsu, Takage said when they pulled the gas masks away from the faces of the downed students. They learned that Urashi had cleared out the poison gas and the villain who created it had shot at him. The shot had missed and hit another villain who was nearby. The villain who was shot had fled, and Urashi used his wind to capture the gas-making one. The guy who was shot said something about it almost being time to get to a rendezvous point for extraction, Vlad said. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, Tiger said, coming out of the trees dragging a body behind him that had been wrapped in tape like a mummy. Zero and Kaminari followed Tiger into the clearing. Kaminari being led along by Zero, drooling a little and giving everyone a drunken-sounding, "Yeah, he'd definitely gone all in." Tiger and Vlad hauled the mummified body to a pillar near the grills and told Zero to secure it to the pillar and to make sure whoever it was stayed knocked out. There was a sound in the distance, but it was hard to hear over the sound of all of them talking and trying to decide what to do next. More than half of them were still missing, and at least 2 of their number had been taken. As they chase, Izuku tried shushing everyone, but there was too much commotion. "Shut up," Kakin yelled. It got quieter as everyone stopped to look at him. "What is it, nerd?" Kakin asked. "Do you all hear that?" Izuku asked. Everyone paused and listened. A faint wailing sound off in the distance. "Did you call for help?" Takage asked Vlad King. "Couldn't. The satellite phone was in the lodge that burned," he said. "Maybe a forest fire warning siren," Suyu suggested. "It's a way off," Vlad decided. "It's been quiet here for a while, but we can't count on it staying that way. Everyone settle down and keep alert." Many of the students went to the perimeter of the eating area and spread out, keeping watch. Mandalay groaned, then turned on her side and retched. The sound was gut-churning, but Koda began to cry again and murmur, "Thank you God," over and over. "What's happening?" Mandalay groaned as Tiger rushed to her side. "Villains attacked. You rest, we've got help incoming." "Is everyone all right?" Her words were strained and halting as she gripped her head in both paws. "They will be," Tiger said. "Everyone's been showing up here at the cafeteria. We're just waiting for all of them to get here." It wasn't exactly a lie. "Is there any way you can use your quirk to broadcast to the others to come back here?" Vlad asked. It sounded insensitive, but it would be the fastest, most efficient way to gather their people together. Mandalay clenched her jaw and nodded. She was still gripping her head, and tears were slipping from the corners of her eyes, but she finally took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "I think I reached everyone. I just said to meet back here immediately." This had been an unnecessary statement, since they'd all heard it inside their heads just now, but no one mentioned that. Izuku was beyond grateful for her efforts. He knew what it was like to try to think past intense pain in your head. His own pain had settled to a throbbing in time with his heartbeat, and he was grateful he was alive to feel anything. He prayed to any gods that were listening that everyone else was alive, too. The thin wail of sirens was getting closer, and now they could tell that there were several emergency vehicles on their way. Izuku used his levitation to get up higher to have a look, but it was impossible to judge how far away the red and white flashing lights were on the undoubtedly winding mountain road. He let himself drop back to earth and was grateful to Tsuyu for helping to guide him down again to avoid jarring his legs. "I can see lights coming this way, but I can't tell how far they are," he said. "It looks like at least a dozen vehicles." At that moment, a man sauntered into the clearing. He had black hair, black clothes, and extensive scarring on his face that was purple and black in the eerie blue glow of the flames dancing on his fingertips. "How nice of you all to gather together in one big, burnable group," he said. "Especially you, Midoriya Izuku." Tiger and Vlad were already racing toward the man, but he'd set fire to the trees by the time they reached him. He launched a fireball toward Izuku, but it fell short as the villain collapsed under the assault of 2 heroes intent on stopping him. Some of the others stamped out the flames from the failed fireball, smothering beneath their feet before it could spread. There was something unnatural about the blue flames. One of the girls screamed and several other students shouted or gasped when the villain turned to sludge when the adults pummeled him with fists and feet. Kakin had shot forward to aid in the attack, too, but Tsuyu had grabbed him in midair to keep him from hampering the teacher's efforts. He was left snarling at her, but by the time she let him go, there was no one to fight. "That's the second time that a hole has turned into a puddle," he growled. "What gives? They're duplicates of an original," Aizawa said, jogging out of the trees a little way from the flames, carrying a student in his arms. Several others followed, and Izuku saw that Aoyama had a long gash on his leg that had already been hastily wrapped in bandages as Aizawa set him down at a table. "Koda, can you help?" Tiger asked the boy who stood trembling near Izuku, staring at the flames. Izuku realized that, given who his parents were, Koda probably had a water quirk. "It's okay if you can't," Izuku assured him, "but it would be a huge help." Koda finally nodded, and Tiger used gentle hands to lift the boy onto his shoulders. Koda put his hands out in front of him and a thin spout of water emitted from them. Not nearly enough to douse the spreading flames, though. "Think about how it looks when it comes out of a fire hose," Aizawa told the boy. "Picture it drowning out the flames under a waterfall." "You can do it, Koda," Izuku encouraged. "You're doing great." Uraraka joined in. She was making the tables float one at a time, so they could be pushed to a safer distance from the fire. "You've got this," Zero said. Soon the students were cheering the boy on as the deluge of water grew stronger and stronger. The flames around the outdoor kitchen and tables were being beaten back enough to keep them from having to retreat to a different area. As Koda's water was beginning to wane, the area was suddenly covered in ice. The hissing and crackling was startling, but welcome as the blue gave way to steam, and Todoroki appeared, breathing hard. The villains are gone. They took Ragdoll and Monoma. Damn it, Tiger bellowed, making several of them jump. Vlad King was grinding his teeth hard enough for them all to hear. Everyone was silent for a moment before Aizawa took control. I'm counting 36. There should be 43, not counting the 2 who were taken. We need to find the remaining 7. I'll go, Tiger said. I know this forest best. I'll send anyone who can walk back here. Everyone else get ready to get out of here. Just leave all of your things. Don't worry about anything but getting out of here. Before he could disappear into the darkness, 4 of the missing 7 came out of the woods on the opposite side from the fire. Hiroshima had the arm of a girl from 1B over his shoulder and was supporting her while she limped along. And a boy with a green mohawk and mandibles was supporting Mina, who looked like a zombie, barely able to stand. Pixie Bob, Urashi, and Shishida are still missing, Kendo supplied after taking a head count. Almost as soon as she had said it, the wind picked up, and Urashi landed in the clearing and brought Pixie Bob and Shishida with him. Both were unconscious. Tiger, Vlad, and Aizawa rushed forward to help. The sirens were quite loud now, and the lights were casting a red glow on the road. That's everyone, Aizawa said, counting again, just to be sure. How do we know everyone is who they say they are? Hiroshima asked. A few students looked around uneasily at each other, but it was a fair point. There was a girl who could apparently drink blood and copy someone, and other villains had turned out to be clones of some kind that turned to glop if they took damage. What were they going to do? Punch everyone in the face as they got on the bus? There was a girl that looked like Uraraka, but then sort of melted into some blonde. She said she had fun playing with everyone just before she jumped into that black hole thing, Urashi said. Uraraka shuddered. Ew. A police car skidded to a halt in the clearing, followed by other vehicles that crowded in or parked along the narrow dirt road. Emergency workers grabbed their gear and started attending to the wounded. Suddenly the area was very, very crowded. Izuku kept off to the side of the table he was sitting on to give the medics room to work on the unconscious people, until a small, squeaky voice piped up beside him. You need to be seen immediately, Nazu told him. Aizawa appeared and finally saw the condition his troublesome student was in. Izuku ducked his head. I told you I should have stayed home. Aizawa sighed and put a hand on Izuku's head. This was not your fault. We'll discuss it later, but from what I've been able to tell, this was going to happen whether you were here or not. He didn't give Izuku time to reply before snagging a passing paramedic by the arm and pointing at Izuku. He figured he must look pretty terrible, because the man's eyes widened and he yelled for a gurney. Stat. How are you still conscious, kid? The man asked incredulously as he carefully cut away the bandages and Izuku's shirt and saw the extent of his wounds. Beats me, Izuku massively understated. I'm really tired. Kaken was trying to swat away another medic who was trying to look at his arms, while Kirishima tried to calm him down. Everyone who doesn't need immediate medical attention, head for the buses. They're parked further back down the road. Class 1 on one and 1B on the other, Vlad told them all loudly. I'll come do a head count as soon as I can. No one is to leave the bus once they get on, for any reason. Kendo began herding her classmates up the road and out of sight. Izuku counted them as they walked away to try to keep his mind off what the medic was doing, and frowned when he only counted 16. 3 were unconscious and Monoma had been taken. Monoma, who could hold several quirks at once, at least temporarily. Izuku could guess what sort of things All for One had in store for someone like that. Ragdoll, too. Who wouldn't want a quirk like hers? Being able to locate and keep track of up to 100 people, plus know their weakness. In the hands of a villain, he could only imagine how many terrible things could happen. Midoriya, Ida said, approaching with a slight limp. Hey, Ida, looks like I won't be able to do my duty as class rep at the moment. Izuku said lamely. I'll handle it, Ida promised firmly. I just wanted to say that I'm glad you're okay. Those villains were. They said they were here to kill me, Izuku said with a solemn nod. Yeah, I'm glad I'm okay, too. You call that okay? Gyro asked as she came to get Ida. Better than dead, Izuku said. It was kinda close there, for a few seconds. Do not tell my dad. Aizawa called for Ida and Gyro to hurry up, and Izuku gave them a slightly wobbly smile as he realized how very, very lucky they were that no one had been killed. He didn't know what his classmates had faced out in the woods, but if it was anywhere near as harrowing as what he'd been through. He swallowed hard as a lump grew larger in his throat, and his eyes stung. All of this because a villain was after him. Okay, that's as much as I can do with what I've got. We can't get a helicopter in here with the fire still burning back there. We'll load you in the ambulance and get some pain relief for you. I can't be taken to a hospital, Izuku told him. Don't worry about that. We've got it taken care of, the medic said. After that, Izuku lost track of everything. He was put into the back of an ambulance, and the man who had been working on him before handed him off to another man who started an IV in his hand, since his arms were kind of a mess. His hands weren't much better, but there wasn't much of a choice. Izuku could only really see his own reflection in the windows on the doors of the ambulance as they left the campground behind them. Another moment more, and a needle was being put into the port on his IV. The medic smiled comfortingly at Izuku as he slowly pushed the plunger on the syringe. "Good night, kid." When Izuku woke up, he found his father asleep in an uncomfortable-looking chair beside the bed, mouth hanging open and suit jacket twisted weirdly. Even in his sleep, there was a faint tendril of smoke trailing upward toward the ceiling from both his mouth and nose. It still seemed to be night outside, or early morning. All he really knew was that the room had a large window, and it was dark on the other side of it, except for ambient lights from other buildings. His mouth tasted gross and somehow metallic, and he was thirsty, but both of his arms were encased in thick bandages and he couldn't reach for the pitcher or cup on the rolling table by the bed. "Dad," he said quietly. His voice was hoarse from disuse and he cleared it to try again. But his father blinked awake at the sound. "You're awake." His father straightened and immediately went to the door and opened it to tell someone that Izuku was awake. "How do you feel?" his dad asked as he returned to his seat. "Thirsty," Izuku rasped. He gratefully sipped at the water through the straw his father helped him with. A nurse came in and cautioned him not to drink too much at once while she checked the IV line and the machines and checked a clipboard in her hands. After making some notes, she simply said that she would let the doctor know he was awake, and that he would come and speak to them in the morning. She left them alone after promising to bring him a tray of food. "I'm not in a hospital, am I?" Izuku belatedly thought to ask. "No, you were very briefly, but then you were rerouted immediately to a private surgical center. Doctors were called in to handle your case, and once your surgery was finished you were in recovery for a few hours before you were airlifted here." "Where's here?" Izuku asked. The room didn't quite seem like a hospital room, but it wasn't far off, either. How long had he been out? Might Tower. That was unexpected. Did Might Tower have more than just a small infirmary for its employees? He couldn't remember one from all of his days exploring the place over the years. That also explained why visiting hours didn't apply to his father. "What time is it?" Izuku asked as his dad stretched the kinks out of his back. "About 3 in the morning, his dad answered after checking his watch. "I can't believe they let you stay." "They kicked me out once, because I kept breathing fire," his dad admitted. "Not compatible with the oxygen they were giving you." Izuku winced at the thought of what a catastrophe that could have been. "I'm okay, though," Izuku said comfortingly. "I mean, my arms are messed up, but I'm not." "I heard that was a close call," his father said, looking frustrated. "Someone had snitched." Izuku remembered explicitly telling his friends not to tell his dad about that. "I had a long conversation with your teacher," his dad said. "He wanted me to know you might be blaming yourself for what happened." Izuku sighed. "Yeah, he already told me it isn't my fault. It's just kind of hard, because if I hadn't decided to go to UA, the villains would probably never have bothered everyone else." His father nodded. "I can see he was right. You can't control the evil that others do, Zu. If you hadn't chosen UA, maybe they would have attacked you at a regular school, where there are kids that aren't trained to defend themselves and protect others." He had a point. "What we need to focus on right now is getting you back on your feet," his father said. "You had some pretty extensive surgery the other day." "The other day?" Izuku asked with a jolt of surprise. "How long have I been here?" 2 days, give or take a few hours," his dad supplied. "Days?" Izuku practically yelped. "How is everyone else?" "Most of the kids exposed to the gas have recovered. One still has a cough." "You had the worst injuries of anyone," his father said. "Recovery girl went yesterday and tended to most of the other students, but wanted to wait to see if you needed more surgery and let you rest before she healed you at all." "Yikes, that bad?" Izuku asked. "You fractured both of your ankles, too," his dad said. "But your right arm was the worst, and had to be rebuilt by a specialist with some sort of quirk that glues bones together, somehow. If my bones are all okay now, why do I look like a bloated mummy?" The bone glue thing was basically a temporary measure to put everything back where it was supposed to be. The way they described it, it's like a jigsaw puzzle where everything's in place, but could fall back to pieces with a minor use of force. Recovery girl will come in later today to use her quirk to seal it all up, or something. I need to get that woman a big gift, like a summer home in the tropics or something, for everything she's done for you. "You should go home and get some sleep," Izuku told his dad. "I don't think I can, even if I wanted to," his father said with a wry smile. "I don't think the control panels around here respond to me." So Izuku's dad stayed the night and left early in the morning when a sidekick escorted him to go home and get some proper rest. Sir and All Might dropped in to see him just after his father left. All Might looked exhausted and Sir looked tense. "We're going after Monoma and Ragdoll tonight," All Might told him. "You know where they are?" Izuku asked in surprise. Arazu had the presence of mind to make a tracker, and Oase was able to stick it to the Namu the villains had with them. There was a Namu. Izuku would have shot straight up in bed if Sir hadn't caught his shoulder and guided him back down onto his pillows. His heart rate monitor beeped angrily at him. "A particularly nasty one," All Might said. "It's a miracle no one was more grievously injured. Takoyami was able to use Dark Shadow to keep it from hurting anyone." Holy shit, Izuku whispered. Language, Sir said automatically, without any real censure in his tone. Several students were exposed to the gas, which wasn't as deadly as everyone was led to believe. It did some surface damage to the respiratory tissues of the ones that were exposed, and it knocked them out for a concerning amount of time, but Recovery Girl was able to get it cleared up after they woke. Young Bakugo had several micro-fractures and extensive bruising from using his quirk so strenuously without bracers on his wrists, but he's good as new now, All Might added. Do you think? Izuku tried to gather his courage and confront the thing he'd been avoiding thinking about. Do you think that Ragdoll and Monoma are still? There's always hope, All Might promised without making any promises. Izuku closed his eyes as tears began to spill from them. I think they probably took Monoma because of his quirk, he said without looking at either of them. He can copy quirks and hold more than one at once, at least for a limited time. They wanted to kill me, but tried to take him. Then there's reason to believe they want him alive, Sir said grimly. I believe they wanted you eliminated because of the danger you pose to All for One. Izuku just nodded, taking a gasping breath as he tried not to let his guilt and anger consume him. How many of the villains did they catch? 3. 2 of them were escaped prisoners and one who seems to be hardly older than you. They got muscular, right? Izuku asked, finally opening his eyes and managing to pull himself together. Yes, he's in rough shape, but in custody, Sir assured him. Izuku nodded. At least one thing had gone right. How did they find us? And how did the police know we were in trouble? One of the villains was a shapeshifter named Toga Himiko, All Might said. She impersonated Shizaki Ibara from Class 1B before anyone even arrived at the school to board the buses. The real Shizaki was tied up in a motel room, barely alive. It's their belief that she was left to die. The girl who impersonated her took her place on the bus, then claimed illness. From there, she kidnapped Mandalay's cousin and alternated between the two personalities to keep everyone in the dark. She contacted Shigaraki at some point and gave them the location. Is Shizaki okay? Izuku asked. They think she'll make a full recovery, eventually, Sir said. But she lost a lot of blood, and was like that for a long time. A maid at the motel found her and called emergency services. But until she woke and told them what little she could, no one had any idea that she hadn't been at the training camp all along. That's when the school was alerted and police were called. Izuku sighed. I can't believe no one was killed. Thank the gods. 10 villains against 45 skilled fighters was a long shot for them. I think they mainly got what they wanted out of this attack, Sir said. The public is outraged at the school. Parents are threatening to pull their children from the school. A hero and a student were kidnapped and most of them escaped capture. The media has turned rabid over it all and it is making things worse. Public trust is a valuable thing, All Might said with a nod. All for One can only benefit from damaging it. You should go and rest up for tonight, Sir told All Might. You're going to need all of your strength. All Might agreed and gave Izuku an encouraging smile before leaving the room. Sir waited a few moments, holding up a finger to forestall any further questions or comments, until he heard the elevator ping down the hall. Then he set his jaw and turned to face Izuku. Izuku, I have a very large, very irresponsible favor to ask of you, he said without preamble. I need you to be there tonight, when the raid happens. Izuku blinked in surprise. That was definitely not something he had expected. You need me to use One for All to help fight the villains. I'm kind of a mummy right now, and I don't have a license. No, you misunderstand. I don't want you to fight at all. This is going to be very complicated, but I'm going to try to make it as simple as I can, Sir said. But it's not One for All I need. It's inheritance. Izuku was already shaking his head. I don't want any more quirks, especially from villains. No, let me explain, Sir quickly corrected him. You can help All Might just by being nearby. Recovery Girl should have you in adequate shape and time. I'm almost certain that All Might is going to have to face All for One tonight. And if that happens, I need you to be close enough to weaken him so Toshinori has a chance of beating him. Izuku understood immediately. The last time he had been in close proximity with All for One, it hadn't gone well for the villain, and evidence had pointed to inheritance being the cause of All for One's apparent panic at the time. If he was to be in the vicinity when All Might had to fight him, it would give him an edge, and hopefully end the fight faster. Okay, Izuku said once he took a moment to think about it. He won't be the only one there, right? Other heroes will be there to help him fight. Sir nodded and hung his head. I'm sorry to ask this of you, he said heavily. I feel I owe you some explanation, something you probably should have been told about before. Tosh didn't want to scare you, so we didn't share it with you, but I think it's time you knew. Izuku didn't like the sound of that. You saw something, Izuku guessed. Something bad is going to happen. Yes and no, Sir said. I'm sure you remember when All Might was injured in his previous confrontation with All for One. Of course, Izuku said. That had been the beginning of the end of his time as All Might, at least full time. At that time, while All Might was still in the hospital, I used my quirk on him and didn't like what I saw. Izuku shifted uneasily. Sir had always said that the things he saw always came to pass, that he'd never been wrong. The fact that he was stalling made it even more ominous. The further into the future I look, the less certain the probable outcomes are. There are just too many variables for it to be able to be more precise. However, I looked ahead a few years to determine if he could truly make a full recovery from those terrible injuries. I saw that if All Might continued on as a hero, refusing to retire, he would face off against a very strong villain, and he would die an unspeakable death. Izuku swallowed hard. He opened his mouth to say something, then realized he had no idea what to say. I couldn't pinpoint the exact time period. But I believe we're reaching the end of it, Sir said. You came along and the probable outcome shifted. But he's still doing hero work. He hasn't really retired yet. Exactly. I came back to you after that vision and asked to look into your future, and I saw that Tosh had passed one for all onto you. I assumed at the time that this meant that he would take my warning seriously and work toward retirement. Isn't that what he's been doing? Izuku asked. It is, Sir agreed. But you were terribly young at that point, and we needed to wait. I wanted him to speed up his retirement once you started UA. And that's one of the reasons he accepted the teaching position. It wouldn't seem odd for him to step out of the limelight in such a way. He's not a young man anymore, so there's a chance he could not survive tonight, Izuku said thickly. There is. I wish I could just lie and tell you it's fine, but I'm not sure, and he won't let me look. He made me swear not to. In fact, that's why I want to cheat a little bit, Sir admitted. When I looked into your future just before camp, I jumped to a month later and saw you whole and seemingly healthy, so I didn't probe further and didn't look for All Might being with you. Couldn't you just look into my future right now and see if All Might is there? Izuku asked. The idea that they could learn he wasn't was terrifying beyond anything Izuku was willing to think about at the moment. You wouldn't have to tell me what you see. He made me swear not to do that either, Sir said, sounding frustrated. He basically forbade me from using my quirk to determine the outcome ahead of time. Izuku sighed. That did seem like All Might. So, you just want me to be nearby, in case it comes down to a fight between All Might and All for One, Izuku clarified. But what if someone else dies? One of the villains or other heroes? What if All Might kills All for One? Izuku hated the idea of possessing quirks that had been forcibly taken from others. I want you to be stationed on the roof of an adjacent building, Sir told him. If it looks like the fight might turn deadly, you should get out of there as fast as you can. Just run away, far enough that a death won't affect you. But if it's just a fight between All Might and All for One, your presence could help tip the scales. It's a risk, and it's assuming that the fight will take place where I expect it to. All for One might sense your presence and flee. That would be the best possible outcome. Is it okay for me to go out without a bodyguard? Izuku asked. I'm pretty sure my dad isn't going to be okay with this. So I probably shouldn't tell him. Sir adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat. Well, you won't be left alone. I'll be sending Bubble Girl with you, though she doesn't know it yet. I'm hesitant to ask you to be dishonest with your father about this, but at the same time, I get it, Izuku said. I don't like lying, and I know you always tell me that a lie by omission is still a lie, but in this case, it might be best. Like you said, I'll have a bodyguard with me. If you want to tell him, I'll do my best to explain the reasons, Sir told him. But the fewer people who know the plan, the better. As long as I'm not going there to fight, I think it should be okay not to tell him, Izuku said after a moment of consideration. Thank you, Izuku, Sir said solemnly. Recovery girl should be here within the hour to speed your healing. Now that your bones are all back where they belong. You'll probably sleep some more, so you should be refreshed by the time the rescue operation is about to start. I'll have Bubble Girl smuggle you out and take you to the warehouse we've tracked the Namu to. Do you think that's where they're holding Monoma and Ragdoll? He had visions of the doctor using Monoma for experiments with Namu, and clenched his jaw. I think that's where the confrontation will be, Sir said with a nod. I just want you to stay on the roof I send you to. No heroics, no rescue mission. Just stay there and wait. I know it will be hard to watch without joining in, but you have to let the pros handle this. Izuku nodded in agreement, but wondered if a group of heroes attacking was the best plan. Wouldn't a smaller group of stealthy heroes have a better chance? All Might wouldn't have to fight at all if someone else handled it. He knew it would be next to impossible to keep him out of it, though one of his students had been taken. Japan would be looking for All Might, who worked at the school, to be at the forefront of the operation. He ate hungrily after Sir had left, and chatted with Tagada-senpai, who was a full-time intern at Might Tower now. He felt foolish being fed by his senpai, but was too hungry to refuse. Izuku learned that he had interned with Best Jeanist before Sir had recruited him. He asked about his quirk, but before he could learn much about it, Recovery Girl arrived and looked him over. She removed all of the bandages to reveal long lines of dozens of staples down his right arm, holding puckered skin together. Even his fingers had needed to be flayed open to fix the bones of his right hand. The skin itself was nearly black with bruising on both arms, though the left was less so, and hadn't needed surgery even though it was broken in 2 places and fractured in a couple more. He had almost forgotten that both of his ankles had fractures until Recovery Girl flipped back the blankets to reveal the bandages wrapped around them. "Geez, Midoriya," Tagata said at the sight of even his legs needing help. "Are there any bones you didn't break?" "Not sure at this point," Izuku answered wryly. Recovery Girl clicked her tongue at them and made a note on a chart, then kissed Izuku on his cheek a couple of times. He instantly felt relief he didn't even know he craved, and instantly felt his eyes droop. Time to rest up before his secret mission that night. He woke to the feeling of being shaken gently by the shoulder. Bubble Girl stood over him, holding a bag. She was dressed in street clothes, mostly in black, but not looking like she was up to something shady. "A change of clothes for you," she said with a bright smile. "Your father just left, but he was here for a couple of hours. He was really glad to see you without your arms and legs all wrapped up. He brought you some clothes and other stuff and said he'd be back tomorrow." Izuku accepted the bag with hands that felt stiff and a bit weak, but working well. The staples were gone, though long scars remained on his right arm from shoulder to fingertips. His left arm looked normal, as did his legs. "Get dressed," Bubble Girl told him. "We're leaving in 15 minutes. Izuku scrambled to dress while Bubble Girl waited in the hall. The clothes were unfamiliar to him, and he guessed that Sir had arranged for them. They were nothing really special, just jeans, shirt, and dark blue hoodie. He realized as he pulled on the t-shirt that his right arm was considerably thinner and weaker than the left. At least his gloves still fit properly. The damage done and the resulting surgery and healing had left him with a healthy arm, but one that hadn't experienced years of strength training and muscle building. He was going to have to play catch-up again. That was a problem for future him, though. Right now, he had an assignment to fulfill. He was surprised when Bubble Girl led him down to the parking garage and straight to a sleek-looking motorcycle that was all clean lines and showy colors. She handed him a helmet and straddled the bike, then motioned for him to sit behind her. He'd never ridden on a motorcycle before, and was a bit nervous at first as she started the motor and the whole frame vibrated under him. "Put your hands on my hips and lean into any curves or turns on the way," she told him over the noise. She set the bike in motion without further warning, and Izuku's hands shot out to grip her hips awkwardly. He didn't think he'd ever been this close to a girl before when he wasn't fighting her. It was a little less unnerving than it might have been, since she was fully clothed and not in her hero costume. It only took about a half a block before he relaxed a little and began to enjoy the ride. The night air was cool, and the traffic wasn't too heavy as they navigated the city. The warehouse Sir wanted him to position himself on looked abandoned as they rode past it. No light shone inside, and the only illumination was from street lamps on the sidewalk outside. Bubble Girl parked her bike several blocks away near an izakaya, and then they walked down the street as if on a date. As long as no one looked too closely, they would just seem like a couple strolling down the street. Bubble Girl didn't say much until the amount of people surrounding them thinned out, and there were only a few others on the other side of the street. "Okay," she said quietly, moving at a leisurely pace. "All Might and the rest are probably all gathered at police headquarters right now, briefing everyone involved. There are 2 primary targets, so this is going to be a double strike on both locations. Right now, Best Jeanist, Gang Orca and Mount Lady should be arriving near the warehouse we passed. That's where the tracker on the Namu led investigators. They think it's where they've been creating the Namu. But we're in the middle of the city," Izuku said, looking around at the various storefronts that were now closed for the night. "Yes, hiding in plain sight. Who would suspect?" she asked. "It's not like they care if people get hurt, right?" "I guess you're right," Izuku said. But it was troubling. If a fight broke out around here, there could be a lot of casualties. Still, they were still blocks away from the warehouse. If they're there, I take it All Might is at the other side. Yes, the bulk of the heroes and police went to where they believe Monoma and Ragdoll are being held. One of the villains from the camp was spotted yesterday and followed. Izuku wasn't so sure that Monoma would be held at the villain's hideout, especially if the Namu were being manufactured at the building next to the warehouse. If Izuku was correct about them wanting Monoma for his quirk, then wouldn't it make sense for them to hold him where the Namu were being created? It had been Izuku's blood and whatever else they'd taken from him that had made the Namu possible, after all. He reminded himself that he was not here to fight villains, and that he was not supposed to put himself in any danger that he could avoid. The pros were handling this. They had a plan. Did the pros know about All for One, and possibility that he'd be making an appearance? "Shouldn't we be hurrying?" Izuku asked. "No," Bubble Girl said with a firm head shake. "Sir was very clear that he didn't want you on that rooftop until we were sure that All Might was there. I was told to keep you at least a block away until we had confirmation, so if All for One is there, he won't be tipped off beforehand." "Wait, they're flushing him out on purpose, so that All Might can fight him tonight?" Izuku asked, feeling a sense of panic set in. "That's secondary to rescuing the captives," she said. "But it would be a nice bonus to rid ourselves the entire lot in one fell swoop." This was bad. Izuku didn't think she had any idea about All Might's time limit, or his true form. It was easy to be casual about the possibility of this upcoming fight when you weren't aware that All Might wasn't at his best anymore. No wonder Sir had been so desperate to get Izuku near the fight. It was possible that All for One was incredibly weakened by their previous encounter, and Izuku's unwitting attack on him during the sports festival. He had supposedly ordered Shigaraki to kill him just because he posed a threat. After all, maybe All Might could beat him, but what about the Namu? Could he beat All for One and any Namu in that building? Okay, we'll wait here, Bubble Girl said, pulling Izuku from his spiraling thoughts. Can you toss me up to the roof? Izuku looked upward and saw that the building they were standing by was 5 floors. It might be better for me to just carry you up on my back, she said. Can you hold on? She could. They moved into the alley between 2 buildings until they were swallowed by the shadows, so they wouldn't be seen. It was a bit strange because she was slightly taller than him, but she wrapped her arms around his shoulders and her legs around his waist. He bent his legs and jumped, ricocheting between the 2 buildings a couple of times as he went. They made it to the roof in less than 5 seconds and looked around. From what Sir said, this should be far enough away from the warehouse for you to not be affected by any deaths. There aren't many residential buildings around here, and no hospitals or nursing homes or anything like that. Izuku nodded and kept his eyes trained on the end of the block. He wasn't exactly sure which building was the warehouse until Bubble Girl pointed it out by an antennae on the roof of the building beside it that resembled a cell phone tower. A few minutes went by before there was a huge crash, and a plume of dust billowed up in the air, making Izuku begin to move toward the commotion before Bubble Girl stopped him. That's just the assigned team, she said. They're the ones making the fuss. Izuku fidgeted, but saw Mount Lady's gigantic form stand before she shrank down out of sight. She wouldn't shrink down if there was an impending threat, would she? Remember, you're not here to fight, Bubble Girl reminded him. Don't make me have to stun you. He glanced at her to see if she was serious, and saw that she was. His quirk didn't really need him to be awake to work, did it? They stood on the rooftop watching the dust settle, when there was another explosion. Bubble Girl looked uncertain. None of the heroes you mentioned for this site makes explosions, Izuku said with a frown. I mean, Gang Orkakudos' voice. Bubble Girl checked her phone and swore. The raid on the other hideout was a bust, and most of the villains were warped away. All Might should be on his way here right now, she said. We're gonna wait about 1 minute before we move in. Izuku's heart began to race. What was going on down there? That second explosion could have been anything. Before the minute was up, a blurred shape shot across the sky like a missile and Izuku knew that All Might had arrived on the scene. He moved to jump forward onto the next rooftop, and Bubble Girl didn't stop him. It wasn't until they were 2 buildings away that she grabbed him. Let me go and make sure All for One is even there, she said. I'll wave you over if he is. Izuku reluctantly nodded. It didn't take her long to get to the warehouse, and then she came back, looking conflicted. All 3 heroes are down, she said. Best Jeanist looks really bad. Like, really, really bad. I don't know if you should get closer. I have a healing quirk now. I've been resting all day. If we can get to him, I should be able to at least keep him alive until help arrives, Izuku said. Bubble Girl bit her lip. All attention is on All Might right now, but there are people everywhere, most of them villains. I don't know if they were inside the Namu factory all along, or what. Izuku didn't like the sound of that at all. If I go over there, All for One might just leave to get away from me. If that happens, there won't need to be a fight at all, and Best Jeanist could get help. Bubble Girl's expression hardened. This is going to make me sound like a total beach. But if I have to choose between the 2, I want All Might to come out of this alive. Let's go see what's what. Izuku nodded, well aware that if he chose to try to heal Best Jeanist, it wouldn't count against him. As long as he didn't join the fight, he was within the law. Self-defense was another matter. Still, All Might didn't know he was here, and wasn't supposed to know. It would distract him for sure. Izuku skidded to a halt at the edge of the warehouse roof and looked down at the half-destroyed building below. There was Best Jeanist, in the dim, yellow light of a security lamp, lying prone in a dark puddle. There was no one near him. Bubble Girl was beside him, also scanning the scene below. All Might and All for One were focused on each other, and it seemed All Might had both given and taken a couple of hits. It was hard to hear what they were saying to each other, but that didn't matter. Before Izuku could determine whether he was close enough to All for One to affect him, another form rocketed onto the scene. Gran Torino, Izuku gasped. He was in his hero gear, and didn't hesitate to start kicking the other villains who tried to intervene. Izuku jolted when he noted that the scarred man who started the fires at the training camp was holding onto Monoma by the arm. Ragdoll was nowhere to be seen. Several Namu were lying scattered around, as well. They weren't moving. He hoped by everything that was good in the universe that he wasn't sucking up Namu quirks right then. The truly terrifying thing about everything that was happening was that All for One seemed to be emitting fear. The force of his presence was stifling. And whatever contraption he was wearing over his head and shoulders was alien-looking and frightening. Was it a kind of weapon? Was it keeping inheritance from affecting him? All for One doesn't seem to be getting weaker, Izuku said. I think I should try to get closer. No way, Bubble Girl said. No fighting. I swear I'm not going to fight. I want to get to Best Jeanist before I end up with his quirk. And I want to get near enough to All for One that if he's affected by me, it hits him hard. Going to Jeanist will accomplish both. He didn't wait for her to agree or disagree. He simply hopped over the edge of the roof and used bursts of his levitation to ease him down to the ground. He stayed in the shadows, which wasn't all that hard, and crouched low to the ground. He took a minute to get his bearings and belly crawled over to Best Jeanist. He didn't hesitate to put his hands on the hero and envisioned the hole in his middle knitting itself back together like the textile threads the hero manipulated. He didn't know how long he was there, sweating as he willed Best Jeanist to live and for the bleeding to stop. He envisioned Jeanist's heartbeat as his own, which was strong and wild at the moment. The wound was so big and the damage was so extensive that Izuku knew he couldn't heal it as much as it needed. Not like this. He needed help. As if in answer to his prayer, the sound of a motorcycle came roaring up. For a crazy moment, Izuku thought Bubble Girl had gone back for her bike, but it was Sir Night-Eye arriving to help All Might. That's when he heard it. All for One, coughing. Izuku thought it was All Might at first, having one of the coughing fits he sometimes had before losing his heroic form. But it wasn't him. It was All for One. Midoriya Izuku. All for One wheezed out, still loud for all he was suddenly struggling. All Might spun, surprise and dread etched into his expression when he spotted Izuku on the ground, trying to heal Best Jeanist. Sir swore when he realized that Izuku was not on the rooftop where he was supposed to be. Finish this, All Might, Sir told him. I'll protect the boy. And who will protect you? Shigaraki asked, beginning to sprint towards Sir. Faster than Izuku could process, Sir had whipped out 3 of his hyper-density seals and let them fly. Each one weighed 5 kilograms, and 2 of them hit their mark. One hit Shigaraki just above his eye, and the other hit him in the center of his chest. The third was too low and missed his leg by a mere centimeter. Izuku wasn't exactly sure what was happening, because he was trying his best to keep Best Jeanist from dying, and he was losing energy quickly. He was aware of arguments among the villains, Gran Torino kicking serious ass, and then All for One used Kurogiri's unconscious body somehow to force open a warp gate. The villains were escaping. Sir backed up to Izuku and put a hand on his head. They're going to take Monoma, Izuku cried out, even as he felt extra energy pour into him, then out into Best Jeanist. No, they are not, Sir said grimly. Another seal flew from his hand and struck the scarred man in the shoulder. He let go of Monoma as his arm went limp. Another villain, the creepy blonde girl from the camp, dove toward Monoma with a knife, but Monoma deftly blocked her and pushed her backward, causing her to scream. Suddenly there was blood everywhere, and the villains were forced into the portal. When the warp gate disappeared, Kurogiri was still on the ground, twitching slightly. Monoma had been left behind, and he ran toward the street, away from All for One, even as All Might pinned the villain to the ground, delivering a punishing beating. All for One seemed incapable of fighting back. He seemed to have spent his energy, and Izuku was probably draining him even more. He was still talking to All Might, but it was in a quiet voice that didn't carry over the sounds of helicopters circling and screaming sirens filling the area. Finally All Might stood, bloody and breathing heavily. Izuku was choking on tears as he realized that he was no longer in his hero form, but in his true form for everyone to see. I've given all I have, All Might said, just barely loud enough to be heard. It's your turn, now. Izuku, Sir gasped, leaning heavily against the wall of the warehouse. Go, get out of here. Get as far away as you need to. Best Jeanist will make it now. Go. Izuku didn't comprehend what he was saying as he just stared at All Might, skinny and bleeding and bruised, standing in the rubble and looking ready to topple, even as he raised his fist in the air. Let's go. Bubble Girl was there, pulling at Izuku's arm. Before that villain guy kicks the bucket, Izuku allowed himself to be pulled away from the scene. Police tried to stop them from leaving, but Bubble Girl just waved her hero license at them and pushed Izuku forward. He followed on autopilot and didn't stop until they were at least a block away. Other heroes were arriving, mostly to aid any people who lived in the area in evacuation, and clean up after the battle, which had done more extensive damage than Izuku would have imagined. His phone began buzzing insistently, but he just handed it to Bubble Girl. He heard her assure Sir that they were a safe distance away. When it buzzed again, she handed it back to him. It's your father. Izuku winced, but wiped his face with his sleeve and put the phone to his ear. I'm safe, he said before his dad could say a word. Completely safe and unharmed. Why were you even there? His dad demanded. You were supposed to be recuperating, and the next thing I know there's breaking news and you're there, unless there's another healer nearby, and All Might is. I know. Izuku couldn't keep the obvious grief from his voice, but he beat All for One. Sue, come home, his father said. Do you have a rail pass? Money? Just come home. I'll get someone to bring me, he promised. I'll see you soon. Bubble Girl looked immeasurably sad, and had tears in her eyes, too. She was looking at her own phone and Izuku could see that All Might in his true form was dominating the screen from a live news stream. The whole world would know, now. And what about Sir? How much of himself had he given to save Best Jeanist? Can you take me home, please? He asked her quietly. I'm really tired and I just want to go home. She stared at her screen for a moment longer before she tore her eyes away and nodded. Yeah, she said. I can do that much. As they walked toward the parking lot where she'd left her motorcycle, they were both silent, even though there were more and more people on the street, excited and confused as they watched the broadcast footage on screens almost everywhere they looked. Izuku held onto Bubble Girl as she navigated through the city, and even leaned against her back in his exhaustion. He was almost asleep when she pulled up in front of his apartment building. What are you going to tell you, father? She asked. That I sneaked out when I found out that All Might was going to fight All for One, Izuku said. That I wanted to be nearby to try to weaken the bad guy so the good guy could win. That's not far from the truth, she said with a nod. I'll say that when I saw how bad Best Jeanist was, I couldn't not help. Also true. There's no reason to tell him that Sir asked me to be there. There's no reason to tell All Might, either. Okay. Bubble Girl looked at him for a long moment before nodding. All Might's going to have a lot to deal with already. Let's not make it worse by getting him mad at Sir, Izuku reiterated, wanting to be sure she understood. I promise, she said. I'll tell Sir, too. Izuku nodded and wearily made his way inside to the elevator and rode up to face the music with his father. Izuku was surprised to find that his father was much more understanding than he could have hoped for. He wasn't happy that his son had taken such a huge and foolish risk. But he also knew that Izuku had a personal stake in making sure All for One was in custody. The fact that he was one of the only people who knew about All Might's weakness had simply been too compelling to not try to help. Add to that the fact that another boy had been taken because of his quirk. And it was too much to expect Izuku not to take it very personally. He also knew that his son's huge heart would have compelled him to help a gravely injured hero, regardless of personal risk. Not to mention that it was the safest course of action to prevent a new quirk from being inherited. So if he'd had to be there, he'd chosen the best course of action. Izuku did not need the quirk of another top hero in his repertoire to complicate his life even further. No matter how excellent the quirk, there should be limits. After a fair bit of pacing, breathing smoke and ranting, he'd calmed down and accepted that Izuku had chosen the path of a hero, which meant he would always be running headlong into dangerous situations. All Might's reaction to Izuku's presence was another story. He was livid at first. And Izuku stood in Might Tower with his head bowed, listening to All Might scold him for his recklessness for 20 minutes before All Might noticed Izuku's tears. He ran out of steam abruptly then, and pulled Izuku into a fierce hug instead, even with casts on both of his arms. I never wanted you to have to see All for One again. All Might had murmured into his hair, sounding suspiciously teary himself. I never wanted you to have to face him, even if that seems to be the fate of all of one for all's holders. I was sure I was probably going to die and didn't want you to have to witness that firsthand. I wanted you to have an easier path. You know it's not that simple, Izuku told him sadly, returning the hug more gently. I know, All Might admitted gruffly. It never is. The media was in a frenzy over All Might's true form and the epic battle that had taken place in Kamino. Mount Lady and Gang Orca had been injured. Best Jeanist would be out of commission for a long time, maybe even permanently. It was reported that the only reason he even survived was because a UA student had happened to be nearby and had rushed in to use his healing quirk to stabilize his injuries. His quirk was intact, but Ragdoll's wasn't. Word spread quickly that she'd been rendered quirkless by the villain that All Might had defeated. It was a miracle that out of all of the injured civilians in the area and all of the damage that had been dealt, there had only been a couple of people who had succumbed to their injuries after being taken to hospitals. The idea that there had been a villain out there forcibly stealing quirks sent the public into an uproar. Some were praising the heroes for getting such a terrifying man off of the streets, but others were furious that those heroes had known such a villain existed and had kept it from the public. This, on top of the fact that the first-year students in the heroics course had been attacked less than a week earlier by many of the same villains at what was supposed to be a secure location. And it was another element adding to the perfect storm of public distrust that was brewing in Japan. Many of the villains responsible for the events of Hasu, the training camp, and now the Kamino Ward incident were still at large, and All Might was essentially retired, seemingly in an instant. The public was in a tailspin or doubt and worry, and many were just plain frightened. Every adult in Izuku's life was worried about it and brainstorming what could be done to help regain some of the confidence in UA and in heroes that had deteriorated. It was something of a surprise to Izuku when Aizawa and All Might came to his apartment the very next day to discuss the idea of UA becoming a boarding school for the safety of the students. All students, regardless of which course they were in, would live in dormitories that were being erected at that very moment. Move-in would begin in just 3 days. Any student who did not agree to live on campus had to file for an exemption or transfer to a different school. I'm sorry, but Izuku's dad said uneasily. Shigaraki has gotten to Izuku while he was on campus before. Izuku couldn't even think of any argument to that simple worry. All Might nodded in understanding and stood, bowing deeply. I swore to you years ago that I would do everything in my power to keep Izuku safe, and I've failed more than once. I know it's the height of arrogance to ask you to extend that trust to me yet again, but Izuku didn't miss the trail of smoke that escaped his father's mouth for a couple of breaths as he became flustered. Even Aizawa looked somewhat stunned as he also stood and bowed. During the raid, Kurogiri was captured and taken into custody along with All for One, so the League of Villains has no way to enter the campus by means of teleportation. Kurogiri also divulged during the raid that he couldn't transport anyone or anything that wasn't in a known, fixed position. All Might said, face still far too close to the floor. I have failed in keeping Izuku safe, as well. As his teacher, I've been negligent in focusing as much attention on his safety and whereabouts as I should, because I became complacent and let others handle what I should have been supervising personally. That won't happen again. I will be moving into the dormitories as well, living within the one building to watch over all of my students. Truly flustered now, Izuku's father waved his hands in distress. Please, raise your heads, he said. If the two of you have been negligent, then I've been doubly so. As his father, I've come to understand that Izuku has needs and abilities and strengths far beyond anything I've ever felt equal to helping him with. I've relied on others to help me raise him, including both of you. While he's been in danger more times than I can count, and done some reckless things, I don't think any of us can deny the kind of person he's turning out to be. 3 pairs of eyes swung to fall on a very red-faced Izuku who wasn't sure where all of this was going. He's strong, brave, and intelligent, his father said, getting misty-eyed as he spoke. But better than any of that, he's a good person. I can't take credit for more than a tiny fraction of that, so I can hardly complain when I'm so very proud of him. Izuku was getting teary-eyed as his father took his turn to bow to his mentors. Please look after my son. I know he doesn't always make it easy, but I know he's worth the effort. Izuku quickly bowed as well. I swear I'll do my best. Izuku promised all of them. By the time All Might and Aizawa left, Izuku felt emotionally drained. He knew he only had 3 days to pack, but he honestly didn't have the energy for it at the moment. Instead, he took a nap and felt better for it. He logged into the group chat and saw that quite a few of his classmates were already online. Uraraka at 0G's Hey Midoriya. Did you hear the news? Zero at Stickman High Midoriya. Ashido at Acidrip High. Takoyami at Darkness X2 Midoriya. Kaminari at Zip Zap Subdued. Kirishima at Roxalid Bro. Midoriya at Broccoli Boy. Hey everyone, which news? Bakugo at Boom Dorms Nerd. Ada at Gotagoff asked, I believe Uraraka was referring to the new on-campus living arrangements. Gyro at Deep Dope, my parents agreed to let me go. Ajiro at Karate Kid, mine too, but it was a fight. Asui at Karakaro, mine weren't happy, but we'll see how it goes. Shaoji at Taco, I'll be there. Midoriya at Broccoli Boy, my dad said okay. Uraraka at 0G's, my parents wanted me to come back home, but I refused. Asui at Karakaro, really? What did they say to that? Ashido at Acidrip, maybe I can use it. Uraraka at 0G's, I told them I'd run away and become a vigilante if they tried to make me. Bakugo at Boom Damn Round Face. Nice. Everyone in the chat was equal parts nervous and excited for the move, and Ashido said her parents were still thinking about it but that she'd convince them. After that, talk turned to the Kamino incident and how All Might was retired. Now, it was Kaken that made the connection between the skinny guy they kept seeing around school to All Might's true form. Izuku pretended that it was news to him that All Might had apparently been living a double life between Hero and that other form for a while now. Izuku didn't volunteer any information about being there, and by some miracle he seemed to have been aided by the darkness of the night and hadn't appeared on any of the news footage as more than a vague form in dark clothes. Any cameras in the area had been wholly focused on All Might's battle, and anything else was just unimportant in comparison. The following day, Izuku was surprised to get a letter, a large package, and a smaller one delivered to him by rapid fire when he came on duty to watch the Midoriya's building. The letter turned out to be from Koda. Izuku's eyes got misty as he looked at the carefully written words in childish handwriting. Thank you for saving me. Heroes are not dumb. You are my hero. Sorry I was mean. From Koda. Along with the letter was a crayon drawing of Izuku standing next to Koda. It was really cute, and Izuku could tell it was him because of the scribbled, messy green hair and bright red shoes. Koda drew himself with his red hat with small horns on it that reminded him of Onuma at Endeavor's agency. He set it carefully aside to hang up later. He would have to see if he could find an address to write back to. Izuku smiled when he found the larger package with several moving boxes ready for assembly, so he could pack his things to take to the dorms in 2 days. The smaller package was something else entirely. Inside the box was a carefully folded All Might banner that he had coveted for many years. It had been an ultra-special limited edition collectible 10th anniversary banner that had never been for sale to the public. On top of the banner, which had been wrapped in plastic, was a note. Izuku, there are no words that can express my gratitude to you for the role you played in saving All Might from a terrible fate. Please accept this token for a debt I can never repay. Always, sir. Izuku thought he might actually faint. There had only been 25 of these banners ever produced, and he now owned one of them. When he had seen that there was one hanging in Might Tower, on the floor with all of the memorabilia, he'd fanboyed about it for an hour to Sir in one of their marathon geek sessions over all things All Might. When Izuku had learned that Sir actually owned nearly all of the items in that collection, Izuku had been in awe. He carefully put the banner in one of the boxes, the very first thing he packed to take with him to the dorms. Sir had even taken his advice and hung it in his office, instead of with everything else, so it was showcased as the extra special collectible it was. The next 3 days were somewhat busy. His father hadn't wanted Izuku to need to strip his room bare to move, and then not have a comfortable place to stay when he came home. New bedding, curtains, area rug and other items were ordered for him. The only things Izuku really needed to pack were his favorite All Might collectibles, and deciding what to take had taken a long time. He had them shipped ahead with his clothes, and only really needed a duffel bag for last-minute things he couldn't pack ahead. On the day before move-in, Todoroki came to hang out. It was unexpected and unannounced, so Izuku assumed that his friend was just avoiding being home. "You're all done packing?" he asked his friend, who took a seat on his bed while Izuku sat on his desk chair. "Yeah, my father wasn't too happy about the dorms, but I can't wait to get out of that house," Todoroki said. You could say that he didn't take it well when All Might retired, and he was bumped up to number 1 without beating him in any way, just outlasting him. Izuku couldn't blame Todoroki for not wanting to be home. If Endeavor was in a mood, he wasn't sure he should ask about his mother, who Todoroki didn't seem to blame for anything. Instead, he tactfully asked, "Do your brothers and sister still live at home?" "My sister Fayumi and my brother Natsuo do. Tauya died when I was little. He had a fire quirk that ended up consuming him." "Oh shit, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have asked," Izuku said in mortification. "It's okay. I didn't really know him all that well. I wasn't allowed to be near my siblings growing up." Izuku wasn't sure what to make of that. Todoroki's whole existence seemed like a daytime drama brought to life, and it was hard to wrap his head around it. Are you allowed to be around them now?" "Yes, but I don't really feel like we're a real family, somehow. It's hard to explain." Izuku nodded. He could see how it could be difficult to feel a connection with people who grew up in the same house, but were not allowed to be near each other. Todoroki didn't seem like he was going to say anything further about it for a while. He fiddled with Izuku's handheld video game, but it was obvious that he didn't know how to work it. "I was thinking about going to see my mother before we move into the dorms." "Going to see her? Did your parents divorce?" Izuku asked. The death of a child and an arranged marriage didn't exactly make for a great combination to continue a married life with. "No, I don't think so," Todoroki said. "I haven't seen her since the night she burned me. My father had her admitted to a hospital, and she's lived there ever since." Izuku felt an unpleasant jolt at hearing this. "How old were you when it happened?" "Almost 6, he said in a matter-of-fact tone. 10 years, Izuku said, almost unable to believe it. Did people really live in hospitals for that long? Was she mentally unstable still? He had so many questions that he didn't dare to ask. "You want to see her today, then?" Izuku clarified. "I think so," Todoroki said with a slight furrow between his eyebrows. "It's hard. Is it far away?" Izuku asked, not really sure what else to say. "No, it's only about 20 minutes by train. It's actually not that far from Endeavor's agency," Todoroki said. "I just don't know if she wants to see me." Izuku's heart ached to hear that. He didn't know all of the details and didn't feel like it was his place to press for too many, but he couldn't imagine her not wanting to see her kids. "Do you want me to go with you?" he offered tentatively. "I don't have to go in, but I could wait outside for you, for moral support." "You're not supposed to leave here without a bodyguard," Todoroki reminded him. "Or be near hospitals." Oh, yeah, he'd kind of forgotten about the bodyguard thing. He somehow didn't believe his mother was in the same kind of hospital as the ones he avoided. If it had been 10 years, it was more than likely some sort of long-term mental institution, right? "We could bring whoever's on duty right now," Izuku proposed. "If you wanted someone to go with you. Or Ida would be happy to go, if not me." He had seen Ida and Todoroki together at school quite a bit, and the three of them often sat together at lunch, along with some others. After Hasu, Ida was probably the next closest person to Todoroki after Izuku. "No," Todoroki finally said, sitting straighter. "I can do it on my own. I'm just procrastinating." "Understandable," Izuku sympathized. "Thanks for offering." Todoroki left a short time later, and Izuku hoped that things went well for him. With nothing left to do, Izuku spent the rest of the day giving the house a deep cleaning and making a nice meal for the last dinner he would have with his dad for a while. He worried about what his dad would do for food and who would do the housework when Izuku wasn't there, but knew that he'd survive. There were meal services that made fresh, healthy meals that would deliver after all. The following morning, his father dropped him off in front of the school with a teary wave, and Izuku watched him drive away with both sadness and excitement. Ada was there in front of the appropriate dorm building, of course, and Aizawa was standing with him, looking sleepy. Izuku set down his bag and stood with them, waiting for the others to arrive. The fact that the dorms had been built and furnished in under a week was mind-blowing. Each class had its own building, 5 stories tall and each labeled with a class number in huge signs on the front, and a low archway that read, Alliance. There seemed to be 2 wings to each building, and Izuku was sure that it was probably to separate the boys from the girls' living spaces. Don't think I don't know about what you were up to the other night, Aizawa told Izuku when Ada jogged over to help Vlad King with something. And why? We don't have any other students with a healing quirk. Izuku looked at him with a gaze like a deer caught in headlights. You did an incredibly dangerous and foolhardy thing. I'll expect you to follow the rules and set an example as the class representative while we're all living together, he said, keeping an eye on it. Got that, problem child? Izuku nodded. Understood. Good. I'm only going to say this once, so listen up, Aizawa said seriously, looking straight at Izuku. If you joined in the fight, you'd have been expelled. You showed restraint and acted somewhat responsibly. Excellent work. Izuku blinked. Aizawa yawned and raised a hand to Vlad King, who had waved an acknowledgement as Ida jogged back. The students started arriving then, trickling in one at a time. Once they were all gathered, they got a tour, a list of the rules, and their room assignments. Then it was time to move in and make the dorms a home. Everyone was awed by the new living arrangements. There was a kitchen area with plenty of seating, communal living space, bathing and laundry facilities, and Aizawa's quarters on the first floor. Aizawa's quarters were at the very back, with the laundry room and a small storage space as a buffer between his rooms and the common areas. He made it clear they were not to disturb him except in an emergency. They would be expected to prepare breakfast and dinner, and it was up to them to decide if they would work together for group meals or fend for themselves. There was a small budget for necessities when it came to groceries, and they would be expected to stick to it, making an equitable list of items. Any luxury items like snacks or specific name brands had to come out of the students' own pockets. Lunch could still be procured at Lunch Rush for the normal prices. Uraraka was almost overwhelmed by the grandeur of the place, which was just another clue about how poor she had grown up. She confided to Izuku and Ada that not having to pay rent on her small place anymore and having most meals included was like a dream come true for her. Once the tour was over and Aizawa disappeared to his own rooms, everyone separated to go and unpack. Izuku had requested a bed for his room, and the standard dresser that everyone was supplied. He'd had a desk delivered along with new bedding, curtains, and area rug. Everything had a distinct All Might theme that couldn't be missed. Even before he hung up his prized 10th anniversary super special limited edition banner right over his bed. He hung narrow shelves for his collectibles and was just starting to line up his action figures when his door flew open. Hey nerd, do you have a flat head? Where is the sweet F did you get that? Kaken demanded, marching into the room and staring open-mouthed at the banner above the bed. It was a gift, Izuku said, a little nervously, but mostly proud. Holy shit, they only made 25 of those. They weren't even for sale. Who the hell just give one away to a nerd like you? Izuku hadn't been prepared to answer a question like that. A close friend of the family, who's probably a bigger All Might fan than anyone else on the planet. Why give it to you? They could sell that for serious bank. Kaken didn't seem mad. He seemed envious. I did them a really big favor, Izuku said with a shrug, and they just sent it to me as thanks. Did you give them a kidney or something? Damn, the question seemed to be rhetorical, so Izuku just hummed in agreement that it was an incredible gift. You needed something, Bakugo? Izuku asked to change the subject. The other boy looked at him strangely and shoved his hands in his pockets. Flathead screwdriver. Yeah, Izuku said, rummaging in his little IKEA toolkit and coming up with the tool. Here, you mad at me? He asked as he accepted the screwdriver. No, Izuku answered. Should I be? You don't usually call me that. It's kind of your name, Izuku said. You hated when I called you Kaken, and since you haven't called me Deku in a while, I thought you might prefer Bakugo instead. It was a kind of peace offering, and an acknowledgement that Izuku had seen that Bakugo had been making a real effort to be less abrasive toward him. Get what you want, he said. I don't care either way. It's not like it was an insult. Izuku smiled at him, genuinely pleased that this conversation was going smoothly. Okay, he said, trying not to sound smug. Deal. Kaken left and Izuku stood and stretched. The curtains needed to be hung still, and he spotted Monoma outside of the neighboring building, carrying a box. Izuku opened the sliding door that led to the tiny balcony and called down. Monoma, wait a second. He paused to grab a small colorful bag from the desk drawer, then hopped over the railing of the balcony to land in the grass below. Midoriya, use the stairs, Aizawa shouted at him. Izuku looked to his right and saw his teacher a few meters away, talking to Present Mike by the hedgerow. Okay, Izuku said. Sorry, sensei. Then, just because he could, he turned and jumped back up to his balcony and into his room, then ran down the stairs and out the front door. Monoma, wait up, he called to the boy who was now nearly at the front door of his own dormitory. Izuku grinned when he heard Present Mike guffawing as he dodged Aizawa's capture weapon trying to flick him. What do you want? Monoma asked. He looked tired. Just to talk for a minute. Hang on a sec, Monoma said. He disappeared into the building, but came back less than a minute later, sans box. Izuku sat down on the porch and waited for Monoma to join him, then handed the other boy the small colorful bag he'd grabbed on his way out of his room with a small smile. Sorry, they're not all grape-flavored, he said, offering the bag of gummies. I only had an assortment bag. How did you know? Never mind, Monoma began to ask. Then he sighed. Did you come to throw my words back in my face from before about not being able to do anything without causing trouble for others? Nah, Izuku denied. I was going to, but you look like crap. Thanks. Monoma's tone was dry as he tore open the bag and searched through the colorful candies for the green ones. He popped one in his mouth and chewed, staring off into the middle distance. I wanted to see if you were okay, Izuku confessed. I don't really know what you went through after they took you, but I can wager a guess. Monoma visibly shuddered. Mostly it's what they said they were going to do when I told them they'd never recruit me. Because of your quirk, huh? Izuku said with a sage nod. I know how creepy that is. I still have nightmares. And it's been years since they started actually doing some of that to me. I don't really remember it, because they altered my memory, but I guess my subconscious does. Does it get easier? Monoma asked quietly. Yeah, Izuku said, accepting the bag of candy back now that the grape ones had been fished out. But it helps to have someone to talk to. I don't even know you. Izuku smiled as he chose a candy at random and put it in his mouth. I wasn't talking about me. Just someone, a friend, a parent, a therapist. The school has a counselor you can make an appointment with. Is that who you talk to? Monoma wanted to know. I have a therapist I've been seeing for a while. I like him, Izuku said without shame. He just listens without judging, and helps me work through stuff, helps me see different perspectives, sometimes. They talked about taking samples from me. They took some of my blood. A lot of it, actually. Izuku nodded again. Not really looking at Monoma, knowing it could be easier to talk without someone staring at you. Yeah, I found out that they used the samples they took from me to help create the Namu so they can have multiple quirks. Izuku confessed. That really messes with my head, and I have nightmares about it. Monoma's jaw dropped, and he swallowed audibly. Can those things take people's quirks, too? Do the Nomas kill people to get more quirks? Monoma's voice sounded strangled. No, Izuku assured him quickly. No, but people aren't meant to have more than one quirk. People like me are outliers, so when people like us who can hold multiple quirks at once without exploding or something, it kind of stands out to people like All for One and his creepy-ass doctor, since they wanted those monsters to have multiple quirks. They needed to figure out a way for that to happen by studying someone who could do that without injury or self-destruction. This is so completely effed up, Monoma said, sounding more like himself. Yep, what more could he really say? They probably would have done more to me, but I copied all the quirks I could when they took me. Every time anyone got near me, I found a way to touch them. That's smart. Monoma looked relieved to hear it. I copied that creepy hand guy's quirk, and I was going to use it on Dabai, the fire one, but he got hit and let me go. Then that crazy knife girl came at me and I used it on her. He shuddered. I wanted to use it on the man who was fighting All Might, but I just couldn't, Monoma admitted. I was paralyzed with terror. All I could do was run. I'm not sure that radiating fear isn't one of that bastard's quirks, to be honest, Izuku said with a scowl. That's nothing to be ashamed of. You did what you needed to do to defend yourself and you got out of the way so the heroes didn't have to worry about you getting caught in the crossfire. Monoma looked at Izuku, then, as if trying to gauge his sincerity. He didn't run. It was a confirmation that Monoma had known that Izuku had been the anonymous UA student on the scene. I wanted to, Izuku said. Not sure it was strictly true, but also knowing it was the right answer. I had other things to worry about, like saving Best Jeanist, like making sure I didn't suddenly have a new textile manipulation quirk. Izuku said with a nod. I know it's easy for people to say how cool it would be to get all these great quirks, but people have to die for that. I don't know what my limit is, either, so every quirk I inherit could be the one that tips me over into the too many category and destroys me. Damn, I guess I never thought of it like that. It's pretty complicated, Izuku agreed. They were silent for a while, eating their gummies and contemplating life. Finally Izuku stood and stretched. I'm glad you're okay, he told Monoma. It might not feel like it right now, but you are. Monoma stood, too. He took a fortifying breath and nodded. Thanks. Izuku just nodded and held up a hand to say goodbye before trotting back over to his own dormitory. Aizawa and Present Mike were nowhere to be seen now, so Izuku didn't feel the need to be too cautious as he went back to finish decorating his room and unpacking. At the end of the day, Izuku went down to the common area and found many of his classmates lounging around on the couches, looking tired. "I'm starving," Kirishima complained, sprawled with his legs extended out and his head back against the cushions. "Do you think they've got some cup noodles around here?" "I thought there was food and stuff in the fridge," Izuku said, wandering over to the kitchen area. The fridge was huge compared to the one at home, and the rice cooker looked like it could make enough for 20 people. "There are ingredients," Kaminari informed him. "Not food." Izuku laughed and found a huge bag of rice in one of the cabinets. He washed his hands in the sink and then started a huge pot of rice cooking while he surveyed what was available. "Curry okay? It's probably the easiest," he called, pulling out big packages of chicken, carrots, and onions. "Dude, you're gonna cook for us?" Jiru asked as she came down the stairs with Uraraka. "I'm hungry, too," Izuku said with a shrug. "We've all made curry together before, right? Had that really been less than 2 weeks ago?" "I'll peel potatoes," Ida volunteered, going to the sink. "I can cut up the chicken," Yaoyorozu offered. "I'd cut the onions, but I always end up crying," Kirishima said. "The trick is to not form an emotional attachment," Izuku told him, making everyone laugh at the terrible joke. Soon, 4 of them were working industriously to prepare ingredients, while 2 others found the dishes and spoons. Before they knew it, they were working together, or at least congregated in the kitchen and dining area. Within 30 minutes, they were sitting down to eat with shouts of "Itadakamasu." Talk was lively, with everyone having something to say about their new rooms, the buildings, or everything that had happened in the past week. It felt homey. Aizawa came out to check on them while they were eating, and even accepted a plate of curry, but took it back to his rooms instead of joining them. After they ate, those who hadn't helped cook were put in charge of dishes and cleanup. While they handled that, the rest had a meeting of sorts to figure out who could cook and work out some sort of schedule for it. A similar schedule was worked up for the bathrooms, since the bathing areas could only accommodate about 6 students at a time. That was fine for the girls, but the boys would have to bathe in shifts. There would be a lot of things to figure out as they all learned to live together under one roof, but it seemed almost like an adventure at the same time. After the dining room and kitchen was cleaned up, and the schedules for other things were worked out, they all relaxed. "We should have a contest to see who has the best room," Mina announced cheerfully. The other girls agreed, but the boys didn't really care one way or the other. Kaken just rolled his eyes and said he was going to bed. Besides that, the whole group took a tour of the dormitory now that they were basically moved in. They started in the boys' wing, with the girls fawning over Koda's pet rabbit, teasing Izuku about his All Might obsession, and delighting in Sato's baking. Ada had at least a dozen spare pairs of glasses in this room that prompted many in the class to try them on and impersonate. He was good-natured about it. The most surprising of all of the boys' rooms was Todoroki's. It was like he'd dropped a completely different room into the space where the dorm room had been. Tatami mats, folded futon, step drawers, shoji screens, and a floor desk made the room look like something out of a traditional Japanese interior design magazine. The girls' rooms were as varied as the girls' personalities themselves. Uraraka's room was plain and basically unadorned. Hagakura's was excessively cute. Mina's was colorful and chaotic. Tsuyu's was very green and had a large tank with pet frogs inside. Jiro's was music-themed and Yaoyorozu's was opulent, with furniture far too large for the space. In the end, the girls voted for Sato because he gave them all cake, and Izuku found it hard to argue with their logic. "All right, everyone," Izuku said once the voting was done. "We should all start getting ready to go to bed. We have classes tomorrow. If you have breakfast duty, remember to set your alarms for earlier." There were a few groans of complaint, but it had been a long day, and most of them were pretty tired. They all shuffled off to gather what they needed to bathe or whatever else they needed to do before sleep. As Izuku finally drifted off to sleep that night, it was with a feeling that maybe things would settle down now. That would be nice. Their first day back at school was a little strange. Students filed from their dormitories and walked to the school at pretty much the same time, and it seemed more crowded than usual because of it, even though there were the same number than before summer break had begun. Jiro and Sato made breakfast, and those who couldn't cook had worked up a schedule of their own for who was on cleanup duty and for when. Midoriya. Urashi called across the hedge when he caught sight of 1A. Izuku waved and smiled, and Urashi jogged over to walk with him and Todoroki, who had been rather quiet but not antisocial. "Good morning," Urashi said in his usually loud voice. "Good morning," Izuku answered. "Hello," Todoroki said, much more quietly. "These new dorms are really nice," Urashi said cheerfully. "I'm glad my parents didn't freak out too much about everything." "Same," Izuku said. "That was crazy, the fight between All Might and that creepy dude," Urashi said, shaking his head while remembering it. "Do you think he's still going to keep teaching here?" "He will," Todoroki said. "He came around with Aizawa when they were asking all the A1 parents to let their kids come live here. Izuku nodded in agreement. Just because he doesn't look huge and muscle-bound anymore doesn't mean he can't teach us a bunch of stuff from his personal experience. You're right, Urashi said, as if just realizing it. You guys are lucky you get him so often. Our class only really gets lessons with him a couple of times a week, if we're lucky. Maybe he'll have more time now that he's retiring from hero work, Izuku suggested. They reached the school, then and found that the other students were all staring at the first-year heroics kid. It was no secret about what had happened at their summer camp, but it made sense that they'd want details that hadn't been on the news or the official school brief. Izuku just kept his head down and didn't make eye contact with anyone. Oh man, Midoriya, your arm, was it really that bad? Urashi asked, pointing to the long scar down his arm and the ones on his fingers. Yeah, Izuku confirmed, flexing his arm. My bones were basically shattered and had to be put back together like a jigsaw puzzle. He hadn't worn his elbow brace today, but it was in his bag. He was pretty sure Recovery Girl would send for him at some point to check on him. That's wild. Looks like you've got some weight training to do, again, Urashi said, sounding odd. For sure, Izuku said. Just doing my push-ups this morning was sad. Too bad there wasn't a quirk for that sort of thing. Not that he'd want another one. They separated when they got to their classrooms, but it was nice to see that Urashi had come out of the training camp basically unscathed. Everyone took their seats before Aizawa arrived, looking as tired as usual. Because your training camp was cut short, he told them without preamble, you're going to have some catching up to do during basic hero training class. A few of them groaned, but Izuku was glad to hear it. With one arm in desperate need of muscle conditioning, he had twice as much work as anyone else at the moment. Our goal is to have you ready for your provisional hero license exam in September, which doesn't give us a lot of time to get you up to speed. I thought we wouldn't be taking that exam until second or third year, Ashido exclaimed. Normally, that would be true, Aizawa told them, sounding slightly grim. But recent developments have made the Hero Public Safety Commission board nervous about the need for more qualified heroes to be ready to fill the gap left by not only All Might's retirement, but the rise in crime that is bound to accelerate now that there's a vacuum in the crime world, where the top villain used to operate. They anticipate clashes between other villains who want to carve out a territory for themselves, now that All for One has been taken into custody. Izuku nodded, and noticed that Akakin and a few others were, too. It was a valid concern. There won't be a written exam beyond what you would normally have at school, and you all passed the final exam at the end of last term. The provisional exam will be a practical one, and it's not easy at all to pass. The passing rate in the past has been 50% at a maximum. That set off a short spurt of exclamations and groans that Aizawa simply waited to die down. For now, you're expected to keep up with your normal studies on top of preparing for your heroics lessons and practice. Be prepared to work hard. But there's still 10 days of summer break left. Kaminari groaned. We missed quite a few days of the last term due to security concerns, so we're making up for lost time, Aizawa said flatly. The rest of the school will only have a half day of academics, but you lot will be making up for the missed days of camp, too. The badger shuffled into the room at that point, and Aizawa paused before moving away from the teacher's desk. Midoriya and Ada, you're expected in Recovery Girl's office. Make sure you get the notes for history class from one of your classmates, later. Both boys stood and followed Aizawa out of the room, then made their way in the opposite direction as their teacher to go see Recovery Girl. How's your shoulder, Ida? Izuku asked as they walked. A little stiff, Ida confessed, rolling his arms a bit as if to check that it was still the case. My hand is a little numb, as well. I'm glad I'll be having it checked. Numbness didn't seem like a good sign. If anyone can fix it, Recovery Girl can, Izuku said with confidence. How about you? Ida asked, eyeing Izuku's arm with concern. Mostly okay, I think. It's kind of discouraging to have to build up all that muscle again after all the training I did at camp to make gains. I imagine so, Ida said with an air chop. If there is anything I can do to help you, all you have to do is say the word. They arrived at Recovery Girl's office and underwent a thorough examination and questioning. It seemed that Edo was likely suffering from some nerve damage, and surgery could be in his future to fix it. Izuku felt the bottom drop out of his stomach just thinking about it. It was a harsh lesson to learn for his foolish actions in Hasu. Izuku, on the other hand, got even worse news. His plan for intensive workouts to get his right arm back in shape would be put on the slow track instead. I'm arranging for an MRI and X-rays to be taken of both of your arms, but in the meantime, you should put your right one through as little stress as possible. The amount of damage sustained from your fight with Muscular, in addition to other injuries, has severely weakened the integrity of your entire arm. I'm currently looking for facilities with the proper equipment that aren't connected to any hospitals or near any other type of healthcare facility that could have terminal patients. Izuku took a fortifying breath, but nodded. Without using his right arm, his fighting style would really need to change drastically. With the provisional licensing exams coming up soon, he needed to figure something out quickly, or he might not be allowed to participate. "I'm so sorry, Midoriya," Ida said, sounding as if he was giving condolences at a funeral. "It might slow me down," Izuku said, walking back to their classroom with a determined heart. "But it won't stop me." From there, the academics portion of their day started, and it was strange, after everything that had happened, to get back into such mundane practices. When they suited up for basic hero training, it was to find Aizawa accompanied by Ectoplasm, Cementos, and Midnight waiting for them in Gym Gamma. Gym Gamma was more like an empty warehouse, or even an airplane hangar, with lots of room to move in any direction. It had been dubbed the Training Kitchen Lab, or TKL for short, which sounded lame, but Izuku was past wondering why they named things the way they did. "Today, you'll be working on developing at least 2 ultimate moves," Aizawa said. "The types of moves you pull out of your arsenal using everything you've got to end a battle decisively and quickly." Izuku felt a thrill of excitement course through him at the idea, but also a sense of concern. Could he come up with something worthy of being called an ultimate move? "Ultimate moves are unique to each person's quirk," Ectoplasm said. "A finishing kind of move that only you can pull off. Combat is all about using your own particular strengths to dominate your opponent. You need to work to make these moves as strong as they can be," Cementos added. "An ultimate move is like your signature in a fight," Midnight told them all with a bright smile. "Something that tells the villain that they're about to get their butts whipped." A few of the boys cheered at that, looking like they might explode from excitement from the very idea. "I designed this facility myself," Cementos said, kneeling to create a miniature series of concrete platforms in front of him. "This is where I cook up ideas for landscapes that will best help each student train, hence the kitchen part of the name." "Please, I have a question," Ida all but shouted, raising his hand stiffly in the air. "Why must we create ultimate moves? Is it a requirement of the provisional license exam?" He was fairly vibrating with intensity as he asked it, as if it was the most important question in the world, and a couple of the students smirked or chuckled. "Everything will be explained," Aizawa said. "Calm down. You will encounter every type of disaster conceivable," Midnight said in all seriousness. "Sometimes caused by a villain, sometimes a natural disaster, sometimes an accident. As heroes, it's our job to save people affected by these catastrophes and prevent further damage or injury as much as we're able. Your ability to adapt and adjust your reaction to any or all of these situations will be observed," Aizawa said. "How will you communicate? Your intelligence gathering skills, mobility, combat prowess, charisma. The test will take your measure of any or all of these and grade you on it." That was a lot, Izuku thought with a feeling of weight pressing down on him. Would they be ready for this? Would he? It seemed ludicrous to expect so much from students who had barely been in hero school for 4 months. All of those are important, but you'd better believe that combat prowess will be a huge priority for potential heroes looking for a license, Midnight warned. "If you work hard and anticipate what's coming, you should have nothing to worry about. These moves will help you prove that you've got what it takes to pass." "How will they judge combat prowess?" Gyro asked, keeping a cool head in a heated situation. "Making well thought out and solid moves to achieve a goal is proof of a high level of combat prowess," Cementos told her. "You've all already exhibited a penchant for it, and now you need to hone it. There's nothing in the rules that say that an ultimate move needs to be an attack either," Ectoplasm pointed out. "For example, Ada's Recipro Burst that gives him a sudden spurt of unbelievable speed. That, on its own, is enough to intimidate an opponent and be considered an ultimate move." Izuku fought back a grin. Every line of Ada's body gave away how surprised and thrilled he was to hear this bit of praise, while he trembled in joy. Others were nodding thoughtfully while they considered this. "So it doesn't have to be something really complicated," Sato said. "Just something big that gives us the edge in a fight." "Exactly," Midnight agreed. "You've all probably seen footage of Kamui Wood's lacquered chain prison. That's a perfect example of a textbook ultimate move. He immobilizes his opponents before they can react." Summer camp was cut short, but it was the beginning process of helping you all develop some ultimate moves. "We'll be using the remaining 10 days of summer to continue to enhance your quirks and put together your ultimate moves," Aizawa said. Cementos then used his quirk to change the landscape of the room and make platforms for all of them, so they had plenty of space. Ectoplasm breathed out an army of duplicates of himself to help teach and combat those who needed it. "As you're working, be sure to think about whether or not you'll need modifications to your hero costumes or particular support item upgrades," Aizawa said. "Use your plus ultra enthusiasm to push yourself past your limits and grow." There were a few shouts of plus ultra as the students ran off to claim spots around the gym. But Izuku was at a bit of a loss. He watched as the room was suddenly filled with lasers, explosions, breaking rock and spurts of fire and ice. "What's wrong, kid?" Ectoplasm asked. "Not sure what to do." Izuku nodded and held up his right arm ruefully. "Recovery girl said not to put any stress on my arm." That is a problem, ectoplasm confirmed. I would have said that stunt you pulled at the sports festival with the stage was worthy of being an ultimate move if you could do it without injury, but now, I was already supposed to be wearing a brace on my elbow all the time because of what happened to it when Shigaraki kidnapped me. This is the second time my arm has been basically destroyed and rebuilt. They aren't sure how much more it can take. For now, why don't you see what you can accomplish with your other quirks? He suggested. Your levitation is extremely useful, and you have some powerful jumping skills. See if there's something there you can work with. Right, Izuku said with a determined nod. Izuku was trying to figure out if he could combine his speed and transparency for short spurts to make it seem like he was teleporting, or something similar, when he spotted All Might making his way around, having a word with each student as he surveyed their progress. Hey, All Might, he greeted when it was his turn. Young Midoriya, All Might smiled. Having any luck? Nothing worth mentioning at the moment. I can't really do any fighting with my arm like this, and Recovery Girl said I can't do any strenuous exercise with it yet. You know that you don't have to copy my fighting style, right? All Might asked. He patted Izuku on the shoulder in encouragement, but didn't elaborate further. Izuku watched as he offered some advice to Kirishima, but wasn't really paying attention. Had he been trying to emulate All Might's fighting style all this time? It made sense, didn't it? He was the one who had trained him, for the most part, after all. Maybe it was time for him to develop his own like Endeavor had, taking the best parts of every fighting style he learned and turning them into something more fluid. If you're worried about your arm, you could head over to the development studio and ask Power Loader if there was something he could do to lessen the strain on your arms, Midnight told him. Maybe he could find a way to incorporate a good brace into your costume. That's not a bad idea, Izuku said with a grateful smile. He left the gym and headed toward the school to see if there were support items that might protect his arms in the future. The development studio was in the wing of the school where the support students did their study. He walked through the halls, thinking of how quiet it was, but most students had already gone back to their dormitories. The hero course was the only one still using the school, for the most part. He was about to reach for the handle to the door to the development studio when he heard Uraraka call out to him. He looked over to see her and Ida making their way in his direction and had just raised a hand to wave when he was blown off of his feet by an explosion. There was more surprise than pain as he hit the floor, but something landed on top of him and pinned him down under its weight. When the dust settled enough to see, all Izuku could see for a moment was a set of boobs, and he wasn't sure what to do or where to look. He could feel his face flushing as he realized that it was a girl lying on top of him, probably landing there as a result of the explosion. Hatsum, again, just because you spend most of your time here doesn't mean you own the place. If you cause any more havoc, I'll ban you from the studio outside of class hours. Power Loader threatened as he came to the door to survey the damage. Failure is the best way to learn, she declared without fear. Your failures are wrecking this room. You can't just go making whatever you want just because you had an idea. There's a process to follow. Who are you? Hatsum asked, looking down at Izuku, then over to the other two. Hero students. Yes, Ida said promptly. We're here too. Sorry, no time, she said, getting to her feet and dusting off her pants. I have work to do. Izuku had to move his hips quickly to keep from getting a knee in the groin as Hatsum stood up. There was something about her that was familiar. More familiar than just having possibly seen her around campus before. Something about her pink hair and unusual eyes. Wait, he said as she turned to go. You're Mei-chan. She tilted her head at him as if trying to think. You're Mei-chan, right? I think we went to school together when we were little kids. Happy Apple School. That's where I went, she said with a nod. But I don't remember you. She turned away dismissively, leaving Izuku at something of a loss. He only had the vaguest of memories of playing Lego with her at some point. He couldn't expect her to remember that. At least the foggy memories he had were positive, he guessed. Wait, Ida said in consternation. I need to speak to Power Loader about upgrading my costume. That got Hatsum's attention. I need some revisions, too, Izuku said. Costume remodeling? Hatsum asked with a gleam in her eye. Why didn't you say so to begin with? Because you blew up something and almost killed me? Izuku said wryly. PFFD. I blow up stuff all the time. Don't be such a baby. Aizawa told me some of his kids might come by for costume adjustments, Power Loader said. Once you start on ultimate moves, lots of students find they need something more to help. Most of the man's head was covered by what looked like a steam shovel bucket. But his shirtless form was wiry and muscled, without an ounce of fat to be seen. His fingertips were more like the teeth on a backhoe shovel, and he had a reputation for being faster than any machine at digging up the ground. Yes, Ada told him. This place is amazing, Izuku said, wishing he had his notebook handy. Like a secret base. What can I do for you? Power Loader asked. My arms are in pretty bad shape, and Recovery Girl wants me to take it easy on them. I was wondering if there was a way to incorporate something into my suit to protect my bones and ligaments. That's right, you fight with your fists, for the most part, Power Loader said with a nod. I should be able to work something up in a day or so. That's great, Midoriya, Uraraka said enthusiastically. Ada came forward then and talked about a possible cooling system for his engines. Okay, I'll need the blueprints and other specs and documents that came with your costumes, Power Loader said. Then tell me what you have in mind. I've got a license for small adjustments and additions, and we just have to report it to the design agency. For bigger stuff it gets more complicated. Izuku was having a hard time focusing on what the man was saying, because Hadasumi was busy touching him. She ran her hands over him as if he was a mannequin she was planning on dressing. What are you doing? Uraraka asked her, sounding both alarmed and a bit offended. Izuku had been wondering the same thing, but was feeling flustered by her unabashed fondling of his torso. I'm checking out his body, Hatsum said cheerfully. He's much more ripped than he looks. I have just the thing for you. The next thing Izuku knew, he was being jammed into an exosuit that looked like something out of a space-themed anime. This baby is my 49th creation. It's called the Power Suit. It senses muscle movement and contractions and responds automatically to help. But I only really need help for my arms, Izuku protested, turning to look at Hatsum. The power suit let off a series of beeps and was suddenly moving, and moving, and moving. At first Izuku thought it was cool that it was doing it all on its own, but then continued to turn at the waist after he'd stopped moving his body. He began to feel the stretch, then his vertebrae popped like a chiropractor had him in his grip. Oh, it's breaking my spine, Izuku shouted. Hatsum was chuckling, and stopped at a split second before Izuku was about to use one for all to bust out of the thing. She released him, and he felt as though he wrestled a bear. I just came for something to help my arms, and I practically got ripped in half, he complained a bit dramatically to Uraraka, who looked concerned. Speaking of arms, Hatsum said, turning away from Izuku and closing in on Ida. My 36th baby would be perfect for you. Before Ida could process what was going on, Hatsum had clamped some sort of rocket-powered gauntlet on his arms. This baby is the super cooler electric booster. It reduces heat output to a minimum. That's all well and good, Ida protested, but my quirk is in my legs. But these babies, when your legs are overheated, you can just use your arms, they told him confidently. She flipped a switch, and Ida was thrust forcibly to the ceiling, ducking just in time to spare his head from a nasty hit. Uraraka and Power Loader were both shouting, but Izuku was busy having an epiphany. I have legs, he suddenly exclaimed, mostly to himself. Everyone paused for a moment to look at him like he should change his hero name to Captain Obvious. Ida, can you help me with some moves? He asked with sudden determination. Ida said. Now really isn't the time. Things were chaotic for a while when Hatsum tried to foist one of her inventions on Uraraka, but settled down when the support student got distracted with something and began to ignore them. Hatsum is a bit overly enthusiastic about her work, Power Loader told them. But if you're smart, you'll do your best to develop a good working relationship with her. She's probably the best student I've ever seen come through his school, and the one who will be the most sought after when she graduates. He showed them a huge pile of what appeared to be junk in the corner and told them that those were all inventions of her own making, just since the school year had begun. It made Izuku glad to know that the girl who had been friends with him when they were in preschool was doing so well now. He discussed some of his thoughts with Power Loader about the idea he'd had for using his feet in place of fists, and then went back to the gym, feeling excited to get started. Maybe he could get Anjiro to give him some tips, too. His brain was teeming with ideas. The next few days were tiring, but it was fun to see his classmates coming up with new ideas for how to use their quirks in a variety of ways. Izuku had the scans and x-rays that Recovery Girl ordered, and they confirmed what he'd already been warned about. His arms couldn't take too much more abuse. He would have to be careful, and be sure to always use his arm braces. On the fourth day, Izuku stopped by the development studio and tried out his new gear. Power Loader had gone above and beyond, and had even tossed in a couple of arm braces for everyday wear that wouldn't slide on his Teflon-like skin. More than pleased with the adjustments that had been made to his costume, he hurried on to the gym to try things out. Hey, I like your suit upgrade, Hagakure told him when she spotted him. He was curious about what sort of special moves an invisible person could pull off, but wasn't sure if it was polite to ask. She did run around naked an awful lot, after all. Thanks, I can't wait to try them out. Just as Izuku was about to find a spot to try out his gear, he heard a shout of alarm after one of Kaken's explosions. He looked over to see a large chunk of rock falling through the air with a trajectory that would make it hit All Might from above. In a split second, Izuku launched himself at the rock and swung his leg around the way Ida had taught him, obliterating the rock into tiny fragments that rained down harmlessly on the gym floor. He landed in a crouch, verdant sparks crackling around him. Watch yourself, All Might, Kaken called down once he saw that disaster had been avoided. He eyed Izuku for a long moment with a scowl on his face, but finally just nodded curtly and went back to his training. Are you okay, All Might? Izuku asked, just to be sure. Yes, All Might said, sounding impressed. That was amazing, young Midoriya. It's my new full cowl, shoot style. Izuku told him with a grin. It has been helping me with the kicks. How did you not break your foot? Aizawa asked him, coming over to have a look. Power Loader and Hatsune designed these clamp-on soles, Izuku said, gesturing to his feet. His boots looked bulkier than usual, and on close inspection, it was easy to see that there had been significant change. They were still red, but seemed to have an outer shell around them. Kaminari and Kirishima noticed what had happened and came over to get a better look. Whoa, that was crazy, Kaminari declared. When did you start moving like that? I thought Ida was the one with all the leg power, Kirishima said. Is that new gear? They're made of the hardest, lightest plastic on the planet. Izuku told them with enthusiasm. They're super light so I can still levitate if I need to. And they can also be removed really quickly if I need them to. They can take a real pounding, too. Huh? Aizawa said. That was probably the closest he ever came to sounding impressed, so Izuku smiled. I know that plastic shoes don't sound all that impressive, but they'll protect my feet and have a spring-loaded toe to give extra oomph to my kicks with the blowback. While my arm is getting built back up, I'll have to rely on this, though it's just a placeholder until I can come up with something worthy of being called an ultimate move. No, I think it's plenty good enough, All Might corrected him. It should serve you well in the provisional license exam. Really? Izuku asked, sounding both excited and skeptical. Go practice, and you'll see for yourself. All Might told him, shooing him off. Izuku hurried over to a corner to try out not only his new soles, but also the long gloves that were designed to help to keep his arms supported with nanotechnology that reacted to his movement. They were made out of something quite similar to what Aizawa's capture weapon was made of. It wasn't a free ticket to go all out, but he should at least be able to work out a bit more and not worry about doing more damage to himself. Hey, time's up, 1A. Izuku paused mid-kick and looked over to where Vlad King was standing in the doorway, his class crowded behind him. We've still got 10 minutes left, Aizawa told him blandly. We plan to use every minute. Hey, have you heard? Only half of the people who take the exam pass, Monoma told them all arrogantly. I'll bet all of one fails. He gave a somewhat maniacal laugh and began to monologue about how he'd show them all. Izuku tuned him out when he realized that even though they'd had a bit of a heart-to-heart when they'd first moved to the dorms, he was still the same guy underneath it all and was kind of an ass. What's with his costume? Kaminari asked Kendo, who was rolling her eyes at his behavior. He said that because he copied other people's quirks. He didn't need anything flashy or eccentric, she said. He doesn't think a tux with tails is eccentric, Izuku asked as he joined them. The watches on his belt make him look like a really paranoid butler. He felt bad almost immediately. He didn't like to criticize other people that way, since he was plenty strange himself. As long as he's happy with it. That's what matters, he amended. He's not wrong, though, Takoyami said darkly. For this test, we will be as beasts cast into the ring, destined to crush each other to survive. It's not going to be that dramatic, Aizawa said. Classes and B are registered at 2 different testing sites. Other students from UA will be going to a third site at staggered times. That's right, Vlad said. To avoid putting classes from the same school in direct competition. They are usually scheduled for different times and locations. There are second years taking the test too, so we'll be sending students to all 3 locations in several different time slots. Monoma let out an audible sigh of relief before beginning to lament that he wouldn't be able to personally show them a lesson with his own 2 hands. Kaminari wondered aloud if the other boy had a diagnosed condition of some sort, making several people snort in amusement. So we'll be competing against other schools, Shiro said thoughtfully. And we're pretty far ahead of the regular licensing schedule, Izuku added. True, it's a small number of students who ever get a license as first years. You'll be going up against second and third year students with a lot more training than you, who have quirks you've never seen before, Aizawa said, pulling their attention back. Aside from UA, there are only a small handful of first years taking the exam at all. It's going to be a tough fight, so you can't afford to be complacent just because you have some experience with villains. Don't psych yourself out either, though. We wouldn't even consider letting you take this test if we didn't believe that each and every one of you was capable of passing. For the rest of the days he had left to train, Izuku practiced his kicks and spins every spare second he had. In the gym, outside before curfew, in the little strip of grass beside the dormitory, even on the roof. By the time summer break was over, Izuku felt confident that the entire class had improved their quirks along with their bodies. When the day of the provisional licensing exam came around, he was feeling nervous, but as prepared as it was possible to be at this point in his education. The ride to the testing center was only about a half an hour away by bus. The group was unusually subdued as they traveled, each lost in thought about what was ahead of them. They filed off at the Takoba National Stadium, and Izuku was a little surprised by how many other students were there, all streaming into the building wearing the uniforms of their schools, carrying the cases or bags with their hero costumes in them. That's a lot of competition, Uraraka said, looking a little green. I'm really getting nervous now, Juru said, looking up at the building. Don't let them intimidate you, Aizawa told her in what was, for him, a gentle tone. Don't ask yourself if you can do it, tell yourself that you will. Right, she said, visibly standing up taller. Aizawa turned to the rest of his group and said loudly, if you do your best today, you won't be little eggs, incubating anymore. You'll be hatchlings, ready to spread your wings and be reborn at semi-heroes. Yeah, let's hatch, Kaminari shouted. Time for our cheer, Kirishima said enthusiastically. Plus Ultra. They all cried out at once. Even Izuku raised his voice to match Kirishima and Ida's in volume as they all pumped their fists in the air. After that, they had an unpleasant interaction with some students from Shikzu High, which was the heroic school from the west of Japan that was closest to being on par with UA. One of the students had called them noisy and undignified after their cheer, which made Kaken snarl, while even Kirishima wondered what their problem was. Izuku kept quiet, knowing that it might just be nerves making everyone act a bit out of character, but they also could just be jerks. Time would tell. Izuku was there to earn his license, and refused to let himself be psyched out by anyone trying to make them feel unworthy. Another school approached them after Shikzu had moved off, and Ketsubutsu had a completely different vibe. Their school uniform was much more casual than more exclusive schools. Where Shikzu had sported a very militant look, Ketsubutsu wore gray polo shirts with trousers or skirts. They seemed friendlier as well. Almost too friendly. Kaken summed it up well by saying that the most boisterous of the group, a young man named Shindo, acted nice, but his expression didn't match his words. Of course, since it was Kaken saying it, he was a lot ruder about it. Ketsubutsu's gregariousness might have come from their homeroom teacher, the infamous Ms. Joke, who Izuku admired and was excited to meet. Izuku raised his eyebrows in surprise when his teacher visibly paled and gritted his teeth when Ms. Joke called out to him with enthusiasm. Every aspect of his expression communicated the desire to be anywhere else. Izuku followed his gaze and grinned with surprised delight to see Ms. Joke jogging toward them, waving at Sensei with a huge smile on her face. It seemed they knew each other well. Eraser, she said when she came to a stop in front of them. It's been too long since we were last together. Let's get married. Mina squealed with delight at a possible romance for her teacher and another hero, but it was soon crushed. No thanks, Aizawa said flatly, sounding completely uninterested. No thanks, you should just say yes, she told him with a joyous-sounding laugh. You're the same pain in my neck as always, Joke, Aizawa said with resignation in his tone. Who is that? Sato asked, looking confused. That's Ms. Joke, Izuku replied instantly, his knowledge of all things hero rising to the surface with enthusiasm. Her quirk is called Outburst, and she uses it to force people to laugh. Villains laugh so hard that they can't think clearly or move well, then she takes them down. It's incredible. Ms. Joke went on to tease Aizawa, proposed to him, and much to Mina's glee, made hints that they'd once had a brewing romance. Izuku wondered if his teacher was just fed up with the gag, or if they really had a failed romantic past of some kind. Either way, Sensei seemed to be finished with the subject. You're all wasting time. Go and get changed into your costumes. The info session is about to start. Aizawa called out to them all. Yes, sir. They all answered. A few minutes later, they were standing in a very crowded space with the other hopefuls, waiting to find out what the day would bring. There must be at least 1,000 people in here, Mina said, looking around. More than that, Ida told her from his better vantage point. Uraraka looked a bit nervous still. Izuku didn't blame her. He stood next to her, feeling very small in comparison to many of the others, who were older and larger than him in most cases. A physically exhausted-looking man finally began to address them all from his place at the front of the large room. He leaned heavily on the large podium and looked like he might collapse at any moment. Oh, right, the provisional license exam. That's what we're here for, the man said, sounding as fatigued as he looked. This guy doesn't exactly inspire confidence, a student from another school said to his friend. Izuku wondered if he should agree. My favorite type of sleep is non-REM sleep, the man said. All I want to do is sleep, but we're severely understaffed and they're working me to death. Izuku was starting to feel tired just listening to him. Poor guy, where was I? Oh yes, the exam. That's what you're here for. Yeah, I'm Mira from the Heroes Public Safety Commission. Pleased to meet you all. Izuku felt like he'd finally found someone who got even less sleep than his teacher seemed to. Mira went on to explain that there were 1,540 examinees in this session, and that they would all be battling at once in a free-for-all type of exercise. Everyone seemed to relax at hearing this, since it wasn't much different than things they'd done before, just on a much larger scale. Izuku could feel the tension in the room shift, Everyone here felt confident enough in their abilities, and if half of them were going to pass, it was a relatively easy task to seek out those whose quirks were weak to yours and take them out. Even if you had to be watching your back the whole time, it was doable. Of course, it wouldn't be that simple. Today's society is saturated with heroes, Mira told them all. And since Stain's capture, more and more of the public have begun to question if that's a good thing. Many have embraced his ideology, if not his methods, and are calling for better heroes, not more heroes. Stain has convinced many that the title of hero should not be given out so lightly, and that a true hero should not seek reward or recompense. The belief is that the title of hero should be earned through tireless self-sacrifice. A few people around them were eyeing Izuku, Ada, and Todoroki at the mention of Stain, some with speculation and others with blatant curiosity. Izuku tried to pretend he didn't notice the attention and focused on Mira. That said, Mira continued in a tired monotone, regardless of motivation. Forcing heroes to risk their lives to save others and ask for nothing in return is simply too harsh in modern society. Even All Might has bills to pay, after all. So, regardless of motivation, whether it's dedication to the cause or some other compensation, there is no shortage of heroes out there saving people and taking villains off the street. Izuku nodded slightly. How many heroes would there be if they couldn't actually make a living at it? They would all have to have ordinary jobs, and hero work would have to be a side job if that were the case. Very few would be able to dedicate their lives to heroism full-time. The time it takes these days to resolve any given incident is incredibly short. Those of you who earn your provisional license today will quickly learn that events like this unfold at a breakneck pace. Any of you who can't keep up are doomed to fail, Mira told them flatly. Which is why you're going to be tested on speed. Only the first 100 examinees to meet the requirement will pass. It was as if an electric shock traveled like a wave through the room, and as the shock settled upon them, the frantic whispering started. All of them were saying basically the same thing. This test was supposed to have a 50% pass rate. 100 out of 1,540 wasn't even close to half. Society is rarely kind, Mira told them, unfazed by the outrage that swept the room. There's no relying on luck. Izuku nodded to himself. This was going to be a tough battle. Now, Mira told them, holding up what appeared to be a ball and a small plate with a hoop on it. The passing requirement involves these. Each examinee will get 3 targets. Place them anywhere you like on your body, as long as they're exposed, no soles of the feet, armpits, or underclothing. Izuku immediately began thinking of places he could put, as that would be the least easy to hit. He could see that others were doing the same. Each of you will also carry 6 balls. The targets are designed so that they will light up only when struck by a ball. You're disqualified the instant that all 3 of your targets are lit. Those with 3 lit targets are considered defeated. You'll have to defeat 2 examinees to pass. Once 100 of you have passed, the first portion of the exam is over, and even if you did not get defeated, if you did not defeat 3 examinees, you are disqualified. That's pretty much it for the rules. Izuku heard a lot of murmuring around him from other examinees about how tough this would be, whether they were supposed to steal or scavenge balls from other players if they ran out, and other worries about the difficulties of winning. Mira tried unsuccessfully to smother a jaw-cracking yawn before he said, "Yes, so we'll be handing out balls and targets once this place opens up, and the exam will begin exactly 1 minute have the last person is equipped." Opens up? Todoroki asked no one in particular. Izuku looked around the room, and was stunned. Then the corners of the room and the ceiling all began to whir and rumble before coming apart like a giant cardboard box being disassembled. When all of the walls were laying flat on the ground, they could see that they were inside a huge area, no unlike the USJ in its setup. There was a cityscape, a factory or industrial type area, a small mountain area, typical looking neighborhood setting. They'd thought of it all. We put a lot of consideration into the types of environments we've provided. Time spent planning when I could have been sleeping, Mira said, sounding regretful. Find the one that suits you best. Good luck. Izuku stuck close to his classmates as he placed his targets. Inner left knee, right side of his jaw guard, left hip. Early birds get the worm here, he told them as they equipped themselves. We should stick together as a group. The other schools aren't going to be fighting each other. They're going to team up to go after other schools. Everyone nodded. Then came the booming announcement. 1 minute. They all began to run to a rocky area with a lot of cover. The other schools we met earlier both mentioned the sports festival, Izuku said as they moved. That means they know our quirks already. That gives them an incredible advantage, Ada surmised. Exactly. All right, losers, I'm out. I can't let loose in a crowd, Kaken said. Don't screw this up, and I'll see you at the finish. He took off running before anyone could stop him, and Kirishima and Kaminari followed, possibly attempting to bring him back to the group. Sorry, I need space, too, Todoroki said as he took off in another direction. Izuku would have sighed if he'd had time. They're going to be targeting us first. Izuku said with certainty. We're younger and less experienced, so they'll think we're easy targets. Watch each other's backs and stay close. Everyone nodded as the final seconds ticked away. Start. Let's see. The boy with multiple quirks, Shido said from not far away, his friendly demeanor gone. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down first. It only took seconds for their class to be surrounded and for balls to start flying in their direction. Izuku could feel one for all amping up inside of him as if it was responding to his anticipation of battle. The first ball to come at him was fast and wiggled slightly in the air as it moved. He used pull to catch it and fling it back the way it came, while at the same time dodging 3 others that were close behind it. His classmates were all similarly evading. Yaoyorozu had produced a light shield to hide behind. Takoyami had Dark Shadow basically eating the balls thrown at him, while Mina was simply melting them with her acid. Shiro was using tape to catch them, and Ito was kicking the balls back at their owners. Izuku was proud of them. All right, let's move, he called out, after repelling the first volley. Izuku knew it was time to go on the offensive. Their targets were their weak spots, so they had to be constantly aware of them. Putting 2 of his own so close to his face was a bid to keep them where he would already be protecting. Keeping an eye on their opponents, it was hard to miss one of the students from Ketsubutsu wind up and throw a handful of balls into the earth at his feet. Target locked, he shouted. He was saying more, but Izuku was more concerned with where those balls had gone. The balls are heading toward us underground, he told everyone. This is my job, Gyro said, going onto one knee and putting the backs of her hands on the ground. Izuku could see that her ear jacks were plugged into the speakers on her gloves. The amplification of her accelerated heartbeat caused the ground to rumble and break apart in front of them, making the balls emerge from the ground. The balls kept advancing, but now they were visible, and Mina jumped forward and used the acid veil move to remove the threat. Izuku was impressed with how far both of his classmates had come with their super moves. Unfortunately, none of them had a super move to counter what happened next. Shindo bent and placed his hands on the ground. And a moment later the earth began to move like it had for Gyro, but on a much larger scale. Izuku kicked up off of the ground, and so did Uraraka until she was forced to fall back down by a volley of balls. Izuku was able to repel any that got near him, but he was pretty high up, and it would take someone with an eyesight or targeting quirk to hit one of his targets from that far. While he floated, he began to touch the components of his suit to change the color to match the terrain below. When the dust cleared, he tried to quickly scan the mess of debris below for signs of his classmates before he let himself drop. He landed with a clatter to a crouch and then moved in an erratic line to where he'd last seen any of his classmates. He was surprised when a girl flipped over his head and struck the target on his shoulder with a ball as she passed. He skidded to a stop when he landed in front of her. You may be fast, but you can't just run around without checking out your surroundings, she told him almost conversationally. It's asking for trouble. Izuku eyed her, wondering if the rest of her classmates were around to back her up. You were amazing in the sports festival, by the way, she said. A sound behind him had Izuku's eyes flicking away for a moment. And when he turned back, she was gone. What the? He began. But then suddenly she was behind him, reaching around to try to touch a ball to the target on his jaw guard. You thought I vanished, didn't you? She asked silkily, even as he hopped away from her. But I was here the whole time. How? He asked, thinking that if he could keep her talking, he might be able to figure out how to get past her or strike one of her targets. It's all technique, she said, trying to overbalance him and sweep his leg. It's about standing very still. They haven't taught you about that at UA. There he is, someone shouted. Crap, someone from Shikzu is with him. Who cares, just take them both out. Another answered. There was a whole gang of hero hopefuls surrounding them on one side. And Izuku silently cursed. I'm out, the Shikzu girl said. She flipped with amazing strength and grace and made her exit in seconds, leaving Izuku with a bunch of eager-looking opponents. He spun on his heel and dragged one leg out in front of him, sending up a cloud of dust around him. At the same time, he held his breath and moved closer to the rocks they'd been surrounded by. When the dust settled, he appeared to have escaped. Damn, where did he go? One of the students asked. Spread out. Find him. The kids moved off, and Izuku let out his breath. Maybe he really was turning more transparent when he held it. Good to know. Midoriya, over here, Uraraka shouted. Izuku looked around, unable to believe that she would be so foolish as to give away her location like that. Was she panicking? He spotted Uraraka on top of a jutting rock not too far away, being forced backward by advancing students from other schools. Had she called out because she was trapped and needed help? He watched as she continued to slowly move backward away from the others who were advancing. When her foot found empty air and she fell backward, Izuku was there in an instant to catch her. He spun and kicked the outcropping of rock, letting the spring-loaded toe of his protective soles make a double impact, destroying the rock and sending many students tumbling. He managed to hit one of their targets as he retreated. With superior speed, he carried Uraraka to a more secluded spot and crouched down low. While he was checking to make sure their location was secure, he could hear her creeping up behind him. He turned and made sure not to use too much force as he slapped her hand away as she reached to touch the ball in her hand to his knee target. "So, who are you really?" he asked her, pulling all of the balls she was carrying to him and then batting them away. She blinked back at him with Uraraka's face for a moment before she morphed into another person right in front of his eyes. "Clever, aren't you?" she asked, appearing to be the heavy-lipped girl he'd seen earlier from Shiketsu. Uraraka would never have fallen. "She can make herself float," Izuku pointed out, "and she wouldn't shout for help if it meant one of her friends might get caught. Not without a plan." "Very good." She wiped a hand across her mouth as she said it, then she began to change. It was fairly horrifying to see Uraraka's face melt, followed by her body. When the mud-like goo fell away, he was stunned to see the same girl from before, the one from Shiketsu, standing in front of him not wearing a stitch of clothing. He blushed hotly, but refused to be distracted. "How many quirks do you have?" she asked him. "Which one is the strongest? Why do you want to be a hero? Is it true that Stain thought you were as noble as All Might? I want to know all about you. What was this girl about? Wouldn't she be disqualified without her targets in place? Was this the time to be playing games and getting acquainted? For instance, if you knew I wasn't your cute little friend, why did you save me? Uraraka wouldn't have been hurt in the fall, but you would have, unless you can float, too. I couldn't take that risk." "I see. So that's your reason," she said, sounding thoughtful. "Will you save anyone at all? Even me? You'll have to let me get to know you even better." Izuku wasn't sure what was going on when she approached him. It was obvious that she didn't have any of the equipment she needed for his targets, but she was still advancing on him with bright eyes. "Let's chat," she said. When she got within an arm's length of him, Izuku went to take a step backward, but she was fast. A knife appeared out of nowhere and was in her hand, slashing through the air toward him. If it hadn't been for the resilient material of his costume, he would have gotten a slice in his arm. "What the hell?" another voice shouted. Something lightning fast and white shot past Izuku's head and struck the knife, pulling it from the girl's grip. By the time Izuku could register anything else, the girl was gone, Uraraka having pulled the girl away by her hair and used some of the martial arts training she'd learned from her internship. Unfortunately, the other girl was an even better fighter and managed to twist and wriggle her way out of Uraraka's hold before springing and flipping away from their sight. "What the heck was that?" Shiro asked in bewilderment. "A naked girl with a knife." He started to chase after her, but Izuku called him back. "Stop. Something about her quirk let her strip away her clothes and targets. You won't get any points off of her. She's probably going to be disqualified. Anyway, Midoriya, are you okay?" Uraraka asked. "She tried to cut you with a knife." "Yeah," he said. "I'll explain later, but for now we need to finish this exam. We need a plan and we're running out of time." Izuku began to think. The other schools are targeting us in particular, and they've got quirks we know nothing about. On top of that, they're all moving around, which is going to make it really hard to hit their targets, especially while they're also throwing balls at us. Our best chance is to capture people and then just tap their targets once we've got them tied up. "Tying people up is my specialty," Shiro said confidently. "So we need to catch 6 people, Uraraka said with determination. "I think we should catch as many as possible. If we run into any more classmates, they can also pass, and if we don't it will still give the others fewer people to worry about," Izuku said. "I think I have a plan," Uraraka said to Izuku. "How do you feel about being bait?" Izuku grinned. With a large group from other schools intent on hunting down UA students, it wasn't difficult to lure them toward Izuku, who was pretending to be injured up against a wall of rock. He'd even changed the colors of his costume to brighter colors to make himself more visible. He sat batting away the balls and attacks they threw at him, and tried his best to look desperate. Meanwhile, Uraraka was using her quirk to cleverly move tall boulders into position while Shiro worked on his portion of the plan. It took some time, but their efforts paid off. Once enough people had gathered, Izuku made his move, zipping past the surrounding predators and stopping on one of the boulders that Uraraka had positioned. There was a tunnel of huge rocks now, and Izuku crawled inside and quickly levitated to the top of the tunnel, scurrying through to the middle. The tunnel wasn't very long, only a few meters, but it was just what they needed. Several students who were after Izuku crawled into the tunnel from each end, hoping to use a pincer move to catch him. The tape Shiro had laid stuck to at least a dozen opponents in the dim light, who immediately struggled and became more stuck as opponents climbed over them and also became stuck. Izuku stayed safely above it all, flattened out against the boulders above. Shiro quickly wrapped those who had followed, but hadn't gone into the tunnel. They had likely been planning to pick off a couple of rivals as they came out into the bright sunlight. Uraraka used her quirk on each of those, sending them floating like balloons into the air. The peculiar sight caught the attention of classmates who understood what the human balloons were. Suyu found them, then Koda and Mina and Ajiro also appeared. Uraraka let the human balloons drop, where they were caught by Izuku, Ajiro and Koda. Uraraka removed the boulders forming the top of the tunnel and revealed a collection of stuck hero hopefuls stuck to lines of tape that had been waiting for them, like bugs on a glue strip. Some of the students that had been targeting them pleaded to be set free, saying that they were third years and that this was their last chance to earn their provisional license. Izuku felt bad for them, but he couldn't afford to take the risk. He steeled his heart and tapped the targets he needed to take out 2 opponents. The others each did the same. All 7 of them were startled for a moment when all of their own targets lit up. But then a recording told them that they had passed, and that they should proceed to the reception room quickly. When they got there, they saw that there were at least 50 other kids inside. Todoroki was there, as was Yaoyorozu, Jiro, Shoji, and Hagakure. Who's still missing? Izuku asked. Bakugo, Kaminari, Kirishima, Zero counted. I haven't seen Mina or Sato either. Sato's here, Shoji said. He went to get food. One of his hands pointed to a line of tables that had a buffet set up so kids could refuel if they needed to. Yaoyorozu nodded and headed in that direction as well. Ada's missing, Uraraka said worriedly. And I don't see Aoyama anywhere. Takoyami, Ajiro said, pointing. They all turned and saw dark shadow above the crowd, and Takoyami made his way into the room looking a bit battered. Mina came in a moment behind him, holding her arm and gritting her teeth. Izuku rushed over and guided her to a chair, and tried to look casual as he quickly healed a hairline fracture that he could sense with his quirk. He surreptitiously checked to make sure none of his other classmates needed healing before the second round of the test began. Izuku saw the girl from Shiksu again, this time wearing all of her clothes, and she gave him a friendly wave as if she hadn't been acting like a total lunatic just a short time ago. She was standing with her classmates, being scolded by the one covered in hair for running off on her own during the test. How had she not been tossed out? How had she passed the exam at all? Izuku went to get food to refuel, in case the minor healings he performed had drained him more than he thought. When Kaken, Kirishima, and Kaminari came in, Izuku watched with amusement as some of his friends celebrated with a silly dance. Still, he was worried. Ada couldn't have been disqualified, could he? Aoyama might seem a bit ineffectual at times, but he was very capable, too. It would be heartbreaking if not everyone in their class passed, even though the odds were very strongly stacked against them. It wasn't until the very last moment, when the last of the winners were trickling in, did Aoyama and Ada make it through the door. They both looked scraped up and tired. Izuku went to check on them and was relieved to find that Ada and Aoyama were the final 2 to pass. Ada found a carafe of orange juice and proceeded to drink the entire thing in long gulps. Aoyama ran for the bathroom. Now that the first portion of the test is over, please direct your attention to the monitors around the room, Mira's voice told them through a loudspeaker. They all cast their eyes upward to watch as explosions detonated all over the testing ground, turning every section of the arena into a disaster zone. Izuku knew immediately what the next part of the test was going to entail, even before he noticed the flood of people entering the scene and disappearing into the rubble. The next scenario is the last part of your test. For this test, you'll be acting as bystanders who will venture into the ruins to prove your acumen at rescuing innocent victims of a large-scale villain terrorist attack until emergency crews arrive, Mira told them over the loudspeaker. The victims you'll be rescuing are trained professionals from the Help Us Company, or HUC for short, and they will be scoring your performance based on a specific rubric of traits you will all need to be proficient in to be effective heroes. A wave of murmurs spread over the crowd of remaining students as they turned to their classmates to begin making a plan. Izuku gestured for his own class to gather around. Remember that these people are meant to be viewed as real victims, he told them as they huddle. They've been through an ordeal and need reassurance as well as medical assessment. Be nice. His eyes flicked to Kaken, who sneered and flipped him off. Izuku rolled his eyes. We don't have to stick together this time, since we're supposed to be working as a team with other heroes. Go to areas where your quirk will be the most help, take the lead if you need to, and do your best. He didn't have time to offer more encouragement, because by then all of the HUC members had taken their places, and they were beginning the second part of the exam. As soon as they left the anteroom where they'd been waiting, everyone rushed out into the disaster zone, pausing to take stock of what needed to be done. There were cries of help from all directions, smoke rising from several piles of rubble, and dust settling everywhere. Many students from other schools immediately worked to set up a triage area, and Yaoyorozu went to see if she could provide first aid supplies with her quirk. Uraraka, Sato, and Shoji went to try to help move rubble, and the rest of them went searching for victims. Izuku kicked off into the air and clumsily hovered a few meters above the ground, using his ears and eyes to spot victims. Tsuyu, there's a small child in a crater about 15 meters that way, he called down, pointing in the direction of the crying child. She hurried in that direction with Aoyama and Jiro, and Izuku turned his attention elsewhere. He directed others for a few minutes until he couldn't see any victims in the near vicinity, and let himself drop to the ground. He considered going back to the first aid station to help with his healing quirk, But these weren't real injuries, so he would just be pretending to help them. He didn't know if that would be a good enough measure, to just put his hands on people and declare them healed. He decided against it, and moved to find other ways to help. "You there, hero?" Izuku heard as he jogged toward what was once a facsimile of a neighborhood. He skidded to a halt and changed direction when he saw a man with a walker who looked shaky and seemed to be bleeding from a head wound. "My wife. She was inside the building. Help her," he demanded, sounding distressed. "Which building is she in, sir?" Izuku asked. "That one there," he said, pointing to a fallen 2-story home. "She was cooking lunch, and I was just stepping outside for a smoke." "I'll find her, sir. Are you feeling all right? No dizziness or double vision?" Izuku asked, doing a quick assessment for concussion. "I'm fine," the man said, swiping at Izuku to shoo him toward the building. "My wife isn't." "Yes, sir. You press this to your wound and wait here while I find her, and then I'll get you both to a safer place," Izuku said, satisfied that the man wasn't exhibiting any danger signs as he handed him a bandage from his belt. "What's your wife's name?" "Mariko," he said, sounding as if was about to cry. "And now Mariko." Izuku nodded and hurried to the rubble and saw that the building was in bad shape, but that there were definite pockets of space where a person could shelter. He climbed in through a broken window and proceeded with caution through the wreckage of furniture tossed around and falling drywall. "Now-san," he called out. "Can you hear me? I'm here to help." There wasn't an answering voice, but there was a banging sound from the back of the house. He headed in that direction and picked his way to the kitchen while calling out reassurances that he was coming to help. He found a small, elderly woman banging on a pot with a wooden spoon weakly, looking barely conscious. He went and knelt at her side and scanned her for injury. Her head was bloody, and there was a table on top of her legs. There was also a bright red mark on her hand and wrist. "Inao-san," he said quietly, "I'm here to help you. Can you speak at all?" The woman opened her eyes a bit and shook her head weakly. "That's okay," he said, trying to keep calm by reminding himself that even if this was not a mock situation, he was equipped to handle this. "I want you to try to relax while I get you to safety. I have a healing quirk that can help, and then I'll get you out of here. Your husband is just outside. He's fine, but he's worried about you, so we're going to make sure you get to him quickly." Izuku knew it was kind of weird, but in a normal situation, he wouldn't forgo his healing quirk in this situation, so he placed his hands on her seemingly uninjured one and imagined her whole and healthy. With a twitch of surprise, the quirk told him that while this woman didn't have a recent injury, she did have a herniated disc in her back that was probably causing her a lot of discomfort, test or not. He imagined his quirk surrounding the vertebrae and infusing it with strength, and waited until it told him it had done what it could. "There you are," he said with a gentle smile. "Good as new." He didn't know if he was allowed to break cover to tell her about her fixed back, so he just smiled gently at her when her eyes fluttered open. "What did you do?" she asked, sounding surprised. "I used my healing quirk to fix her injuries," he said patiently, not sure if she'd been able to feel the effects as they happen. "I'm going to move this table off of your legs, and then I'm going to help you out of here." She nodded at him, and he easily flipped the table away. "Just in case there's something I didn't catch, I'd like to carry you out. Is that okay with you?" he asked. "Thank you," she said, seeming grateful. He carefully scooped her up under her knees and back and navigated his way out of the house. Once outside, he gently set her on her feet to make sure she could walk and found that she could. "That healing quirk is a blessing," she told him. "Why aren't you at the first aid station?" I also have other quirks that can be more useful. My healing one could tire me out very quickly and make me no good to help anyone if I use it too much." "You're that boy," the man said, not sounding shaky or distressed in the slightest. "Yes, sir," Izuku said. "I'm glad I was able to help. I'd be happy to escort you to a safer place if you feel unable to walk there yourself. It's about a half a kilometer from here. I feel like I could run a marathon, young man," the woman declared. "This was a job well done. You go save others. We'll be fine. You've been through a traumatic experience, so please be careful. Just follow the road that way," he said, pointing the way to the first aid station. They waved as he kicked off into the air to look for other victims, and he felt good about the interaction. All around them, people were working in harmony to help the victims, and it was really kind of inspiring to see. From afar, Izuku could see someone or something dangling from the side of a tall building in the cityscape ruins, and let himself drop to the ground so that he could make the long leap in that direction. He saved a stranded, but uninjured, window washer next, and a little girl who had broken her arm inside a smashed conbini. The little girl was a dressed-up adult, but was convincing enough otherwise. He used his speed to run her to the triage station, telling her silly jokes on the way to calm her. "Why did the chicken cross the playground?" "To get to the other slide." She giggled between sniffles appropriately, even if the adult actor probably thought the jokes were dumb. He assured her that there would be an area where her parents would go to find her as soon as they could, and that she was being very brave. He was about to go back out in search of more victims where there was a sudden disturbance. It sounded like another explosion, and dust was rising up not too far away. Izuku's first thought was that Kaken was destroying some large obstacle, but that wasn't the case. Another terrorist attack. Izuku asked no one in particular. For a moment he feared that it was something more sinister than the test. There are villains out for his blood on the loose, after all. Then he noticed Gang Orca coming through an enormous hole in the perimeter with a gang of identically dressed men in full body suits. They were indistinguishable from one another, and they were all holding some sort of devices strapped to their forearms. They were also wearing suppression gear, if Izuku's knowledge of such things was accurate. Gang Orca himself had additions to his regular garb, which Izuku guessed was so he didn't actually hurt any of the examinees seriously in his role as a villain. Dealing with victims and enemies, Gang Orca said as he surveyed the chaos. Can you really handle both? Guys, Izuku called to the triage team. This is part of the test. Seriously, don't we have enough to deal with? One of the impromptu medics asked with a groan. Villains have arrived on the scene, and they're on the move. You hero candidates on the scene will suppress the villain incursion while still continuing the rescue operation. What's your move, heroes? Gang Orca demanded in a menacing tone. Move the civilians as far away from the villain's point of entry as possible. Yaoyorozu shouted to the triage team. Anyone who isn't needed here should fight to keep them at bay until the victims are safe. Other students were already moving to help victims retreat. Izuku charged forward, kicking into the air to take stock of the situation from above. The goons with the arm weapons used them like guns to shoot a sort of fast-drying cement glue compound and were charging the first aid station. You're not getting any further, Shindo from Shiketsu shouted as he crouched to the ground. Izuku stayed in the air as Shindo began to vibrate the earth, causing it to start to heave, but Gang Orca simply scoffed. As if one little hero wannabe is enough to take me down. Then he let loose with his ultrasonic attack that had Shindo dropping to the ground, paralyzed. Izuku was lucky enough to be over the brunt of that attack, and quickly dropped down to scoop up Shindo and move him back to the medics. He noticed that Ajiro and some of the others from Wano were on the scene and helping to evacuate the first aid station. He left the downed hero in their care and turned to face the villains. The first volley goons headed toward him, and he dropped low, grabbing one of them by the leg and then tossing them with a spin. The man flew back out of the hole he'd entered through, and Izuku didn't have time to make sure he didn't come back in. Luckily, Todoroki showed up, shooting fire and ice at the goons, eventually freezing them all in place and sealing the hole in the wall. When he turned to blast Gang Orca with a wall of flame, Izuku took the opportunity to hold his breath long enough to partly vanish and leap onto Gang Orca's back, one for all crackling and green webs all around him. Grabbing his dorsal fin, Izuku's bare forefinger made contact with the villain's skin, and suddenly Gang Orca sprouted hair from his upper lip. He was part animal. Izuku watched in fascination as 3 or 4 thick, whiskery hairs sprouted from the corners of each side of his mouth. It was just enough of a distraction for Izuku to be able to get in a couple of good punches to the back of Gang Orca's head. Though he didn't use full strength, he didn't want to kill anyone. Gang Orca tried his best to get a hold of Izuku, who was clinging to him like a bucking bronco at a rodeo. While he was doing that, Todoroki managed to form his fire into a rope that formed a spiral tube around both villain and rider. Orca couldn't move without walking into flames. Izuku was able to kick off from the villain's back and levitate skyward enough to free himself from the snare. Izuku was nearly ready to celebrate when Gang Orca shook his head and let off another ultrasonic attack, breaking up the flames and paralyzing Todoroki in the process. The blast also broke many of the goons from their ice prisons, but luckily the student from Shiketsu who was covered in hair rushed in and was able to wrap them all up in hairy binding. That gave Izuku an idea. Izuku dropped down behind the villain and snagged a handful of the whiskers trailing from Gang Orca's mouth, which were now several meters long. He put on a spurt of speed, running circles around the man while wrapping Gang Orca in his own facial hair. He kept low to the ground and concentrated on wrapping his legs. Feeling slightly dizzy, Izuku was relieved when Kaken arrived like a rocket, crashing into Gang Orca and causing him to topple. Izuku used one of the restraint techniques he'd learned from the bear, and took control of the downed villain's arm, twisting it into an uncomfortable position that would cause immense pain if the culprit struggled. Kaken jumped on Gang Orca's back and placed his gloved palm over the blowhole there. While he was doing that, Kirishima tackled the other arm and put it in a similar hold to the one Izuku was using. Move and we'll find out what your insides look like on the outside, Kaken said in a threatening tone. Many others from Wano arrived about then, too, working to use capture tape to restrain the goons who'd been frozen as they freed them from the ice. Yaoyorozu showed up to tend to Todoroki just as a loud, shrill horn sounded. That's it. It's over, came Mira's voice from all directions as he shouted through the loudspeakers. Bakugo jumped off of Gang Orca, and Izuku let go of his arm, as did Kirishima. They all blew out a breath of relief to know their test was done. Izuku rushed over to check on Todoroki and Shindo, who were both still dazed looking. He used his quirk to help them recover, and Shindo grudgingly held up a hand in thanks. I guess you guys really are everything they claimed, he said. Thanks. Izuku grinned at him and nodded. He turned to follow the others back to the ante-room, but was called back by Gang Orca, who was cutting his legs free. What did you do to my face, kid? He asked, having the face of an orca and oddly patterned eyes. It was hard to judge the man's expression, so Izuku wasn't sure he wasn't angry. Sorry about that. I have a quirk that makes hair grow on mammals, and some people with animalistic quirks. I didn't even think about it until it happened, but since it did, I just went with it. Orcas tend to lose their facial hairs when they're very young. My own were gone by the time I was 3 or so, he said, running his fingers along the trailing whiskers. It was a good diversionary tactic on your part. An excellent impromptu use of a seemingly useless ability. Thank you, sir, Izuku said gratefully. To be acknowledged by the number 10 hero on the charts was exciting, and Izuku appreciated the praise, since it meant that he'd performed well in this aspect of the test, at least. Overall, he felt pretty good about his performance today. He met up with his classmates and they were all directed to go and change back into their school uniforms. Their results would be tabulated while they waited. This waiting is killing me, a girl from another school said nervously as they all waited in the arena after changing clothes. She's right, Gyro said, her body radiating doubt. Waiting is the worst part. Izuku was amazed to see her looking so insecure, when just a couple of hours ago, she'd been fierce and formidable in battle. As long as you did your best, I'm sure you'll pass, Yaoyorozu told her sympathetically. Izuku was about to tell them both that they were selling themselves short, when Mira came out and mounted a small stage with a large screen on it. He stood at the podium, leaning heavily on it, and addressed the group. It's been a long battle, boys and girls. Now it's time for your results. Everyone seemed to collectively tense. But before that, let me explain the scoring system. We scored on a punitive system. Everyone present began the exam with 100 points. We had the Hero Public Safety Commission and the members of HUC were deducting points on 2 issues as we watched you perform, he said. Essentially, we judged you on your efficiency and your ability to act flawlessly in a crisis. Anyone who did not manage to stay above 50 points was deemed a failure. That being said, please take a look. The screen behind him lit up and participants' names were listed in alphabetical order. Izuku nervously strained his eyes, searching for the My portion of the list. When he saw his name listed, he felt his heart soar before scanning for the names of his friends as well. Several shouted with joy before he could even find their names, and he grinned widely. All of them were there. Every single one. The odds had been wildly against any one class of their size passing in its entirety, just based on statistics of the first portion of the test alone. That they had all performed well enough of the second portion was nothing short of astounding. Are you crying? Kirishima asked him, sounding amused but not condescending. Izuku realized that he had fat tears welling up in his eyes and laughed. I guess I'm just really happy. Kirishima patted him on the back and roughly messed up Izuku's mop of hair. Yeah, me too. Yeah, we did it, Kaminari shouted, launching himself onto Kirishima's back and pumping his fist in the air. WOOO. Even Kaken had a huge grin on his face that didn't look predatory, which was a rarity on any occasion. Todoroki looked relieved. Uraraka and Mina were both crying happy tears, hugging each other tightly, and there were either cheers or groans of disappointment rippling through the crowd as everyone got their results. He wondered if Aizawa-sensei already knew their results, and what he thought of their performance. By now, you've had a chance to find out if you've passed. So we will be handing out your individual scoring sheets. The scoring sheets are explained in detail, so please look them over carefully. On each score sheet, you'll find where points were deducted and why. It will give you an idea of areas where you need improvement. A few men in suits walked into the crowd holding stacks of papers. Izuku accepted his with a smile and scanned his result. He realized his hands were shaking as he read his overall score. Midoriya, what you get? Uraraka asked him cheerfully. I got an 78. They said I hesitated too much, and a couple of times I didn't check for structural integrity before moving large pieces of rubble. I got a 95%, he said, feeling dazed. That's amazing, she gushed. Congratulations. What's amazing? Ada asked, coming to join them. Izuku got a 95. Uraraka told him excitedly. Iamomo got a 94, Mina said, having heard Uraraka. As expected of our 2 recommendation students. Ada said, sounding proud. I'm afraid I have much work to do. I only scored 80%. I must dedicate myself to making better use of my quirk and resources at hand. Others compared their scores and discussed where they'd gotten points deducted. The points Izuku had lost were due to small issues like spending too much time extracting himself from people he'd already saved to go and save more. He needed to learn how to leave people behind instead of staying to comfort or encourage them in situations where more people were still in danger. Most of the class scored in the 70s and 80s, though there were a couple who were less than satisfied with lower scores. Izuku looked around at his classmates to judge their reactions or body language as they looked over their results. Kaken looked furious, and it was easy to overhear Shiro teasing him about his score of 72, and Kaminari telling him that he really needed to work on his people skills. That sounded about right. Todoroki showed Izuku his paper that had marked him lower because of his flat personality and seeming lack of compassion. He still scored a 91%. But Izuku had a feeling that Todoroki would need some tips on how to be more charismatic, or something. Was that something that could be taught at a school? From his past interactions with Todoroki, Izuku wondered if his stoic personality came from trying hard not to attract his father's attention in any way while growing up. Mira went on to explain that the provisional hero license allowed them to act in emergency situations, even if there were no pro-heroes there to give guidance. He cautioned them that every move they made came with a heavy responsibility, and that society would never go easy on them if they abused the public's trust in any way. Everything they did would be in the public eye from now on, and they could not afford to be rash or sloppy. Things have changed since All Might was forced to retire, Mira told them, sounding more awake than at any other point since their arrival. Just his presence alone was enough to deter villains and keep crime at bay. Now that the symbol of peace is no longer holding them back, you can all be sure that more and more brazen villains and criminals will be rising up to make a name for themselves. The balance has shifted, and the world is about to change in big ways. Izuku knew his words were true, but they hurt his heart to hear them. All Might had always been a paragon of hope and legendary feats for Izuku, had given his entire life to heroism. To know that his time was done, and that it was his own turn to take over was daunting. You all are the next generation of heroes. You will be the next pillars of society and set the gold standard. It will be up to you to work both as individuals and as a whole to keep crime at bay and keep Japan safe. Still, bear in mind that these licenses are provisional only. You still have a long, hard road ahead of you before you earn your true professional licenses. Your future is still not guaranteed. Study hard at your respective schools and live up to the expectations we have for all of you. He went on to explain that those who didn't make the cut in the second portion of the test still had a chance to earn their provisional licenses. They could take a 3-month-long course and pass an individual test at the end of it. Izuku was glad that none of his classmates would be forced to walk that path, but was glad that there was still hope for those who had worked so hard. Soon enough, they were all filed through a line to get their pictures taken and their provisional licenses printed. Izuku was handed a form that asked for the typical information for government forms: name, address, school affiliation, and hero name. He began to fill in Vanguard, but then paused. Ever since he'd met with Suo-san and inherited his healing quirk, he'd been rethinking his hero name. He knew that whatever he wrote didn't have to be permanent, but now his mind whirled with other, more suitable-sounding names. He had a responsibility to use all of the quirks at his disposal to become the best possible hero he could be. Many people had worked to help him achieve as much as he had so far, even if some of them were no longer alive to know it. No matter how the previous quirk holders had chosen to live their lives or use their abilities, it was up to Izuku to pull them together and use them in the most cohesive way possible. "Are you ready, Midoriya-kun?" one of the assistants asked. Izuku quickly finished filling out his form and stepped up to the mark on the floor where they would take his photo. They didn't warn him before they snapped the picture, and they didn't do retakes, so it ended up looking like a mugshot of a deer caught in headlights. Within minutes, he was staring with pride at his brand new provisional hero license. "Are you okay, Midoriya?" Uraraka asked when he got misty-eyed. "Oh, yeah, it's just, so much has happened and so many people have worked so hard to help me get here. I'm sure I've caused a ton of trouble to all of them. And this is just proof that their support hasn't been wasted, you know. It makes me really happy." Uraraka smiled at him and nodded, seeming to know exactly what he meant. "I gotta show my dad, and All Might, and everyone." He pulled out his phone and snapped a picture of his new card. He sent it with a text thanking them all for everything they did to help him take this step. "You changed your hero name?" Uraraka asked, peeking over his shoulder. Yeah, I'm still not sure," he stammered. She took the card from his hand and studied it for a moment, smiling at the horrible image of him. At that point, Yaoyorozu and Ida joined them, holding their new cards. "What does Gestalt mean?" Uraraka asked. Yaoyorozu's face lit up as she said brightly, "A Gestalt is an organized whole that is perceived as more than the sum of its parts." "Very clever, Midoriya. Very fitting." Ida finally chose a proper name, as well. Izuku looked at his friend, who was blushing slightly as he stood up straighter and held up the card for them to see. "Since I think my brother might still need his own hero name, I decided to go with this." He looked proud as he displayed the license with the hero name Recipro printed on it in large letters. "I like it," Uraraka told him with a smile. Good job, Ada. Izuku was smiling, too. I think that sounds great, right alongside your brothers. Ingenium and Recipro. Very heroic sounding. Ada seemed very pleased to hear this, and pulled out his phone to snap a picture of his license. Once the bulk of their class had gathered outside, Aizawa appeared to tell them to start loading onto their bus. The amount of traffic from other buses meant it would take a while for them to be able to move. Kaken, Kaminari, Shiro, and Kirishima all walked up at that point, with Kaken yelling at the others to shut up. The others didn't seem the least bit intimidated, and kept badgering him. How about Nitro? Shiro suggested. Grenadier, Kaminari asked. What's going on? Ada asked. Bakugo left his hero name blank. Kirishima said. So we're trying to help him think up good names that don't have the word murder in them. Well, how about Blast Zone? Ada said off the top of his head. I don't need help from you losers. Kaken growled impatiently. Demolisher, Yaoyorozu said with a sassy smirk. Savage, Rampage. Kaken actually seemed to consider those, possibly because Yaoyorozu was one of the smartest in the class, and usually had pretty interesting ideas when she let herself speak past her insecurities. Ew, how about F-Bomb? Kaminari said, making everyone but Kaken crack up. Kaken flipped him off, unintentionally proving that the name was apt. There's Bombardier, Howitzer, Ammo Can. Izuku tossed in helpfully. All of you shut up. I'll choose when I'm ready, Kaken said angrily. Aizawa called them to board the bus again, and his tone told them he was not eager to tell them again. Izuku was about to start herding everyone in that direction when he caught sight of one of the Shiksu students. That long shaggy hair was kind of hard to miss. I'll be right back, he told Ada, running off after the familiar-looking hat. Hey, can I ask you a question? Izuku called after him. Oh, it's you. Good work back there, they said when they stopped to look. Thanks, you too. I was wondering if you could tell me exactly what's involved in your training to mask your presence from others. Izuku asked eagerly, notebook and pen at the ready. We don't have training like that, they said, sounding confused. But that girl with the big lower lip said. Izuku said, feeling equally confused. She said she wanted to talk to me more. Maybe I could ask her. Maybe she wouldn't be so creepy if her classmates were around, too. He was eager to know the secret of the technique, so he could use it alongside his transparency quirk. Kami, she wasn't feeling well and left early. She took a cab about an hour ago, they told him. She's been a bit off for the past 3 days, not acting like herself. I guess it finally caught up with her. Oh, okay, Izuku said. Sorry to bother you. He jogged back to the waiting bus feeling a bit disappointed and confused. Everything okay? Aizawa asked him as Izuku boarded. I think so, Izuku nodded. Just weird. One of the students from Shiksu with a crazy quirk was telling me about some training they did to cloak their presence by standing really still and clearing their minds. But her classmate said they don't have training like that. Maybe she was just messing with you to put you off your game, Aizawa suggested. Yeah, that must be it, Izuku agreed. Too bad. He took his seat and was soon distracted by a flurry of congratulatory replies from his father, All Might and Sir. All of them commented on his new choice of name favorably. Though his father lamented that Vanguard had been so cool, it occurred to Izuku that he probably should have told Aizawa. But when he looked toward the front of the bus, it seemed his teacher had already dozed off in his seat at the front. The poor man deserved a rest after the past few weeks. Once back on campus, Aizawa actually gave them all a smile and told them they'd done well. Class 1B's bus arrived not long after that, and their jubilant attitude said that they had also done well. When they returned to the dorms, the mood was festive and they ordered BBQ to be delivered to celebrate, everyone chipping in a bit of money to cover the cost. Somehow Kiruara from 1B showed up in their kitchen at one point and laughed as he ran off with a plate of food. Sato produced a huge cake he'd baked the evening before for dessert, and it was a happy group who gathered in the common area together that evening. After everyone was full and the dishes washed and put away, there was a debate on what movie they should all watch. Izuku was just wiping down all of the dining tables when Kaken sought him out. Meet me out after curfew tonight, he said flatly. We need to have a talk. Izuku paused before he asked, why after curfew? Because I don't think either of us want this conversation overheard. Just be there, nerd. I don't want to get busted for being out after curfew. How about the roof, instead? Whatever, Kaken said with a jerky shrug. He walked away, and instead of joining the others around the television, he took the stairs up, presumably to his room, and Izuku was left to wonder what he wanted to talk about. Izuku sat with his friends and watched a movie that he didn't pay a whole lot of attention to before everyone's exhaustion from the day caught up with them. They all started wandering off to bed or baths. Izuku went to his room and sent Sir and all Might a photo of his test scores for the day, then perused some hero blogs, made up some placeholder notes about some of the quirks he'd seen from other school students, and generally just waited until just after the 10 o'clock curfew. When he opened the door onto the roof of the boys' side of the dormitory, Kaken was already there, sitting on the edge with his feet dangling over the side. Izuku went and joined him, pleasantly surprised to find that there was a slight breeze to the humid summer air. They sat in silence for a little while, and Izuku thought that maybe Kaken was gathering his thoughts. He was still wondering why they were having this conversation at all. Kaken had been more civil and even came to his rescue, but that didn't make them friends. That night that you fought Stain, he finally began. Why did they bring your Might Tower? How did you know? Izuku asked in surprise. I didn't for sure. Do now, he said with an arched eyebrow. Besides, I'm not a moron. I noticed stuff. It wasn't hard to figure out that a helicopter landed on the roof, even if I was a few blocks away. Then the news blew up and no one knew where you three had disappeared to. It made sense. So why? You know I can't go to a hospital, Izuku told him honestly. And UA was out, because that would be one of the first places they'd look. So, you could have gone to Endeavor's agency, or UAS security would have kept reporters out. It wasn't only reporters they were worried about, Izuku said as if it should be obvious. Kurogiri breached security here before. If he can get into UA, why not Endeavor's agency? We already know they have a shapeshifter on their side. It had to be a place where no one was in danger of dying while I was there, and a place that even the League of Villains wouldn't dare go. That's not all, though, Kaken said. There's something between you and All Might and Sir Night-Eye. Well, they did save me when I was 10, Izuku said reasonably. I don't know if you really know everything that went down, but the babysitter that had been taking care of me for years was sort of working for All for One. That earned a sharp look from Kaken. I heard you say something like that before, but I thought it was some bullshit one-time thing, he admitted. Izuku took a deep breath and said, well, we don't really talk, so I guess that makes sense. Let me lay it out for you. And he did. He told Kaken about how Granny Ito had been blackmailed into delivering Izuku into All for One and Dr. Tsubasa's hands on a regular basis. He explained about how she had finally decided to come clean because she was sure that they were going to just take Izuku the next time and not give him back. He told Kaken all about how the police had been called, and the detective had realized that it was All for One and called in All Might and Sir to help with the case. After that, I didn't have anyone to look after me anymore. I was still a little too young to be home alone all the time, especially with villains wanting to get to me. They offered me a sort of junior internship at Might Tower, since it was kind of important to them to keep me away from All for One and to make sure I didn't misuse my quirk. Like going to a hospital or disaster zone to get powered up, Kaken said with a nod, staring out into nothingness. I used to wonder why you never did that when we were little. I would have. Kids are dumb and selfish, Izuku agreed. If it wasn't for so many people keeping me safe, I might have done that, too. I always wanted to be as strong as All Might, so it probably would have been pretty tempting. But absolute power corrupts absolutely. I hated you so much, Kaken said bluntly. You had everything I wanted. Izuku nodded. I know, I didn't at the time, but I get it now. I felt the same about you for a while. Back then, I thought you were the coolest person on the planet, next to All Might, but then you turned on me. I thought maybe you were scared of me. Kaken made a derisive sound. As if. Izuku managed a small smile. You used to tell people I was creepy and that I stole quirks. What else was I supposed to think? I never thought you, of all people, might be jealous. I mean, I got that you were jealous about your mom paying attention to me. It must have seemed like I was trying to steal her from you when we were that little. Maybe I was, a little. I missed my own mom. She was nicer to you than she was to me, Kaken said with a shrug. It pissed me off. Yeah, that was pretty obvious, Izuku agreed. After that, I didn't really trust anyone my own age. I spent all of my time with people older than me, in charge of me. So after All Might and Sir helped us out, it seemed like a dream come true to get to hang out in Might Tower for the whole summer and learn how my quirks worked and stuff. And? Kaken asked, seemingly expecting more than that. And what? You're really gonna make me drag it out of you? Kaken said. I ain't an idiot. Can you be more specific? Izuku asked. He looked for holes in the story that would be unsatisfactory as an explanation. Everything he had told Kaken was the absolute truth, just not the complete truth. There are pictures of you in Might Tower with All Might and Sir Night-Eye at all different ages. No, there aren't, Izuku denied doubtfully. And how would you know, unless you'd spent time there recently? Kaken asked. Because there aren't any pictures like that, Izuku said with a fair amount of certainty. Kaken sighed. There's a picture of you and those two framed in Sir's office, on the credenza behind his desk, crammed right in there with all the limited edition All Might merch, Kaken said matter-of-factly. You're wearing a middle school uniform. They didn't forget I exist after the junior internship ended. There's another one of you and All Might working out together in his personal weight room, probably around the same time we were about to take the UA entrance exam, hanging on the wall in All Might's room. What were you doing in All Might's room? Izuku asked. I didn't go in, I was just looking around. There's also a file on Sir's computer named Izuku. That sneaky little. Izuku was pretty sure that Sir had deliberately placed those pictures where they could be seen. What his intentions were remained to be seen, but Sir didn't make mistakes that obvious. And Izuku didn't remember ever seeing pictures like that in Might Tower before. Weird, Izuku said, doing his best to look puzzled. Cut the crap, Kaken barked, before moderating his voice. You obviously have some sort of relationship beyond whatever bullshit story you made up to fool people. Nothing I told you was a lie, Izuku said easily. Then you suddenly had super strength, but there was no news of anyone with that kind of power dying around here. And after that you started running off every day, cleaning up that beach, Kaken said. And then you got a recommendation spot at UA. You gonna tell me that All Might wasn't your sponsor? Izuku didn't answer at first, but then just shrugged. I effing knew it, Kaken said, sounding half angry, half arrogant that he'd figured it out. You tried to make me think you weren't taking the test. You effer. That wasn't a lie, either, Izuku said. A hole, Kaken said without the heat that Izuku expected. So then I asked myself why you'd keep all this shit a secret, Kaken said. Most people would be proud or whatever to have All Might back in M. Izuku's heart skipped a beat and picked up pace. Kaken connected the dots the way Aizawa had. He's training you to take his place, isn't he? You were there that night when he fought all for one to rescue that shithead in 1B. He's been training you for a while. You can understand why that would need to be kept confidential, All Might said from behind them. Both boys spun to find Aizawa, and All Might had managed to get awfully close to them without either of them noticing. You knew about this, too? Kaken asked Aizawa, almost accusingly. Aizawa merely arched an eyebrow. You boys are out after curfew. Izuku spun to bring his legs over the low wall they were sitting on, and stood up. We were just talking, Kaken said petulantly. It's not like we were sneaking around or anything. Aizawa sighed. All Might has asked me to let him handle this one, but you're both still on the hook for some sort of detention, Aizawa said. Once you're done here, go to bed. Yes, sir, Izuku said quickly. TCH, Kaken said. Whatever. Aizawa narrowed his eyes at Kaken. Aizawa left, and All Might sighed. You're a smart kid, Bakugo Shonen. So I'm right. You are training him to be the next symbol of peace, Kaken said, sounding oddly neutral. You've been training since he was 10, haven't you? Yes and no, All Might admitted. Izuku stared in surprise that he would admit it, though he wasn't sure it was avoidable at this point. How many others would put this all together now? What was stopping All for One or Shigaraki from blabbing to the entire planet about the secret of One for All? Was he just living on borrowed time at this point? I didn't decide that he was a worthy successor until just after the sludge villain attacked the both of you while you were in middle school, All Might confessed. When I saw that he'd risked his life to save someone who essentially bullied him for most of his childhood instead of waiting for better equipped, professional heroes to handle it, I somehow just knew that he has what it takes to be a great hero. Not long after that, he gained a super strength quirk very similar to my own, and that made it even more imperative for me to take a greater part in his training. He has suffered betrayal and abuse for much of his life and still became a bright, honest, and forthright human being. Kaken was silent, a scowl on his face as he absorbed this information. To be fair, I don't really remember a lot of it, Izuku said quietly. I thought I had a great childhood with a loving caretaker. Even if I didn't really have friends, I was happy enough just learning new things about my quirks and stuff. You do realize that makes it even worse, right? Kaken asked. Some villain Fu messed with your freaking memories. Someone who can give and take quirks from other people. How are you not too screwed in the head to think straight? How do you know they didn't do anything else to you? Izuku shrugged and tried not to show how much that idea still worried him. I had a lot of people helping me and keeping me safe, and then I got a really great therapist who helps me work through stuff. Izuku has been incredibly focused on his goals, and has used those experiences to fuel the desire to grow into the hero he wants to become. He's a bit like you in that respect, All Might said easily. Both of you have incredible talent and potential, but it's ultimately up to you to live up to it. Izuku nodded. He'd known this for a while now, with Sir and All Might always saying it. He wondered if All Might's words meant that Kaken had also found a therapist to talk to. It might explain the shift in his outward behavior lately. They'd never really talked things out before, and maybe they never would have if things hadn't played out the way they did back when Kaken got moved to general studies for a while. Now that you've gotten your answers, I think it's time you, All Might, began. If you knew about my past with the nerd, why did you offer me an internship after the sports festival? Kaken asked suddenly, cutting All Might off. Izuku shook his head ever so slightly to indicate that he didn't think it would be a good idea for Kaken to know that Izuku had interceded on his behalf. We saw potential in you, but we also knew that if you didn't get your temper under control and learn some restraint, you'd never reach all of it, All Might said. You made a start at it before the sports festival, but we wanted to cement it inside of you. It was kind of the same as when we decided that young Midoriya needed a guide to follow the path of a hero, instead of risking him making some choices that would ruin that potential. Kaken didn't seem to know what to say to that. Bakugo, you have always been physically strong. You've got a keen sense of strategy and an impressive intellect, an irrepressible urge to win at any cost. All Might said. Midoriya is also physically strong, but he's got this massive heart, compassion, empathy, and desire to save people. The desire to win and the urge to save can both be great strengths, or your biggest weaknesses if they each aren't tempered by the other. I never would have been so successful as a hero if I couldn't balance both of those things. Izuku nodded slowly. It made perfect sense. We've always envied each other for what the other one had, because we knew we also needed it to get what we wanted, Izuku said. Kaken was still scowling. You're both learning to recognize those traits in yourself. Bakugo, you inspire Midoriya to work harder and sparks a desire to win. Midoriya, you have the sort of compassion that Bakugo needs to keep his fiery temper at bay in those times when a softer touch is needed. If you could put your differences aside and lift each other up, you could both be the ultimate heroes. You can win by saving and save by winning. Kaken seemed to be letting that sink in. He eventually gave a grudging nod. Sorry about causing you trouble for being out late, Izuku said to save Kaken from having to respond further. It was a lot to take in. No harm done, All Might said, though Aizawa might have something else to say about it. Izuku winced a little, but nodded. Fair enough. Kaken stood and shoved his hands into his pockets. He glared at them for a moment before muttering, Thanks, I won't say anything to anyone else about Small Might there. Izuku smiled a bit as he watched the other boy stalk away and back inside. Thanks, All Might, Izuku said. I thought for sure he'd connected all the dots. He connected enough, All Might said thoughtfully. But now that he knows our ultimate goal, he's going to work even harder to try to surpass you. Izuku felt a thrill of determination flutter through him at the thought. Then I'll just have to work even harder, too. Aizawa's punishment wasn't as bad as Izuku had been expecting. Both he and Kaken were on cooking duty for both breakfast and dinner for a week, however they wanted to work that out between them. Since Izuku enjoyed cooking for such an appreciative crowd, it wasn't too much of a bother. Kaken didn't enjoy cooking all that much, but was certainly more than capable of handling it. He had a feeling that Kaken would find a way to make all of the meals he was in charge of very spicy, though. In the morning, Izuku went for an extra long morning run before he started on breakfast preparation. He went with traditional fare, and enjoyed the process of chopping and stirring in the quiet kitchen. Once everything was done and his classmates were trickling in to eat, he went and prepared for the opening ceremony. While Ida was freaking out and made sure everyone was presentable and lined up properly for the first day back, Izuku was just finishing tying his tie. Okay, everyone, he finally said as Ida was beginning to straighten people's clothing and getting agitated. Let's head out. Remember to stay in line. Nezu's kinda famous for long-winded speeches, so try to keep from falling asleep. A few of them chuckled, and Ida calmed down a little. They made their way across the grounds and ran into Class 1B on the way. Hirashi shouted a greeting to them and waved frantically, as if they could fail to see or hear him. Izuku grinned and gave him a friendly wave. Oh, it's Class 1A, Monoma said with an air of great surprise. 1B is catching up to you, you know. Catching up? Kirishima asked. What's that supposed to mean? All of us got our provisional licenses, Monoma bragged. Is that supposed to surprise us? Izuku asked slyly. You're all amazing. Monoma seemed to deflate at this. Besides, if all of us passed, and you were thinking we were ahead of you before, doesn't that just mean things kept the status quo? Kaken asked. Vlad King says we will have classes together with you soon. It will be much fun. A girl enthused. Izuku recognized the cute blonde girl with the big blue eyes as Tsunotori Pony, and despite her last name, it seemed she was American. She had hooves instead of feet and large horns, similar to a bull growing through her hair. Kaminari grinned at her, and the others were nodding until Monoma whispered something in her ear. Then she turned back to them and said excitedly, We will grind you into dust. Monoma roared with laughter, and even Gyro snorted and a couple of others chuckled. Kendo appeared out of nowhere a moment later and karate chopped Monoma on the back of the neck. Not enough to hurt, but it did shut him up. Don't teach her weird things, Kendo scolded. You're all blocking off the hallway. A voice from behind them said. So lame. All of their heads turned to see Shinsu's unmistakable hair and tired eyes. Oops, sorry, Izuku said. Step aside everyone. Both classes stepped in opposite directions to make a path between them, and Shinsu led the general studies students past. Hey, doesn't he look like he's bulked up a bit? Kirishima asked. More than a bit, Shiro said with a nod. He must have been working out since the sports festival. They eventually made their way to the field, where they stood in neat rows by class and course. Principal Nezu took the stage and immediately started talking about the state of his fur. Izuku looked up at the sky, where the sun was already blaring, and it seemed that it would be a hot day despite being so close to the beginning of autumn. He hoped they wouldn't have to stand out here for long. Nezu was talking about the importance of vitamins and getting enough sleep in their new living situation. It wasn't until he used that segue to talk about All Might that Izuku actually tuned fully into what was being said. The largest disruption to our lifestyles in recent weeks has been the loss of our pillar. All Might's retirement has sent shock waves through all of Japan, and the various effects that it is having are developing at a rate much faster than expected. Our society is facing an unparalleled hardship in our future. This applies especially to those of you in the hero course, including those second and third year students on work study. There was a slight shift in the first year classes, and Izuku saw that he wasn't the only one who was confused by the term. The threats out there are growing, and you must be more aware than ever of your position, your abilities, and your duties. And not only the hero course, but business, support, and general studies courses are impacted by this too. It is all of you who have inherited this problem, and I'm afraid that it may be left to all of you to remedy it. Izuku pinched his lower lip as he considered the impact that All Might's retirement would have on other heroes, aspiring heroes, and the people who supported them. All of them would have a part to play in how heroes performed or were perceived by the public. I know that all of these recent events have put a cloud over us all, but we adults are working to keep things from becoming too dreary. We want to inspire you to achieve an industrious work ethic that will turn you all into pillars of our society that can be leaned on to lift up the whole. Having delivered his speech, he hopped away from the podium and off the small stage. From there, Vlad King stepped to the microphone and introduced the school counselor, Hound Dog, who had a few reminders. We're all getting used to living in dorms, but a curfew is a curfew. That means GRRRR. Inside GRRRR. The dorms, not on the roofs or porches. GRRRR. Well said, Vlad King told him, patting him on the shoulder. Everyone back to class, starting with the third years. Having been dismissed, everyone relaxed and went to their homeroom. Aizawa-sensei, who hadn't been at the opening ceremony, was waiting for them at the lectern looking bored. A lot has happened, too much, really, but now it's time to get back to normal. Today we'll have lecture. After everything that happened, this is going to seem so boring, Ashido whispered to Asui. Unluckily for her, it was loud enough for everyone else to hear, including Sensei. You have complaints? He asked, looking menacing. Ape, no Sensei, Ashido squeaked. I do have a question, if you don't mind, Suyu said, raising her hand. Principal Nezu mentioned a work study during his speech. Could you give us some more information about that? I was wondering about that, too, Takoyami said. That was going to be a topic for a little later, but I don't see the harm in talking about it now, Aizawa agreed. Work study is basically hero work outside of school, under the supervision of a licensed pro hero. It's more immersive than internships, and you may also be paid a small percentage as a commission for any part you play in an operation that leads to preserving human life or apprehending criminals. Several of the students sat up straighter in their seats and leaned forward to listen eagerly. I didn't know we got to do that sort of thing, Uraraka said, possibly thinking about being able to begin earning money from hero work already. Wait, why the heck did we have to work so hard at the sports festival for, then? I thought it was so we could be noticed by pros. You made it sound like it was the only chance we were going to get each year. She looked like she'd been betrayed and was devastated by this news. Izuku thought she had a good point, though. He remembered Aizawa specifically telling them that they couldn't afford to miss the sports festival, and that each one was a chance to prove themselves. It does seem that getting scouted by a professional hero isn't our only option if work studies are available, Ida said with a hand chop. Was this another of your logical ruses? Work studies have nothing to do with classes here. They don't affect your grades, and it's entirely up to each individual whether or not to participate in one. The fact of the matter is that first years almost never get provisional licenses, so this is unprecedented. Even second years rarely get to participate in work studies. Your experiences and the connections you made during the sports festival and consequent internships would normally be how you'd secure a work study. Oh, that makes sense. Sorry for misinterpreting, Sensei, Uraraka said, calming down. Sato, who had looked worried that she was going to have a panic attack a moment ago, handed her a wrapped piece of candy and now looked like he wanted to pat her on the head. Work studies used to be a lot more common practice, but problems arose with agencies competing to recruit from UA because of our excellent reputation. That's why it's up to individuals to secure their own work studies, and not the other way around. But the rise in villain activity lately, we're still considering if it's wise to send first years out at all, even if they do manage to find a sponsor. It will be considered on a case-by-case basis, depending on who the pro hero supervising would be. Izuku was already wondering if Endeavor took on work study cases, or if it would be too much favoritism to ask All Might for a chance to work at Might Tower in that capacity. He could see that others were also running possible options through their minds. Aizawa didn't seem like he was overly enthusiastic about the idea, but at the same time, he had been the one to tell them they could handle provisional licenses. Why rush to have them do that, if they weren't going to be allowed out to use them? Others in class seemed to be thinking the same. And others were speculating aloud about their chances of their intern mentors allowing them back for work study. The day's classes seemed to drag by, and the teachers seemed to be stepping up their game as well. New concepts were being introduced, and heavier workloads applied. It seemed that study groups might become a daily occurrence in the dorms, since they were all together and doing the same assignments anyway. The next 3 days were both academic and hero training hell in that regard. It wasn't until the third day after the provisional license exam that anything interesting happened. In homeroom, Aizawa finished the morning announcements and then said, as promised, "Today you'll learn more about what work studies entail. Come on in." He turned to the door as he said it, and everyone looked as it slid open to reveal 3 people. "You," Ada said, pointing at the group. Kaken uttered a quieter, "Tagada-senpai." Izuku realized why Ida was so surprised when he recognized the boy who had appeared in their room at Might Tower the day after they fought Stain. The boy who Sir had called a million was now standing in front of Class 1A, holding a finger over his mouth in a shushing gesture for a moment, winking at them all. Izuku looked to Todoroki, who looked as inscrutable as ever. There was no telling if he remembered their previous encounter. The other 2 were a male and female. The girl had bright, curious eyes and long periwinkle-colored hair. The boy had pointed ears and spiky hair, and looked like he was glaring at all of them angrily. We asked some students who have been out and experienced all that a work study has to offer to come and talk about it, Aizawa told the class. They're taking time out of their very busy schedules to come and talk to you, so pay close attention. They are the top 3 ranking third years at UA, and they're referred to as the Big 3. They're the best of the best. Everyone perked up excitedly, with murmurs of how many of them had heard rumors about the Big 3. Class, meet Tagada Mirio, Amajiki Tamaki and Hado Nejire, Aizawa said. Which of you would like to go first? Amajiki. The boy with pointed ears glared even more harshly than before and seemed to be trembling. Was he angry? It's no use, Mirio, he finally said quietly. No matter how much I try to see them as potatoes, they're definitely people from the neck down. I can't do this. I want to leave. He abruptly turned to face the wall, refusing to look at any of them after that. For real, Shiro murmured. Stage fright. Uraraka wondered. Aizawa sighed. Hado. The girl perked up and stepped forward. Pleased to meet you. I'm Hado Nejire and my quirk is, hey, you have a tail. Can you use it like a kangaroo to propel you forward? She bounced over to Anjiro and got into his personal space to have a look for herself. He blushed and began to say something, but she was already flitting over to Shaoji, asking him why he kept his lower face covered, then over to Hagakure to see what she felt like, making her yelp. Todoroki, I heard all about you. How'd you get that scar on your face? Hado was asking. Izuku became concerned when Aizawa switched from wanting black coffee to wanting whiskey within the span of a few seconds. She's not the most rational person, is she? Maybe I'd better be the spokesperson today, Tagada said. I'm the star of this show, anyway. Everyone stared at him blankly. So, you guys got your provisional licenses as first years, so you must be real go-getters. You've already fought villains and everything, so you're probably asking yourself why some third year is coming in here to talk to you about what it's really like out there, right? A couple of them nodded slightly, but most were just staring since the first 2 of the Big 3 had been pretty much weirdos. Well, instead of telling you, why don't I show you? I'll take all of you on at the same time. How does that sound? He asked excitedly. You could have heard a cricket chirping in the silence that followed. It seemed all 3 of them were weirdos. What do you say, Eraserhead? Tagada asked their teacher. Wouldn't it be more rational for them to feel the full weight of our experiences firsthand? Do as you like, Aizawa told him, sounding uncaring. Hey, you interned with this guy, Izuku said quietly to Kaken as they all walked to the gym after changing. Any tips on how to fight him? This guy's crazy strong and pops up like a freaking ghost. Your best bet is to stay airborne, but that'll only buy you time. Just wait, Kaken told him in an uncharacteristic show of solidarity. You're all gonna get your asses kicked. He's probably gonna make it into the top 10 list as soon as he graduates. When they reached the gym, Kaken stayed near Aizawa-sensei and said he'd had his ass kicked by Tagada enough to last him a lifetime. The fact that he would admit to it said something about Tagada's skill and strength. Izuku watched warily as Tagada stretched and kept a cheerful attitude, even as he prepared to fight nearly everyone in Class 1 single-handedly. Don't hurt them too much, Hado told Tagada from where she was busily tugging on Mina's horns. You don't want to discourage them from becoming heroes, you know. Can this guy really be that good? Kaminari asked, looking pretty confident about winning this fight. He's one of the Big 3, Gyro said with a shrug. He can probably back it up. Once everyone was ready, they faced each other, one against a single opponent. Does anyone want to go first, or do you all want to rush me at once? Tagada asked them, as if it made no difference to him. Izuku normally would have stepped forward, but Kaken's words made him uneasy. It was Kirishima who finally volunteered. He stepped up and hardened his skin, then took a swing, only to find it went right through Tagada's face. A quick strike or two that was almost impossible to see took Kirishima down, even with his hardened skin. From there, the others rushed in, and it only took minutes for most of the class to be defeated, lying on the ground, groaning. Part of the reason so many went down so quickly was that Tagada's gym uniform had slipped from his body when he activated his quirk. Gyro and Uraraka had been stunned, and Gyro had actually screamed and averted her eyes, making her an easy target, even as Tagada apologized. My quirk takes a lot of fine-tuning. My hero costume is made out of my own hair, so it phases through things with me, but my gym uniform doesn't. As soon as Izuku had seen Tagada slide into the ground, then come shooting back up to attack with such precision, he'd kicked off into the air. He stood on the ceiling for a bit, just observing, but knew that if he wanted to engage, he'd either have to go down or wait for Tagada to come and get him. Not even Hagakure had been safe from him, and that was a serious feat in and of itself. In just over 5 minutes, everyone except Izuku had ceded the match, and Tagada was eyeing him from the ground. Have you figured it out yet? Tagada asked him, hands on his hips. Geez, dude, put on some pants, Zero said as he crawled to his feet and moved to the side of the room. Izuku wasn't really bothered by the nudity, since he wasn't being lewd about it. It was weird, but he could ignore it in this instance. You phase through things, Izuku said, pinching his lower lip as he considered. But there's more to it than that. You're tangible when you hit your opponents or when you're standing on the floor, but not all of you is tangible, so you must be able to pick which parts of you stay solid at any given time. Like when Kirishima tried to hit you, you were still standing on solid ground, but your head wasn't solid. Very good observation. Anything else? Tagada said approvingly. The speed you pop out of the ground with. It's like you're creating a paradox or something, where no two things can occupy a space at one time, so you get spit back out when you sink in. Pretty close, Tagada said, sounding very impressed. To be able to control the angle and think quickly enough to know which parts to phase when is pretty amazing. Izuku admired. Think you're ready to face me in a fight? Tagada asked, sounding like he was trying to be tempting. Not really, Izuku answered honestly, but that's probably the best way for me to learn. Izuku spun until he was right side up, but still near the ceiling. Can you reach me up here? Maybe if I let myself sink down far enough, Tagada speculated. You'd be expecting it, then. Good job finding one of my weaknesses. Izuku braced himself and allowed himself to drop to the ground. Ready? Tagada asked with an arched brow. I guess, Izuku answered, taking a fighting stance. How about we go until one of us lands a solid hit? Izuku nodded in agreement, and they began. The fight lasted longer than Izuku had thought it would. Actually, knowing the basics of Tagada's quirk helped him evade more efficiently, but he couldn't land any hits at all. After about a minute and a half, Tagada sucker punched him in the gut. It was disappointing, but not unexpected. You held out a long time, Tagada told him consolingly, offering him a hand up. Izuku accepted the hand and levered himself to his feet while his classmates made impressed sounds. I'm going to figure out a way to get a hit on you one of these days, Izuku promised. Maybe when you come to Might Tower for your work study, we can spar some more. Tagada told him conspiratorially. Work study? Izuku asked curiously. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. I heard Sir talking about you and Bakugo coming for a work study, so I thought maybe it was a done deal, Tagada said, looking a bit flustered. Sir doesn't usually let things slip around others. I'll bet he meant for you to overhear, Izuku said. But I won't say anything, just in case. Tagada nodded and made a motion as if sipping his mouth closed. Izuku thought about whether Sir had dropped that tidbit of information within Tagada's hearing as a way to let Izuku know that he would not only be willing to accept him for work study, but expected him to apply for it, after Endeavor was censured for failing to properly supervise interns in his care. It was a good bet that he wouldn't be allowed to go there again anytime soon. Still, Sensei had made it seem like they weren't going to let the first years participate, so his first step you'd be talking to Aizawa before asking Sir All Might. The opportunity came that day after classes, when Aizawa asked him to stay after along with Kaken. Maybe this problem would sort itself out. Kaken didn't seem to have a clue why he had been asked to stay after, and was eyeing both Izuku and Aizawa somewhat apprehensively. I'll get straight to the point. The two of you have been offered a work study at Might Tower, Aizawa said. It's already been approved through Principal Nezu. Izuku broke out into a grin, and Kaken looked a bit stunned. The nerd I can understand, he finally said, but I thought we would have to find our own placements. The circumstances around this particular case are complicated, Aizawa said. I'm told you're privy to the plan for All Might to train Midoriya. They seem to think that you will be able to teach each other a thing or two. His tone implied that he had serious doubts about the situation, but that it was out of his hands. There is one caveat, their teacher warned. If your schoolwork suffers in any way, either academically or in hero studies, your permission will be revoked for the remainder of the school year. Work study is a challenging and stressful undertaking, and not everyone can handle both school and hero work simultaneously. Izuku was still grinning. Kaken made a dismissive noise and allowed himself a grin as well, though it looked more predatory. We won't let our schooling suffer, Izuku promised. You say that now, Aizawa said dryly. If you ruin this for me, I'll kill you, Kaken told Izuku in an almost friendly tone. Same, Izuku shot back. He kind of wasn't kidding, even if he was being hyperbolic. Kaken could bring out the best or the worst in people, and if he made Izuku look bad in front of All Might and Sir, he would be seriously upset. Kaken smirked at him, looking pleased. Both of you need to remember that even though your work-study performance won't affect your grades, it will still reflect on this school and on me as a teacher, Aizawa cautioned. The school's reputation has taken a beating this year, and can't take any more negative press. Got it. Izuku didn't miss that Aizawa was looking more at Kaken than at him. Kaken didn't miss it, either. He scowled. Got it, Izuku said with a firm nod. Yeah, Kaken agreed. Tagata, who you already know, will escort you to Might Tower tomorrow after classes to complete the paperwork and make a schedule. When Izuku and Kaken left the classroom, they were both standing a bit taller, feeling proud of themselves. When they got back to the dorm, their classmates and friends were curious. You two didn't get into trouble again, did you? Ada demanded like a middle-aged dad. Piss off, Four Eyes. We got scouted by the Might Agency for a word study, Kaken said with a smirk. That elicited a reaction from everyone, who gathered around to hear all about it. Scouted. I thought we had to find our own work-study gigs, Gyro said, sounding surprised. Normally you do need to do that, Izuku said placatingly, giving Kaken a meaningful look. But since Kaken did so well at his internship, they made an exception for him. Well, what about you? You didn't even intern with All Might, Kaminari said in a voice bordering on a whine. Well, technically I did, Izuku said, scratching his cheek while coming up with an explanation on the spot that wouldn't sound too weird. A long time ago, All Might and Sir Knight I helped out my family, and I got to spend a summer when I was 10 doing a junior internship with them. Mostly it was just a lot of physical training and lectures on ethics. Still, they really worked hard to make sure I didn't do something stupid like hang out around hospitals to get more quirks and stuff, and promised me that when the time came, I could come back and work there someday. I guess this is their way of keeping that promise. Some guys have all the luck, Kirishima said enviously. I want to get out there and start working too. A few of the others admitted that their former mentors weren't taking on work-study students, so they were basically out of luck in that area. Yaorazu pointed out that most first years couldn't expect to find placement ahead of more experienced students, or even freshly graduated ones. Exactly, Ida agreed. Don't you remember what they said at the provisional license exam? The industry is saturated with heroes right now, and that's why they only passed a handful of applicants. There was some grumbling, but everyone knew it was true. Instead, they all found places at tables or on couches to get their homework done, and put that problem aside for the time being. As soon as they finished their assignments, Uraraka and Tsuyu left the dormitory, saying that they needed to talk to someone, and not long after that, Kirishima left as well. He said he was going for a run, but he wasn't wearing running shoes. He was wearing Crocs. Izuku was keyed up all of the following day, full of extra energy throughout his classes and hero training. When it was finally time to head to Might Tower, he thought he'd be catching a ride with All Might, like he used to before they all moved into the dorms, but Tagata-senpai met them in front of the dorms and said they'd be taking the train. A small thrill shot through Izuku at the very thought of riding a train again after so long of having to be chauffeured everywhere. Sure, he'd ridden in with Todoroki for their internship, but somehow this was different. He'd almost expected something strange to happen, but it was a completely ordinary ride, where no one paid much attention to three high school kids in school uniforms. They arrived at Might Tower and Tagata led them through the front doors and past the security guards without incident. Good afternoon, Tagata-kun, the pretty receptionist greeted as they approached. Her eyes widened a moment later when she spotted Izuku. Oh my, is it really you, Midoriya-kun? Look how much you've grown since I last saw you. You're in high school already. Mary-san, Izuku said delightedly to the familiar face. You've moved up from the mailroom. It's so nice to see you. Izuku remembered exploring Might Tower when he was younger and visiting the mailroom often, because Mary-san always gave him sweets. It was nice to see she'd been promoted at least once since he'd last seen her. She was all smiles as she made them badges with access to the top floors. As she handed Izuku his, she winked and also handed him a wrapped soda-flavored candy. Kaken rolled his eyes and growled a little. If Tagata-senpai was surprised that Izuku knew the receptionist, he didn't show it. That made sense if there were actually pictures of him and Sir and All Might hanging up in the offices somewhere. He was bound to have seen them. They rode the elevator up to one of the top floors, which had recently been made into cubicles for sidekicks and a nice lounge area. It had a completely different vibe than the bullpen at Endeavor's agency, with a more relaxed atmosphere, but no less energy. There were quite a few more sidekicks than Izuku had been aware of, and it seemed that since All Might had retired, they'd really stepped up in the department of providing support for the community this way. Izuku recognized Bubble Girl, who waved cheerfully at him before turning back to a call she was on. And a couple of heroes Izuku didn't recognize nodded at both Tagata and Kaken. It was a nice feeling. Sir was standing in front of a huge map of the city, examining the different colored pushpins tacked all over it. Izuku knew that Sir's meticulous nature would mean that every pin color had a significance, and that he had each one memorized, along with the details of whatever it was they were marking. "I've brought them, sir," Tagata said as they walked toward him. "So I see," Sir replied, turning to face them. Izuku thought he looked tired. He was probably having to work a lot harder, now that All Might was retired and they were taking on so many new recruits. Both Izuku and Kaken bowed politely. "Thank you for having us," they both said at the same time. "Bakugo," Sir said with a nod. "Good to see you. I've been getting reports from All Might about your progress." What he thought of that progress, he didn't say. Kaken simply nodded, not seeming too concerned. "And you, Izuku," Sir added. "You're looking well, despite everything you've recently experienced." "Thank you, sir," Izuku said, somewhat formally. "I'm hoping these experiences are making me stronger." "We'll be finding out soon," Sir assured him. "But for today, you should have paperwork from the school that needs my seal of approval on it, and we need to go over your schedule and what you can expect as a provisional employee here." Tagata left them to go and join a sidekick going out on patrol, and Sir took them to his office. Izuku noticed immediately that Sir had replaced the banner he had gifted to Izuku with an equally rare one from All Might's days in America, just before he returned to Japan. Even though Kaken had said there was a picture of Izuku on the credenza, there was no evidence of it now, and Izuku suspected that it had been put there in the first place to bait Kaken. He'd possibly removed it for the same reason. They filled out the pertinent paperwork, and then discussed schedules. To Izuku's surprise, he and Kaken would alternate days when they would work, with 2 overlapping days. Izuku would be working Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, and Kaken would be Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Not every day would have worked during school hours, but rather after them, so they wouldn't miss too much class too often. "Wednesdays, the 2 of you will patrol together in the company of myself or a capable sidekick. On Saturdays, we'll be working primarily on developing your quirks and your teamwork with each other and others. You've already made a start at this, but you'll be working to hone your skills." Izuku couldn't stop the smile that spread across his face. The opportunity to learn from Sir again was an exciting prospect. If he'd helped Tagata-senpai to improve to the point he was at now, he might be able to push Izuku to even better mastery of his quirks. "Before you get a tour of things around here, do either of you have any questions for me?" Sir asked. "What's the stupidest animal in the rainforest?" Izuku asked immediately. The smallest of smiles tugged at Sir's lips as he waited expectantly. Kaken looked at him like he'd grown a second head. "A polar bear." Sir actually really smiled, though it might have been because he'd simply missed Izuku's terrible jokes. Kaken looked disgusted. "I hate you," the other boy said to Izuku without any real heat. That only made Izuku grin wider as Sir walked them to his office door. "Things have changed a bit around here," Sir told them. "Even in the past few weeks. Go down to the bullpen and find Rapid Fire, and he'll give you a quick tour before you head back to school. Izuku, I'll see you tomorrow. Bakugo, the day after." They nodded and bowed, then headed for the elevator. Izuku used his palm and the retinal scanner, pleased to see that they still worked for him. Kaken stared at him for a moment before sneering and following him into the elevator car. "What's that look for?" Izuku asked. "You're keyed into the security system, nerd," Kaken asked incredulously. "You're cozy with the receptionist, and Sir Night-Eye likes your jokes." Izuku ducked his head in embarrassment. This really was kind of like coming home after a long time away. "I told you I used to." Yeah, Kaken said, waving away any explanations. "I know what you told me." They went down a couple of floors to the bullpen and found Rapid Fire staring at his computer screen with a scowl. "Excuse me," Izuku said politely. "Hey, kid, long time to see," Rapid Fire said to Izuku, then nodded to Kaken. "And you're back, too. Nice. Sir said to come find you to get a tour of the place," Izuku said. "Yep, I was just reviewing a case while I was waiting for you. How's your dad doing?" Rapid Fire said, getting to his feet and shutting off his monitor. Kaken stared at Izuku again. Rapid Fire was one of the people assigned to guard my apartment building after some guy tried to get in pretending to be a delivery person, Izuku said defensively. Rapid Fire showed them the bullpen and the lounge area. then down a floor to a large gym and personal physical training level, then down another floor to where a living space and dormitories were situated for psychics who preferred to be in residence at all times, though there were also a couple of shared rooms for those who simply needed a nap while on call. This floor also had bathing facilities and a small kitchenette. The next floor down had been converted into a series of training rooms, and below that were office spaces for the day-to-day running of the agency and All Might's various interests, including merchandising, legal, charity, and public relations. Wow, Izuku said as he and Kaken left an hour later. There weren't any psychics when I was a kid, just Sir and All Might. Seems like there's at least a dozen now, Kaken said, shoving his hands in his pockets as they got to the street. Izuku started to turn toward the train station, but Kaken grabbed him by the back of the collar. I want to stop at a store before we go back, he said, dragging Izuku in the opposite direction. I don't think we're supposed to. Izuku began, but then stopped. They had their provisional licenses, and they were trusted enough to handle hero work. Could it really be that big of a deal to stop in at a conveni before heading back to the dorms? He could pick up some of his favorite snacks and a couple of magazines without having to order them online, or wait for a shopping day where everyone went as a group for supplies. They only walked about a block away, and Kaken turned into a donkey store. They really only spent about a half an hour choosing their purchases, and had just left when Kaken stopped dead in his tracks, causing Izuku to plow into his shoulder. What gives? Izuku asked, looking around to see what had caused Kaken to stop. That's the bastard that set the forest on fire at camp, Kaken said in a low voice. Dai, right there, across the street. Izuku's heart jumped as he followed his gaze. It was kind of hard to miss such a ragged and scarred individual strolling down the sidewalk. Then Kaken began to step forward, but Izuku stopped him. We can't attack him, Izuku said quietly. Let's follow him from a distance and call Sir to let him know we spotted him. Kaken growled in frustration, but nodded in agreement. He slipped off his school shirt, so he was only wearing a white tee, and urged Izuku to do the same. Izuku had his phone out and pressed to his ear, and began relaying their location to Sir, who warned them not to engage and to remain unseen. He was sending Lemillion and Snon to investigate, and that once they arrived, Izuku and Kaken were to leave the area immediately. If they couldn't make it to the train quickly, they should return to Might Tower. I'm just itching to blast that a whole to kingdom come, Kaken said, keeping his voice down as they tried to be surreptitious, stopping to look in store windows so that they could keep the one called Dabai in their sights by watching his reflection. It didn't take more than a few minutes for Lemillion and Sion to arrive, walking with purpose from the same direction the boys had just come. As the two costumed heroes passed behind them, Lemillion spoke. Good work. We'll handle it from here. They didn't break stride as they disappeared down a side street, but when Izuku and Kaken passed that street a moment later, neither hero was anywhere to be seen. Izuku's phone vibrated, and he saw it was a message from Sir. Get out of there. Lemillion and Snon will conduct the surveillance and collect information. Good work. Izuku showed Kaken, who clicked his tongue, but wheeled around to head toward the train station. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.